Chapter 434. That soul cleanse pool seems to have been left behind by a formidable inscription master. That inscription master set up a complicated inscription formation there, and it opens once every 3 years. Only on that day can one enter and leave it. So once you enter it, you'll at most stay for a day before coming out. Otherwise, you might not be able to come out again. On the back of an enormous flying beast that was flying forward swiftly, Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian nodded. Inscription formation. This was something he'd heard Feng Tianwu mention in the past. Inscription formations weren't unfamiliar to him. After all, he was an existence that had fused with the lifetime worth of memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu, and he'd inherited the attainments of the Samsara Emperor Wu in the Tao of inscriptions. An inscription formation was a formation that was formed from the combination of various inscriptions, and only when one's spiritual force had attained the void interpretation stage or above would one be able to successfully set it up. Because only a formidable spiritual force was able to control various inscriptions and combine them together to form a boundlessly profound formation. The Tao of inscriptions is boundlessly profound, especially inscription formations. They're even unfathomable. This was something Duan Lingtian knew deeply. Elder brother Duan, if you enter the soul cleanse pool, you must try your best to absorb the spirit energy within it and temper your soul. Only in this way would you be able to temper your soul to the greatest extent within a day, and then come out before the inscription formation closes. Feng Tianwu stood at the side and reminded Duan Lingtian. With brother Duan's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions, perhaps he'll be able to break open the inscription formation on the soul cleanse pool. The gray, clothed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that was filled with admiration. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of inscriptions caused him, who was called an inscription master in the Dark Han dynasty, to be wholeheartedly convinced. If I'm really able to break open that inscription formation, then it means that I'm able to absorb even more spirit energy from the soul cleanse pool and temper my soul a step further. This is a good thing. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian with some anticipation. Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. He never expected that Feng Wudao and Elder Kong would think so highly of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's group was heading towards the soul cleanse pool. The soul cleanse pool opened once every 3 years, and every time it opened, many people would enter it. Because the spirit energy contained within the soul cleanse pool was limited, the number of people that entered the soul cleanse pool had always been fixed at 30 people. In other words, there were only 30 spots to enter the soul cleansing pool. Moreover, these 30 spots were all in the hands of the 30 cities around the soul cleanse pool. Fengqi City had a quota. 3 years ago, the Phoenix Nest City's quota belonged to Feng Tianwu. This time, it belonged to Duan Lingtian. 2 days later, the flying beast beneath Duan Lingtian's group slowed down. This flying beast was a void-prying stage demon beast, and it pierced through the clouds and mist as it swooped down. Duan Lingtian's gaze never left the front from the beginning until the end. Along with the flying beast descending, a vast gorge appeared before his eyes. Within the gorge, a ball of thick and heavy clouds and mist condensed together, revealing various mysteries that caused one to be unable to see through to the bottom. When the flying beast descended at the side of the white mist within the gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already many people standing outside the white mist. Amongst these people, there were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. City Governor Feng, long time no see. Duan Lingtian's group had only just descended from the back of the flying beast when an azure-clothed middle-aged man came over to greet them, and he looked at Feng Wudao as he greeted enthusiastically. Feng Wudao only smiled lightly. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Feng Wudao ought to be enraged because of this, yet unexpectedly, Feng Wudao seemed to not mind in the slightest, and he only nodded before bringing along the young man by his side to stand at the side. The young man's gaze never left Feng Tianwu, who wore a veil from the beginning. Even though Feng Tianwu wore a veil, her extraordinary bearing was difficult to conceal, and no matter where she went, she was the absolute center of attention. City Governor Feng! In next to no time, many more people had arrived, and the people in the lead amongst these people all greeted Feng Wu Dao enthusiastically, whereas Feng Wu Dao couldn't even be bothered to look straight at these people. Even then, not a single one of these people dared become enraged from embarrassment. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from feeling surprised. Tian Wu, these people are the city governors of the other 29 cities. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Feng Tianwu. Yes. Feng Tianwu replied via voice transmission. Elder brother Duan, are you surprised by their attitude when facing my father? When she saw Duan Lingtian nod, Feng Tianwu continued via voice transmission. 3 years ago, when my father brought me here, they only found out that the city governor of Phoenix, Nest City, had changed. After that, they more or less looked down on my father and even wanted to seize the position of city governor of our Phoenix, Nest City. When she spoke up to hear, Feng Tianwu paused for a moment, and then she continued. Later on, my father only slightly revealed his imposing aura, and it caused those city governors to be completely convinced, and they didn't dare look down on my father any longer. Duan Lingtian was able to notice that when Feng Tianwu mentioned this matter, her beautiful face went slightly red, and she was obviously slightly excited. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. After all, with his current spiritual force, he was more or less able to sense the aura of a void initiation stage martial artist. Just those people that took the initiative to greet Feng Wu Dao earlier were practically all existences at the void initiation stage or above. Amongst them, there were even a few with extraordinary strengths. But even if Feng Wu Dao couldn't even be bothered to look them in the eye, they were still courteous before Feng Wu Dao. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. This was reverence towards the strong. I wonder when I'll be able to possess a strength like City Governor Feng's and possess a deterrent force like City Governor Feng's. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. City Governor Feng, we haven't met for 3 years, yet your elegant bearing is still the same. Suddenly, a sonorous voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, he saw a blue-clothed middle-aged man descend from the back of an enormous flying beast, and behind the middle-aged man was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. The young man had a cold expression, but when his gaze descended onto Feng Tianwu, it revealed traces of burning heat. Looks like even if Tianwu wears a veil, she's still extremely popular. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, just think about it. Even though Feng Tianwu wore a veil outside, her natural bearing was sufficient to attract many wild bees and butterflies. Coupled with the existence of an expert like Feng Wu Dao behind Feng Tianwu. In this way, the number of people that wanted to prostrate themselves before Feng Tianwu would surely not be few. City Governor Feng, I heard you obtained a son-in-law 3 months ago. Could it be that it's this one? When he saw Feng Wu Dao only glancing indifferently at him, the blue-clothed middle-aged man didn't mind, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he asked, What, does City Governor Zhong have something to teach me? Feng Wu Dao asked indifferently, I don't dare. I'm only surprised by the age of the son-in-law. It's truly difficult to imagine that there's such a young genius that's capable of defeating your daughter, young Miss Tianwu. As the blue-clothed middle-aged man finished speaking, his gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to descend onto Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, when I found out that City Governor Feng held a spouse search competition for you, I really wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and fly to Phoenix, Nest City. But unfortunately it was still too late. But I never imagined that there would actually be someone that defeated you and beat you to it. The young man behind the blue-clothed middle-aged man moved his gaze from Feng Tianwu to Duan Lingtian, and it wasn't without provocation. Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression and remained unmoved. But Duan Lingtian didn't feel the young man's current actions were anything, but it didn't mean that Feng Tianwu didn't feel anything. Before outsiders, Feng Tianwu wasn't as gentle as she usually was before Duan Lingtian. Feng Tianwu looked at the young man and said coldly, "You can call me by my full name, Feng Tianwu. Tianwu isn't something you can call me by. Besides that, not to mention, you didn't satisfy the requirements of the spouse search competition that day. Even if you satisfied it, do you think you can defeat me?" Feng Tianwu suddenly flipping out caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. The scene before him was extremely similar to when he met Feng Tianwu for the first time. At that time, Feng Tianwu's tone was similarly filled with the smell of gunpowder, and she'd even directly attacked him later on, after he defeated Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu's attitude towards him changed, especially after Feng Tianwu firmly believed that he was the man in her destiny. She was even gentle like water to him, and she was simply like a completely different person compared to the current her. The young man was angered by what Feng Tianwu said to the point his face flushed red. But because he was afraid of Feng Wudao, he didn't dare say anything. This scene caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from laughing. But when his laughter entered into the eyes of the young man, it seemed to have become the venting point for the young man's rage. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" The young man looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke with a low voice. "What does what I'm laughing at have to do with you?" Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the young man. The young man was agitated by what Feng Tianwu said earlier to the point he couldn't speak a single word for a long time, yet now the young man was flaunting his prowess towards him. Could it be that the young man really thought he was a soft persimmon? "Kid, since you've defeated the daughter of City Governor Feng, I presume your strength is extremely strong. Then I'll invite you to a battle. Do you dare?" The young man roared as the origin energy on his body raged and roiled. In the sky above him, 800 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Duan Lingtian frowned and his face sank slightly. "This person still wants to fight me? If you want to fight elder brother Duan, then you'll have to pass through me first." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian heard a delicate shout, followed by a wave of fragrant wind that assaulted his nostrils. A figure that was like flames descended before him and protected him behind her. It was precisely Feng Tianwu. Squeak, squeak! Meanwhile, the little gold mouse that was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder and sleeping was awoken by the noise. She rubbed her eyes like a human, and when she saw the scene before her, her jade green eyes flashed with a strand of cold light. "Big brother Lingtian, do you want to kill him?" The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian was astounded. This little fellow is already so ruthless after just waking up? No need, I can deal with it. Chapter 435. Bye, don't be presumptuous. The blue-clothed middle-aged man that stood by the young man's side, the person Feng Wudao called City Governor Zhong, frowned as he shouted out in a low voice. But the young man paid no attention to him and instead looked at Duan Lingtian as he laughed with ridicule. "Kid, don't hide behind a woman if you have the balls. In my opinion, you've surely used despicable and shameless methods to defeat Tianwu. City Governor Feng, I'm sorry. My son." City Governor Zhong looked at Feng Wudao with an apologetic expression. "It's fine." Feng Wudao waved his hand and said indifferently, "Let the juniors deal with their own matters. If one wants to become a person above others, then one has to experience some tempering on the path of growth." City Governor Zhong was stunned as a bad premonition arose within his heart, and he looked at his son with the intention of stopping him. But unfortunately, he was still too late. The conflict had already arisen, and what was done couldn't be undone. "Tianwu!" Duan Lingtian stopped Feng Tianwu, who wanted to stand out for him, and he lightly smiled. "Let me deal with these small matters myself. He's only a clown. There's no need to get angry for him." Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, then turned around to look at Duan Lingtian with a smile that was like a flower. "Elder brother Duan, then I'll watch you properly teach some clown a lesson." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the young man, the son of City Governor Zhong Bai, his expression had gone grim since long ago. "Clown? This little kid that's a little over 20 called me a clown?" Bai, City Governor Zhong's voice had just sounded out when it stopped abruptly. He was able to discern that his son was really angry, and with his understanding of his son, once he decided on something, then even 10 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Although he was able to use his formidable martial strength to stop the following scene from occurring. But when he recalled what Feng Wudao said earlier, he dispelled the thought of making a move. Meanwhile, everyone in the gorge had surrounded over. It's City Governor Zhong's son, Zhong Bai. Supposedly, Zhong Bai's cultivation has already broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. That young man came with City Master Feng. I don't think I've seen him before. You don't know this, right? This young man defeated young Miss Tianwu in the martial competition held by City Governor Feng for young Miss Tianwu 3 months ago, and he became City Governor Feng's son-in-law. I heard that City Governor Feng's son-in-law is only a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist. No way. According to my knowledge, Miss Tianwu seems to be a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Moreover, she has comprehended a Fire Force seed and even possesses a grade 5 spirit weapon to rely on. How could she possibly lose at the hands of a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist? It's said that this young man defeated Miss Tianwu with his wind force elementary comprehension. Elementary wind force? What a joke! That's true force, and only martial artists at the void prying stage or above are able to comprehend it. How could a 5th level nascent soul stage martial artist like him possibly comprehend it? The crowd of onlookers soon became lively. Rumors about Duan Lingtian also spread, but there weren't many people that believed the rumor that Duan Lingtian had comprehended elementary wind force. After all, only martial artists at the void prying stage or above were able to comprehend true force, and this was the iron law of Cloud Continent. They'd never heard of someone being able to break this iron law. Those who had similar thoughts naturally included Zhong Bai as well. "Brat, let me properly witness your elementary wind force." Zhong Bai laughed in ridicule, and with a raise of his hand, a spirit sword appeared in his hand, and origin energy coiled around it as it raged and suffused the air. Whoosh! Instantly, another 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Zhong. But looking at the strength of this amplification, the spirit sword in Zhong Bai's hand was obviously a grade 6 spirit sword. The Darkstone Empire is worthy of being an existence that stands above the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The son of a mere remote city governor is able to casually take out a grade 6 spirit sword. It's truly shocking. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. After all, even if it was in a sect like the 7-star sword sect, a grade 6 spirit sword was only grasped in the hands of the higher-ups. Besides him, practically no one in the younger generation of the 7-star sword sect possessed a grade 6 spirit sword. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart. Just this wasn't enough to say that the 7-star sword sect was inferior to a mere city governor's estate in a remote city of the Darkstone Empire. But it was because the level of weapons refinement in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The level of weapons refinement was determined by the amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen. The amount of high-grade weapons craftsmen in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was surely inferior to the Darkstone Empire. The word empire had already surpassed the word imperial kingdom. The strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths. A wisp of indifference and disdain appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, as Zhong Bai wasn't a threat to him in the slightest. Perhaps it was because he noticed the disdain on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. But Zhong Bai's face sank as he snorted coldly, and his figure flashed out. Whoosh! Zhong Bai's attack seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and everywhere he passed, dust and dirt flew into the air as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, let me experience the true wind force you've comprehended. At the same time, a voice that was filled with ridicule sounded out. As you wish. Duan Lingtian replied with waning interest. An origin energy raged beneath his feet as wind force appeared. Instantly, 900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, whereas Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind, and before Zhong Bai approached him, he moved aside first to avoid the grade 6 spirit sword that was powered by the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths. The speed of Zhong Bai's grade 6 spirit sword was swift because of the amplification of the grade 6 spirit sword, and it didn't mean that his own speed was swift. His own speed was only powered by the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. He couldn't catch up to Duan Lingtian no matter what. So long as Duan Lingtian didn't give him the chance to approach, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Wind force. It's really elementary wind force. There was no lack of people with discerning gazes in the surrounding crowd, and they saw through the aura of wind that suffused the origin energy between Duan Lingtian's legs with a single glance. That was true force, wind force, elementary wind force. It was comparable to the strength of 200 ancient mammoths. The expressions of most people went grim. This son-in-law of City Governor Feng has actually broken the ancient iron law of Cloud Continent. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian was like a ghost as he ceaselessly flashed around Zhong Bai, and he always pulled open a distance from Zhong Bai, causing the grade 6 spirit sword in Zhong Bai's hand to be unable to touch him. At this moment, Zhong Bai was extremely aggrieved. The strength of the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand was strong and swift, yet the speed of his feet just happened to be far inferior to Duan Lingtian. Presently, he seemed as if he was being played with by Duan Lingtian. Let me see how you dodge. Suddenly, Zhong Bai, who was enraged from embarrassment, shouted out explosively. Then he locked onto the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's figure flashing out, and the grade 6 spirit sword in his hand shook before leaving his hand and flashing straight towards Duan Lingtian. Swish! The grade 6 spirit sword seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that tightly locked onto Duan Lingtian, and it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls that pierced the eardrums. This sword strike was powered by the strength of 1,100 ancient mammoths, and its speed was swift to the point it far surpassed the speed of Duan Lingtian's feet. You're slightly clever. When faced with this sword strike, Duan Lingtian's figure stopped moving, as he knew that continuing to dodge at this moment was completely meaningless. With his current speed, even if he utilized the quake energy to the limit, it would still be inferior to the speed of Zhong Bai's sword strike. After Duan Lingtian stopped, a dark, violet, flexible sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian attacked. Sword drawing arts. His sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, especially when besides raging origin energy, it also contained the fierce elementary wind force. Whoosh! In the sky, 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Swish! The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand followed like a shadow, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it easily blocked Zhong Bai's sword strike. Clang! Only a single sword strike had blasted Zhong Bai's grade 6 spirit, sword flying out in a clean and efficient manner. Whirlwind! Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, and he once again transformed into a gale that charged towards Zhong Bai, whose expression went grim. Show mercy! The expression of Zhong Bai's father, City Governor Zhong, went grim, yet he didn't dare lend a hand. only because he noticed that Feng Wudao's aura had already locked onto him, causing him to not dare make a rash move. Oem! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and when it arrived before Zhong Bai, he abruptly spun and slapped out with the body of the sword. Slap! The body of the sword blasted onto Zhong Bai's body, slapping Zhong by flying to fiercely collide with the mountain wall at the side of the gorge. For a time, shattered rocks shot out and dust suffused the air. On the other hand, Zhong Bai rubbed against the mountain wall before fiercely falling to the ground, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme. The gaze he shot at Duan Lingtian was filled with terror. Duan Lingtian withdrew his sword and stood there, then glanced indifferently at Zhong Bai before returning to Feng Tianwu's side. No one noticed that at this moment, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath her veil was completely rosy, and she seemed to be even happier than when she taught Zhong Bai a lesson herself. Congratulations, City Governor Feng, for obtaining a fine son-in-law. Congratulations, City Governor Feng. City Governor Feng is so fortunate to actually obtain such a fine son-in-law. Presently, the people of the other 28 cities were practically gathered together, and the city governors of the 28 cities congratulated Feng Wudao one after another. On the other hand, Feng Wudao's face revealed a rare smile. Thank you for showing mercy, little brother. After City Governor Zhong gave Zhong Bai the medicinal pill, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of gratitude. He knew clearly in his heart. Earlier, even if Duan Lingtian had really killed his son, he wouldn't dare take revenge, and could only grit his teeth and swallow it down. Feng Wudao was too formidable. Even if he joined forces with the other 28 city governors, they might not be a match for Feng Wudao. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. There's still half an hour before the Soul Cleanse pool opens. It was unknown who said this. The gazes of most people within the gorge descended onto the ball of clouds and mist within the gorge. The clouds and mist converged together and revealed a mysterious and unfathomable aura. The Soul Cleanse pool is within. Chapter 436. 9 Inscriptions. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Relying on his acute spiritual force, he was able to notice that the cloud and mist before him was actually an inscription formation, and it had a total of 9 inscriptions that complemented each other, causing it to be extremely profound. The defensive strength of this inscription formation is sufficient to withstand the attacks of martial artists below the void transformation stage. 9 inscriptions combine together to form a cycle that is capable of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. So long as it isn't destroyed by an expert at the void transformation stage in one go, then no matter how great the damage is, it would be able to automatically recover in a short period of time. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian was able to realize that the inscription master that left behind this inscription formation was extremely extraordinary, combining 9 types of inscriptions to form this formidable inscription formation. The spiritual force of this inscription master is at least at the void transformation stage or above. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, Elder brother Duan, have you noticed something? Feng Tianwu, who'd always been paying attention to Duan Lingtian, noticed the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, and she asked via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded and spoke of his discovery. An inscription master whose spiritual force has attained the void transformation stage? Then wouldn't the person that left behind this inscription formation possibly be an expert at the void transformation stage or above? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath the veil went slightly pale, more than 90%. Duan Lingtian replied via voice transmission. After all, not everyone was like him, whose spiritual force was able to surpass their cultivation by a great deal. The reason his spiritual force was strong was because his soul came from the earth of his previous life, and later on it collided with the formidable soul of Samsara Emperor Wu, causing an unusual change to occur. An ordinary inscription master's spiritual force was practically equal to their cultivation. Of course, there were also some outstanding inscription masters whose spiritual energy level was 1 or 2 levels higher than their own cultivation level. However, it was not as exaggerated as Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu stood together and looked at each other as they communicated with each other. This scene appeared to be calm, but in the eyes of those who were paying attention, it had a completely different meaning. Miss Tianwu and this little brother are really a match made in heaven. A city lord could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As for Feng Tianwu, her beautiful face under the veil was completely red. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could feel numerous gazes of envy and jealousy flashing over from the surroundings and descending onto him. He didn't care about this and didn't want to explain anything. Even though there was nothing between him and Feng Tianwu, if he were to explain at this moment, then even if the others believed him, it would be unavoidable for Feng Wudao and his daughter to lose face. To him, Feng Tianwu was his friend, and Feng Wudao was Feng Tianwu's father, so he was his elder. He naturally would make things difficult for Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao. If Wu is really able to walk together with him, it would be Wu-er's fortune as well. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. Now, the more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more he wanted Duan Lingtian to become his son-in-law. Half an hour of time passed by quickly. The Soul Cleanse pool is about to open. It was unknown who called out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian was able to see the ball of cloud and mist in the gorge split open from the middle, as if it was split open by an enormous axe. The cloud and mist split apart, and what entered his eyes was an expanse of gray, causing him to be unable to see the scene within clearly. But Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had instead easily entered into it and touched the Soul Cleanse pool. As he felt the so-called spirit energy that suffused the Soul Cleanse pool, his spiritual force felt a wave of comfort. Even though the inscription formation that enveloped the Soul Cleanse pool had been opened, yet not a single person entered it. The gazes of the 29 city lords all descended onto Feng Wudao. Go on in. Only when Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian did Duan Lingtian come to his senses. So it turned out that the various city lords were waiting for him to enter. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that he was able to enjoy such treatment because of Feng Wudao. Otherwise, the various city lords wouldn't look him in the eye at all. Duan Lingtian nodded, then looked at the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little Gold, go over to Tianwu first. I'll be out very soon. Squeak, squeak. Even though the little gold mouse was slightly unwilling, she still obediently jumped onto Tianwu's hand. Elder brother Duan, don't worry. I'll take good care of little Gold. Tianwu guaranteed to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded with a light smile. Then his figure flashed out as if he'd transformed into the wind, and he was the first to pass through the split-open inscription formation and enter within it. After passing through the gray and misty mist, Duan Lingtian felt the scene before his eyes suddenly become clear. What entered his eyes was a spacious lake, and strands of green light seemed to jump about on the surface of the lake. Soul Cleanse pool, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. When he noticed the waves of movement that came from behind him and knew that the other 29 young geniuses from the various cities were about to enter, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate to fly out and jump into the Soul Cleanse pool with a thump. Then he snuck into it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian was able to notice that his spiritual force that hadn't moved for a long time had suddenly become slightly restless. Looks like the spirit energy within this Soul Cleanse pool is indeed capable of assisting my spiritual force to break through. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Once his spiritual force broke through, the range of inscriptions he could inscribe would increase. Some high-grade inscriptions that he couldn't inscribe in the past would be able to be inscribed easily. When he thought of the scene of him utilizing inscriptions and causing a void prying stage martial artist to be annihilated, Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. The spirit energy of this soul cleanse pool actually doesn't need me to intentionally absorb it, and it completely fuses into my soul by itself to strengthen my spiritual force. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed this. This caused him to be indescribably, pleasantly surprised. Since it's like this, then I'll properly investigate exactly what this soul cleanse pool is. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he continued diving towards the soul cleanse pool. He didn't forget his original intention all along. According to the past experiences of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was surely a profundity within the soul cleanse pool that was able to produce spirit energy. Now, Duan Lingtian precisely intended to search for the profundity within it. After all, Samsara Emperor Wu had once encountered an existence similar to the soul cleanse pool, and in the end he'd found a spirit fruit that had effects that far surpassed the soul transformation fruit in the depths of the pool. That spirit fruit had also caused the level of Samsara Emperor Wu's soul to surpass his cultivation by an entire 3 levels in one go. Although it wasn't as abnormal as the current Duan Lingtian, it could still be considered to be shocking. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, holding his breath and diving wasn't difficult in the slightest. After a short moment, he'd smoothly dived into the depths of the soul cleanse pool. And at this moment, the sound of water falling into the soul cleanse pool arose. It was the young geniuses of the other 29 cities that had dived into the soul cleanse pool. Most of these young geniuses stayed on the spot and enjoyed the tempering and baptism of their souls. There was also a small portion that curiously dived in and sized up the surroundings. But what entered their eyes was a boundless expanse, causing them to not dive down for long before returning. The unknown was the most terrifying. They weren't sure what was in the depths of the soul cleanse pool, so they didn't dare take the risk. After all, they were different from Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, I can utilize my spiritual force. Otherwise, I'd be utterly unable to find my way in this soul cleanse pool. Duan Lingtian, who'd always been diving down, couldn't help but think in his heart. His spiritual force had always maintained its detection of the scene ahead. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd arrived at the bottom of the soul cleanse pool. There's actually nothing here. At the bottom of the soul cleanse pool, an expanse of emptiness entered his eyes, and only some dense aquatic plants were concealed everywhere. But the density of the spirit energy here seems to be higher than outside. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his spiritual force stretched out once more. Normally speaking, if the spirit energy in this soul cleanse pool really comes from a certain spirit fruit, then the spirit energy at the location of the spirit fruit ought to be denser than here. Presently, Duan Lingtian was precisely investigating the depths of the soul cleanse pool, where the origin energy was denser. 15 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Duan Lingtian was extremely patient as he slowly walked at the bottom of the soul cleanse pool, and as he walked, he investigated the density of the spirit energy in the surroundings. Needless to say, the soul cleanse pool was truly extremely large. Duan Lingtian walked as he investigated, and he spent 2 hours before walking half of the soul cleanse pool. The density of the spirit energy seems to be weaker than it was at the beginning. Duan Lingtian was first shocked, and then he came to an understanding. Right besides me, there are still 29 people absorbing the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool to temper their souls, so it's normal for the consumption of spirit energy to be fast. But where exactly is the source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool? Duan Lingtian continued to walk towards the other side of the soul cleanse pool, and his spiritual force stretched out as he carefully investigated, not missing any clues. Time silently passed by. Another half an hour passed. Found it. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's body slightly trembled, and an excited expression appeared on his face. The spiritual force he stretched out had finally discovered the source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool. At the side of the soul cleanse pool, behind a large expanse of dense aquatic plants. Luckily, Duan Lingtian was slightly glad. After all, he'd searched all the way here, and no matter if it was his body or spiritual force, he was more or less exhausted. When he saw this expanse of aquatic plants earlier, he instinctively wanted to make his spiritual force skip over it. In the end, he finally patiently extended his spiritual force over and carefully investigated. There's actually an underwater passageway under this aquatic plant. Duan Lingtian lifted a patch of aquatic plants and discovered that there was actually a passageway that could allow one person to pass through. And standing here, Duan Lingtian could feel that the tempering speed of his spiritual force seemed to have increased by quite a bit. The source of the spirit energy in the soul cleanse pool is inside. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian entered the passageway and dived down. At the beginning, the passageway was downwards. After a period of time, it became upwards. Duan Lingtian continued to swim upstream. Finally, Duan Lingtian swam out of the passageway. I finally reached the end. This. Chapter 437. This was a completely sealed-off abode, and only the underwater passageway led to this place. The furnishings within the abode were very simple, and there was only a stone table, a stone stool, and a stone bed. Duan Lingtian arrived before the stone table and blew on it, causing dust to pervade the air. Looks like no one has been here for a long time. Recalling the reason he came here, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out. In the end, he sensed a dense spirit energy behind the stone bed. What exactly is it? Under the urging of his curiosity, Duan Lingtian went forward to take a look. After passing through the stone bed, Duan Lingtian saw a gap in the ground, and within the gap, a dark green plant tenaciously grew there. On the plant hung a sparkling and translucent spirit fruit that was dark green in color. This is Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. His conjecture was indeed correct. The spirit energy of the soul cleanse pool was indeed the same as what Reincarnation Emperor Wu had encountered all those years ago, and was emitted by a spirit fruit and fused into the water. Now, when approaching the spirit fruit, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his mind go blank, and right at this instant, it seemed as if something in his soul had split open. My spiritual force has changed. And right at this moment, Duan Lingtian joyfully noticed that his spiritual force that was stuck in a bottleneck had actually broken through the shackles in one go, and smoothly broke through to the void prying stage. He'd finally broken through. It's all thanks to this. Duan Lingtian's burning gaze concentrated on the spirit fruit, and at the same time he started to search the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. He didn't recognize what spirit fruit this was. Finally, Duan Lingtian obtained an answer from the lifetime of memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up. The nether soul fruit was the same as the soul transformation fruit, a spirit fruit that could improve the soul and raise the level of spiritual force. In terms of medicinal strength, it was far superior to the soul transformation fruit. I really didn't expect my luck to be so good. Although I didn't obtain the soul transformation fruit, I obtained an even better nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian began to seriously size up the nether soul fruit. Soon, he discovered a problem. This nether soul fruit doesn't seem to be ripe yet. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Looking at the green color on the surface of the spectral soul fruit, a bitter smile unknowingly appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, it shouldn't be too long before the netherworld fruit ripens. It'll only take 3 days at most for it to ripen. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he became a little excited. 3 days. I won't go out for now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In his opinion, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse knew of his strength, and they knew that he would surely not encounter any danger after entering the soul cleanse pool. As for the inscription formation, he could use his spiritual force to open it. Duan Lingtian raised his hand to sweep away the dust on the stone bed, and then he sat cross-legged on it before starting to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique. Wind WYRM transformation. Duan Lingtian immersed his entire body and mind into cultivation, and he quickly entered into a state of cultivation. Duan Lingtian noticed that after his soul transformed, his cultivation speed seemed to have increased slightly when compared to before. Looks like even if it's natural talent at the limit, it still needs to rely on a strong soul to unearth it to a certain extent. Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down and continued cultivating. A day's time passed very quickly. Within the vast gorge, numerous figures flashed out from behind the ball of cloud and mist that split open, and they were the young geniuses of the various cities that had entered the soul cleanse pool. In next to no time, 29 people came out successively. Where's elder brother Duan? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face beneath the veil went slightly pale, and her beautiful eyes that were like autumn water contained slight worry mixed within. Young miss, don't worry. With brother Duan's ability, he'll absolutely be fine. The nearby gray-clothed old man shook his head and smiled, and his words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. City Governor Feng, then we'll be taking our leave first. The 29 city governors led the young geniuses by their sides to bid farewell to Feng Wu Dao one after another. Feng Wu Dao nodded lightly, and his gaze never left the ball of cloud and mist that split open. The entrance to the soul cleanse pool seemed to be waiting for something, and he utterly didn't look the 29 city governors in the eye. The 29 city governors didn't dare be dissatisfied, and they each called over a flying demon beast before flying away. For a time, only Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 and the little gold mouse remained within the vast gorge. Why hasn't brother Duan come out yet? The soul cleanse pool's inscription formation is about to close. The old man looked at the cloud and mist that started to converge before him, and he frowned. Squeak, squeak! Right at this moment, the little gold mouse that had always been on Feng Tianwu's hand cried out before transforming into a golden light that shot into the cloud and mist that hadn't completely converged, and it entered the soul cleanse pool. Little gold! Feng Tianwu's face went grim, and before Feng Wu Dao and the old man could react, her figure flashed out as if transforming into a ball of flames that fused into the cloud and mist. Wu! Young miss! Feng Wu Dao and the old man's faces went grim, and they didn't dare hesitate as both of them flashed out to follow her in. Meanwhile, the cloud and mist had converged together, and the entrance to the soul cleanse pool had completely closed, and it would only open again 3 years later. Where's little gold? Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu wasn't unfamiliar with the soul cleanse pool, as she'd come here 3 years ago. But now that she'd entered the lakeside outside the soul cleanse pool, her beautiful face that was covered by the veil had an expression of worry. Little gold, little gold. Feng Tianwu noticed that after the little gold mouse entered, she'd actually vanished without a trace. Her gaze descended onto the soul cleanse pool. Could it be that little gold has entered the soul cleanse pool? I promised elder brother Duan that I would take good care of little gold. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes squinted as she turned over and entered the soul cleanse pool. Meanwhile, Feng Wu Dao and the old man entered as well, and they just happened to see this scene, causing them to look at each other and laugh bitterly. But they weren't worried, as the soul cleanse pool was only so big, and there wouldn't be any danger. Especially when the old man's formidable spiritual force stretched out, and he was easily able to sense Feng Tianwu's location and confirm Feng Tianwu's safety. Elder Kong, do you have a way to get out? Feng Wu Dao sized up the gray and hazy clouds and mist around the soul cleanse pool, and he frowned slightly as he asked, "No, I'm unable to break open this inscription formation." Elder Kong had a serious expression, as an inscription formation was an existence he hadn't come into contact with. This inscription formation can be said to be difficult, yet it can be said to be easy. But it's the ability of a void transformation stage expert, after all, and it's far from something I can see through. Perhaps Brother Duan has a way. Is your spiritual force able to detect the location of Duan Lingtian? Feng Wudao asked. No. My spiritual force is only able to touch the upper half of the soul cleanse pool. There's no trace of Brother Duan and that little gold mouse. Instead, the young miss is about to leave the range of my spiritual force, so I'll go down and take a look. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he flew out and fused into the soul cleanse pool. Within the abode, Duan Lingtian cultivated in meditation, and when he felt it was about time, he opened his eyes. His face revealed a delighted expression, and he raised his hand with the intention of taking the nether soul fruit. However, this glance caused Duan Lingtian's face to go pale. He saw that the plant was still there, yet the nether soul fruit on it had vanished without a trace. Where's the nether soul fruit? Who took the nether soul fruit? Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely unsightly, and his fierce gaze swept past as he started searching within the abode. He could be sure that someone had surely seized the nether soul fruit before him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had noticed the culprit. On the other side of the stone bed, a furry little gold mouse lay there, and it had fallen into a deep sleep. A wisp of dark green liquid could be seen at the corner of its mouth. The dark green liquid was suffused with strands of deep spirit energy. Little Gold, you actually stole and ate my nether soul fruit. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's feelings were complicated, and it was difficult to express with words. Once he consumed the nether soul fruit, it was able to allow his soul to advance by a few levels, and it was even to the extent of directly pursuing the soul of an ordinary void initiation stage martial artist. But now, all of this had transformed into the moon in the mirror, flowers in the water, whereas the culprit was precisely this infant jade-eyed heavenly mouse. This little fellow wouldn't be pretending to be asleep, right? Didn't I ask you to stay properly by Tianwu's side? What did you come in for? Duan Lingtian grabbed the little gold mouse with slight helplessness, yet he noticed that the little gold mouse had indeed fallen into a deep sleep, and it was a deep sleep state. Looks like it's digesting the nether soul fruit, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. If it was another demon beast that stole and ate the nether soul fruit, Duan Lingtian would kill it without the slightest hesitation. But now, the one that stole and ate the nether soul fruit was Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian could only grit his teeth and swallow this pain. Never mind, I'll take it as helping you, little fellow. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding and didn't think any further. Presumably, Little Gold would be able to obtain great benefits after consuming the nether soul fruit. Little Gold was strong, and it was of great help to him. The cycle of kindness. It's been 3 days, it's time to go out. Duan Lingtian brought the little gold mouse along and dived into the underwater passageway before leaving the abode. This little gold was actually able to find this underwater passageway. It's really something, as expected of the descendant of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. As he moved about in the underwater passageway, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, besides possessing brute strength, the jade-eyed heavenly mouse is also adept in soul attacks and knows some unfathomable soul skills. Only after attaining the level of Emperor Wu would a human martial artist be able to come into contact with the true essence of the soul and come into contact with the unfathomable soul attacks. Soul attacks are commonly called as spiritual force attacks in Cloud Continent. There are many demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent that are able to execute spiritual force attacks before they become demon emperors. Amongst them is the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. through the memories of Samsara Emperor. He could deeply feel how terrifying spiritual force attacks were. A single thought was sufficient to injure and shatter another soul. Chapter 438. I wonder if Little Gold will be able to awaken the inheritance related to that unfathomable soul skill after her soul strengthens after consuming the nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian found out about the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Once the descendants of a jade-eyed heavenly mouse grew to a certain extent, they would receive the corresponding inheritance of the jade-eyed heavenly mouse clan. Amongst them included that unfathomable soul skill. Soul skills are a type of attack that uses spiritual force to attack, and it's impossible to guard against. The soul skills of demon beasts are usually executed through the soul brand of their innate inheritance. Even if a human martial artist knows the method to utilize the inherited soul skills of demon beasts, he would still be unable to execute it. After Duan Lingtian found out about all this from Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, he couldn't help but sigh. After all, he'd thought earlier that once the little gold mouse awakened the memories related to inherited soul skills, he'd ask the little gold mouse to pass it down to him. In that way, he'd be able to rely on his spiritual force to execute soul skills. But unfortunately, his imagination was beautiful, yet reality was cruel. As his thoughts spun, Duan Lingtian left the underwater passageway and returned to the Soul Cleanse pool. Right when he swam up and arrived at the upper half of the Soul Cleanse pool, he sensed an exceedingly strong spiritual force sweeping over. Elder Kong! At the first possible moment, Duan Lingtian guessed who the owner of this strong spiritual force was. When Duan Lingtian leaped out of the Soul Cleanse pool, Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were already waiting there. Elder Brother Duan. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already removed the veil on her face and revealed her peerless appearance, but she was slightly disappointed at this moment. I'm sorry, I didn't look after Little Gold. I don't know where Little Gold went. Duan Lingtian was curious earlier why Feng Tianwu would reveal such an expression, but now when he heard Feng Tianwu, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The little fellow is here. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the little gold mouse. Earlier, he swam all the way up and tied the little gold mouse that had fallen into a deep slumber to his belt. Little Gold. When Feng Tianwu saw the little gold mouse, her peerlessly beautiful face recovered its vigor, and when she saw that the little gold mouse didn't have any movements, she had a worried expression. Elder Brother Duan, what's wrong with Little Gold? It's fine. It's just asleep. When he thought of the reason why the little gold mouse had fallen asleep, Duan Lingtian gnashed his teeth in hatred. City Lord Elder Kong, why are you here as well? The closing of the Soul Cleanse pool's inscription formation was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. The appearance of the little gold mouse had already exceeded his expectations. Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 being within the Soul Cleanse pool had exceeded his expectations even more. After Wu saw this little gold mouse run in, she followed it in. Elder Kong and I were worried about her, so we followed her in. Don't you know how anxious this little girl was when she noticed that the little gold mouse was nowhere to be seen? As Feng Wu Dao spoke, he took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu as his heart trembled slightly, and he revealed a light smile. I'm sorry I made you worry. Elder Brother Duan, it's fine as long as you and Little Gold are fine. Feng Tianwu shook her head, and she revealed a smile that could turn the world upside down. Right, Elder Brother Duan. Where did you and Little Gold go? My father, Grandpa Kong, and I searched the entire Soul Cleanse pool, yet we didn't notice a trace of the 2 of you. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian with tacit understanding as well. Duan Lingtian said slowly, there's a concealed underwater passageway beneath the Soul Cleanse pool, and it leads to a completely sealed-off abode. I spent these 2 days within that abode. That abode seems to have been inhabited by someone, and it's covered in dust. According to my estimations, the owner of that abode is very likely the inscription master that set up the inscription formation on the soul cleanse pool. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong were moved. Brother Duan, you said there's an underwater passageway beneath the soul cleanse pool that leads to the abode of the inscription master that left behind this inscription formation? Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian with an excited expression. As an inscription master, he was naturally able to discern the profundity of the inscription formation that enveloped the soul cleanse pool. The 9 inscriptions complemented each other, and only an inscription master whose soul had attained the void transformation stage was capable of setting it up. Yet now, the abode of that inscription master was right before their eyes. It's only my guess, it might not be him. Duan Lingtian naturally guessed the reason for Elder Kong's excitement. You've spent these past 2 days inside. You ought to have noticed something, right? Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Sort of. Duan Lingtian's bitter smile drew the attention of Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong. When faced with the gazes of the 3 people, Duan Lingtian glanced helplessly at the little gold mouse in his hand and said slowly, 3 days ago, after I entered the soul cleanse pool, I went to search for the source of the spirit energy within the soul cleanse pool. In the end, I discovered that underwater passageway. Later on, I entered that abode and found another soul fruit within the abode. Another soul fruit? Feng Tianwu didn't have any reaction when Duan Lingtian finished speaking, whereas the expressions of Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong instantly went grim. Especially Elder Kong. An inscription master at his level had a formidable soul, and even a soul transformation fruit was extremely limited in its assistance to him. However, the nether soul fruit was a precious spirit fruit that surpassed the soul transformation fruit. Even if he consumed it, it would at least allow his soul to advance by 2 or 3 levels. You consumed the nether soul fruit? Elder Kong stared blankly at Duan Lingtian as a bright light flashed within his muddy eyes, and they were filled with envy. Subsequently, Feng Tianwu found out about the preciousness of the nether soul fruit from Duan Lingtian as well. She looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Congratulations, elder brother Duan. I didn't consume the nether soul fruit. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and at the same time he couldn't help but glare at the little gold mouse that had fallen asleep in his hand. Feng Wu Dao and the others looked at Duan Lingtian with puzzled expressions. 3 days ago, I noticed the nether soul fruit, Duan Lingtian sighed as he recounted the sequence of events that had occurred. All of this wasn't a secret. After they finished listening to Duan Lingtian, the gazes of Feng Wu Dao and the others simultaneously descended onto the little gold mouse in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were filled with astonishment. A reckless waste of gods giving gifts. A reckless waste of gods giving gifts. Feng Wu Dao couldn't help but shake his head and sigh with emotion. If I knew earlier that this little fellow would seize your fortuitous encounters, I ought to have watched it since the beginning and not allowed it to charge in. Elder brother Duan, I'm sorry. I didn't watch Little Gold properly and allowed it to secretly eat the spirit fruit you intended to consume. Feng Tianwu had an apologetic expression, and she was delicate and pitiful as her eyes were filled with tears. It's fine. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he rubbed the little gold mouse in his hand. Little Gold, consuming the nether soul fruit, can be considered to be its fortune. Brother Duan is truly open-minded. It's admirable. Elder Kong couldn't help but glance at Duan Lingtian, and then his gaze lit up. Brother Ling, Elder Kong, if you're interested in that abode that's suspected to be left behind by an inscription master, then I'll bring you over to have a look. Before Elder Kong could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt him, and after he placed the little gold mouse at the side, his figure flashed out to once again enter the soul cleanse pool. This time, it wasn't only Elder Kong. Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu had followed him as well. This underwater passageway is actually concealed beneath the aquatic plants. No wonder I didn't notice anything. When I used my spiritual force to investigate earlier, I intentionally avoided these aquatic plants. Yet I never imagined that the thing I didn't pay attention to the most actually concealed a secret. When he saw Duan Lingtian push aside the aquatic plants and enter the passageway beneath the tree, Elder Kong communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. It was because he was attentive that day, otherwise he would have missed this underwater passageway just like Elder Kong. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's lead, Elder Kong and Fengwu Dao arrived at the abode together. After Elder Kong arrived at the abode, he started searching all around. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian felt that Elder Kong was doing something useless. But unexpectedly, "Brother Duan, quickly come over and look." Elder Kong's exclamation of surprise entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and at the same time, it alarmed Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu. The three of them walked over. They saw that along with Elder Kong raising his hand to slap the wall at the side of the abode, along with the dust on the wall falling down, dense words appeared before the eyes of the three of them. This is Insights in the Art of Inscriptions. Duan Lingtian roughly glanced at it and discerned what was recorded on the words inscribed on the wall, and it was the lifetime worth of insights left behind by an inscription master. Looks like this abode is really as Brother Duan guessed. It was left behind by the inscription master that set up the inscription formation on the Soul Cleanse pool. This inscription master was a void interpretation stage expert. Elder Kong muttered to himself as if he'd lost his soul as he looked at the words on the wall. The words on the wall were the lifetime worth of insights left behind by the inscription master that had stepped into the void interpretation stage, and it was a supreme treasure to an inscription master. But to Duan Lingtian it wasn't worth mentioning. The insights in the Tao of inscriptions left behind by that inscription master is utterly unable to compare to the insights in the Tao of inscriptions in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Perhaps these insights in the Tao of inscriptions are useful to Elder Kong, but it's useless to me. Duan Lingtian only swept a few glances at the insights in the Tao of inscriptions on the wall before turning around with disinterest to observe the surroundings. Earlier, he really didn't notice the words on the wall. There's some here as well. Feng Tianwu's voice sounded out, and only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the other side of the cave wall was similarly inscribed with dense words. What's this? Originally, Duan Lingtian similarly wasn't interested in the words on the other side of the cave wall, but Feng Tianwu's low exclamation still drew his attention. Duan Lingtian walked over. "Elder brother Duan, look here. Is this an inscription?" Feng Tianwu pointed at a place on the wall as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced over. On the wall, besides the dense section of insights related to the Tao of inscriptions, there was a strange mark behind a wisp of light dust. This mark didn't seem to have been carved on. A wisp of gold seemed to be concealed behind the dust. It's slightly like an inscription, yet doesn't seem to be. Chapter 439. Just as Duan Lingtian extended his hand to wipe off the dust on the strange mark, and his palm came into contact with the strange mark, whoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. The completely revealed strange mark suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. It was as though it had transformed into a dazzling sun in an instant. Then this small, blazing sun gradually faded away. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt an extremely strange energy sweeping out from the wall and into his palm. It was so fast that it made Duan Lingtian's hair stand on end. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. That extremely strange energy swept directly toward his soul. Oh no! Duan Lingtian's heart was in a state of panic. The soul was the foundation of a person. If his soul was destroyed, it would mean that his life would wither away. All that would be left was a lifeless body. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy swept out from his soul in an attempt to stop this extremely strange energy. However, this energy completely ignored Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy and swept all the way toward Duan Lingtian's soul. It was as though it would not stop until it destroyed Duan Lingtian's soul. Boom! The instant this extremely strange energy collided with his soul, Duan Lingtian felt despair. Am I going to die? In the next moment, his soul shook, causing Duan Lingtian to feel dizzy. I'm not dead. Duan Lingtian snapped back to reality. Only then did he realize that his consciousness was still there. His soul had not been destroyed. Elder brother Duan, what happened just now? Why is the inscription gone? A pleasant and light voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his excited thoughts. Duan Lingtian looked at the cavern wall before him once more, and he noticed that the gold-colored strange mark had vanished as if it had never appeared. When he recalled what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, Tianwu, you didn't see anything earlier? No. Feng Tianwu shook her head. I only saw elder brother Duan wipe off the dust on the gold-colored inscription, and then the inscription vanished. Could it be that the inscription was drawn on the cavern wall? Was it wiped off along with the dust by elder brother Duan earlier? Perhaps. At the same time that Duan Lingtian nodded, his mood surged. He didn't know exactly what that gold-colored strange mark was. It was precisely because of this that allowed him to realize that mark wasn't simple. Tian Wu said she didn't see anything. In other words, I was the only one who saw the scene of the strange mark emitting a scorching, sun-like light just now. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he looked at Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong who stood at the side. Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong were obviously not alarmed. What exactly is that mark? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his spiritual force fused into his soul as he started searching. In the end, he noticed that there seemed to be something extra within his soul. Although the strength of his current spiritual force was insufficient to replace his eyes and was unable to see what was extra within his soul. But his spiritual force still told him that his soul had become different from before. This feeling, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes and used his spiritual force to sense the difference in his soul to the best of his ability. In the end, he obtained an answer. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, something similar would only appear in the souls of those demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent. This thing seems to be slightly similar to the soul brand of those demon beasts. Soul brand. Some demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent were able to awaken their soul brand and awaken the inherited memories related to soul skills before they became demon emperors. These demon beasts relied on the soul brand to execute soul attacks in advance, which was also known as spiritual force attacks, whereas Little Gold, as a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, was one of these demon beasts with extraordinary natural talent. But according to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, it's impossible for a soul brand to appear within a human. Only after a human martial artist's cultivation breaks through to the Emperor Wu realm would they be able to grasp the basics of the soul and control spiritual force against their enemies. Moreover, not every human martial artist is able to easily control their spiritual force against their enemies. Over 80% of human martial artists that are able to easily control their spiritual force against their enemies are inscription masters. There's also another portion that are existences that are innately stronger than ordinary human martial artists. An ordinary human emperor would have to put in much more effort to control their spiritual force against their enemies than the former. After all, their starting point is far inferior to the former. Moreover, this type of human Emperor Wu, even if they concentrated on researching spiritual force attacks, it would be very difficult for them to have great accomplishments. Within Duan Lingtian's mind, the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara flashed past one by one. But why would something similar to a soul brand appear within my soul now? Duan Lingtian was puzzled after pondering for a long time. Could it be related to the strange brand that appeared on the cavern wall earlier? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think. At the same time, for the sake of investigating, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force coiled around the existence that seemed to be a soul brand on his soul. Wham! His spiritual force swept out and pierced into it. In practically an instant, Duan Lingtian felt his soul tremble, and an extremely hollow voice sounded out within his mind out of thin air. Lucky successor! When you hear this message of mine, you should have already obtained the soul brand I left behind. This unfamiliar voice caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was struck by lightning. At this moment, Duan Lingtian faintly guessed who the owner of the voice was. I'm an inscription master from the foreign lands, and my pursuit is different from ordinary inscription masters. I've contributed all my energy to the research of soul brands. Those demon beasts don't need to break through to the demon emperor realm to be able to utilize their soul brands to execute spiritual force against their enemies, and it usually causes us human martial artists to be unable to guard against it. My research is to allow human martial artists to possess their own soul brand. But unfortunately, the facts prove that I'm still too naive. I've walked through more than half of Cloud Continent in my lifetime, and when I arrived here, I was already in my twilight years. So what if I'm at the void interpretation stage? After 100 years, I'll still transform into a pile of dirt and return to the heavens and the earth. When I'm old, I'm always more long-winded. I hope you don't mind. Although I haven't researched a soul brand that allows human martial artists to execute spiritual force attacks before breaking through to the Emperor Wu realm in my lifetime, I can't be considered to have gained nothing. I used the seed of the nether soul fruit as a guide and relied on my lifetime's attainments and inscriptions to finally leave behind a special soul brand. It's also the soul brand you've obtained now. These words of mine are precisely what I left behind in the soul brand using the voice transmission inscription. When I left behind this soul brand, my lifespan was about to end, and I decided to leave to find a peaceful place to spend the rest of my life. Although this soul brand is unable to allow you to execute a spiritual force attack that can destroy the soul of another, but according to my estimations, it ought to be able to assist you in executing some special spiritual force techniques. As for exactly how it is, you'll have to rely on yourself to figure it out. Besides that, since you're able to fuse with the soul brand I left behind, I presume your spiritual force is unique, and you're most likely an inscription master. I've left behind my lifetime's experience in inscriptions on the wall of this abode, and I hope it'll be able to help you. When the voice reached here, it was completely annihilated without a sound. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, and his pupils constricted as shock arose in his heart. This inscription master is really amazing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. After fusing with the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he knew very well what this inscription master's actions meant. Even if it was the reincarnation Emperor Wu, although he was very interested in the soul brand of those demon beasts with extraordinary talent, he completely gave up after researching for a few years, because the reincarnation Emperor Wu felt that continuing to research would only be useless. Moreover, at that time, the reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't need a soul brand at all, so he didn't pay much attention to it. As a powerhouse at the Emperor Wu stage and a formidable inscription master, so long as he condensed his spiritual force and swept it out, there wasn't a single Emperor Wu in Cloud Continent that could block his spiritual force attack and not be injured. Compared to the reincarnation Emperor Wu, this inscription master was much more persistent. He spent his entire life and finally researched a soul brand in the end. The shock in Duan Lingtian's heart gradually calmed down. After calming down, Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. I almost forgot something. According to the inscription master's words, he himself seems to not know what use the soul brand that fused with my soul has now. Then, wouldn't I become his lab rat? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that unknowingly he seemed to have become that inscription master's test subject. I hope the soul brand left behind by that inscription master is fine. Otherwise, I'll really be finished by him. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. According to what that inscription master said, the soul brand in my soul can't directly execute a spiritual force attack against an enemy. Looks like I have to study it for a while before I know exactly what use this soul brand has. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. At the same time, he recalled the matter that the inscription master had mentioned earlier. According to what that inscription master said, the soul brand that fused into my soul seemed to be constructed with the seed of the nether soul fruit as a guide and combined with the inscription patterns. The seed of the nether soul fruit. He really wasted God's given gifts. Looks like it's very likely that the nether soul fruit that grew in this abode was grown from the seed he left behind that day. Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened and completely understood many things now. Unfortunately, a plant grown from a seed of the nether soul fruit can only produce a single nether soul fruit in its lifetime. Otherwise, I could consider moving the nether soul fruit plant elsewhere. Chapter 440. The changes in Duan Lingtian's expression were all noticed by Feng Tianwu, but she utterly didn't know exactly what had happened, and she could only silently stand there. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian had completely recovered from his shock. Only now did he notice that Elder Kong was still seriously looking through the lifetime worth of inscription experiences left behind by the inscription master. These inscription experiences are completely useless to me, but it can be considered to have helped Elder Kong accomplish his goal. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. When he realized that Elder Kong still needed some time to finish looking through the inscription experiences on the walls of the cavern, Duan Lingtian simply sat cross-legged on the stone bed and greeted Feng Tianwu before completely immersing himself in his cultivation. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, wind WYRM form. The 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master was imminent, and Duan Lingtian didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's actions were noticed by Feng Wu Dao, and he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. Geniuses didn't completely rely on natural talent and fortuitous encounters, but relied even more on one's own hard work. Just like a peerless genius, if he didn't have the mood to cultivate and only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun, then he was bound to be unable to accomplish anything great, and it was useless no matter how great his natural talent was. In next to no time, Feng Wu Dao and Feng Tianwu sat on the stone bed and closed their eyes to cultivate. The stone bed was extremely large, and when the 3 of them sat cross-legged, it didn't seem to be crowded in the slightest. Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten the time when his entire body and mind were immersed in his cultivation. He only knew to ceaselessly increase the origin energy in his body and ceaselessly increase his cultivation. Only when his cultivation arrived at the final critical point between the 5th level of the nascent soul stage and the 6th level of the nascent soul stage did he heave a sigh of relief and open his eyes. City Governor, Elder Kong, Tianwu. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the 3 of them were currently sitting before the stone table in the abode, and they were chatting lightly. When the 3 of them noticed that Duan Lingtian had awoken, their faces revealed smiles. In particular, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes, which were like limpid autumn waters, revealed a trace of imperceptible excitement. Elder brother Duan, you're awake. Feng Tianwu stood up and smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. After feeling a burst of hunger in his stomach, he couldn't help but ask, "How long did I cultivate this time?" 1.5 months. Feng Tianwu said. 1.5 months. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. In other words, there were still 4.5 months of time remaining before the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master. Elder Kong, have you finished reading? Duan Lingtian glanced at the walls of the cave and then looked at the gray-robed old man. Yes. The old man nodded with a smile. His face was glowing. It was obvious that he had gained a lot. Brother Duan, aren't you going to take a look? These inscription patterns are of no help to me. Duan Lingtian shook his head. The old man came to a sudden understanding. If he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's attainments in the Tao of Inscriptions, perhaps he would feel that these words of Duan Lingtian's were too arrogant. Looks like the attainments of Brother Duan's teacher that came from the foreign lands in the Tao of Inscriptions even surpassed the owner of this cave, the inscription grandmaster that broke through to the void interpretation stage. Now, only shock remained in his heart. Since it's like this, let's leave. Feng Wu Dao spoke slowly. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 didn't have any objections. In next to no time, the group of 4 left the soul cleanse pool. Little gold hasn't woken up. Feng Tianwu picked up the little gold mouse and was slightly surprised when she noticed it was still sleeping soundly. After all, 1.5 months had passed. She probably still needs to sleep for a period of time. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He who originally wanted to break open the inscription formation noticed that Elder Kong seemed to have the intention to make a move, so he withdrew the spiritual force he stretched out and allowed Elder Kong to make a move. But after a long time, Elder Kong's sweat poured down like rain, yet he was still unable to break open the inscription formation. Elder Kong, it still doesn't work. Feng Wu Dao was slightly astounded. Didn't Elder Kong possess the lifetime worth of knowledge in inscriptions left behind by that inscription master? Why is he unable to break open that person's inscription formation? Elder Kong was slightly embarrassed when he heard this. I might have to familiarize myself with it first. I'll do it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then his spiritual force swept out and relied on the lifetime worth of memories of the Emperor of Wu to easily see through the core of the inscription formation. Even though Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was far inferior to Elder Kong, he'd found the core of the inscription formation and easily broke open the inscription formation. Whoosh! The gray and hazy clouds and mist before their eyes roiled as the inscription formation was activated once more. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 flashed out, along with Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretching out once more. The inscription formation was closed once more. It wasn't just that, he'd even changed the setting of the inscription formation that it would only be activated once every 3 years. In the future, this soul cleanse pool won't be open to the outside world. Duan Lingtian said to Feng Wu Dao's group of 3. The 3 of them nodded and didn't feel that Duan Lingtian's actions had gone too far. After all, the nether soul fruit had been eaten by the little gold mouse, and the soul cleanse pool wouldn't produce any spirit energy in the future. Even if the setting of the inscription formation wasn't changed by Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for anyone to obtain any benefits from the soul cleanse pool in the future. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 ascended the flying demon beast once more and returned to Phoenix Nest City. Phoenix Nest City was peaceful, and it wasn't much different from when they left that day. This time, they'd returned to the city governor's estate and stayed for 3 days before Duan Lingtian intended to bid his farewells and leave. Elder brother Duan, you're leaving so soon? Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face was filled with reluctance. All good things must come to an end. Moreover, I have some things to do. I'll surely come see you in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded, as she was able to discern that Duan Lingtian had already decided to leave. Lingtian kid, remember what you said. Feng Wu Dao looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke via voice transmission. City governor, you can be at ease. I, Duan Lingtian, always keep my word, and I'll absolutely not go back on my word. So long as I really awaken the water spirit body, or ice soul body one day, I'll take Tianwu as my wife and save her life. Duan Lingtian nodded to Feng Wu Dao, then replied via voice transmission. At that time, I'll come to Phoenix Nest City again. There's no need. Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be stunned. There's no need? City governor, what I mean is you don't have to come to Phoenix Nest City again in the future. After a period of time, we'll return to where we came from. If you want to look for us in the future, then go to the capital of the Dark Han dynasty. When you arrive at the capital, you only have to inquire about the Feng clan." Feng Wu Dao's voice transmission sounded out once more, and it caused Duan Lingtian to come to a sudden understanding. Feng clan. It had always been the clan that Feng Wu Dao and the others were from. He remembered it. "Elder brother Duan, you haven't told us where you're from." Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What? Are you afraid I've gone missing?" Duan Lingtian joked, and it caused the heavy atmosphere at the scene to ease up slightly. "I'm from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that's south of the Darkstone Empire. Presently, I'm a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword Sect that's the head of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, I ought to be in the 7-Star Sword Sect for the next few years." 7-Star Sword Sect. Feng Tianwu lightly nodded and silently remembered it. "All right, I ought to be leaving as well. Elder Kong, farewell." Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Elder Kong before leaving the city governor's estate. After Duan Lingtian left. "All right, Wu, he's already left." Feng Wu Dao glanced at his daughter that was still raising her head in anticipation, and he shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart. The heart of this daughter of his had already left with that kid, Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, you're really something. This daughter of mine has peerless natural talent since she was young, and her eyes are extremely high. Yet you've actually captured her heart so quickly." Although Feng Wu Dao was displeased about this, he had no choice but to be convinced. Yes, Feng Tianwu withdrew her gaze, and her beautiful face was filled with a sense of loss. The atmosphere became oppressive once more. Outside Phoenix, Nest City. "Go." A tall and large horse that seemed to be dyed in blood flashed out, and a violet-clothed young man sat on the horse. It was precisely Duan Lingtian who'd just left Phoenix, Nest City. "I forgot that little gold is still in deep slumber. I can only use this Fergana horse to travel for now." Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. He only thought of this after he left the city governor's estate. Although if he returned to the city governor's estate, he could ask for a flying beast from Feng Wu Dao, but he dispelled this thought in the end. At any rate, he wasn't in a hurry now, so he wouldn't trouble someone. He didn't want to owe Feng Wu Dao a favor. Duan Lingtian spurred the horse to gallop all the way north. He traveled day and night, eating the wind and drinking the dew. It was as if he didn't have a destination at all. 4.5 months. I'll casually walk around during this period of time and gain experience and tempering myself. Duan Lingtian decided in his heart. 7-Star Sword Sect, Main Peak, W Peak. A spacious palace stood on the mountainside of W Peak, and it was like a strange beast that lay dormant there. "Brother Lei, Brother Lei." A hurried voice sounded out within the palace. A youth around the age of 17 or 18 that wore green clothes pushed open the door and barged into a room. "Pooh!" The blue-clothed young man that sat on the bed cultivating was alarmed, and his vital energy and blood attacked his heart, causing him to forcefully spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue-clothed young man opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed imperceptibly within his eyes, but it was quickly restrained, and he squeezed out a trace of a smile as he looked at the green-clothed youth that barged in. "Brother Ko, why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" He knew clearly in his heart that although the green-clothed youth before him could be considered to be his cousin brother, the green-clothed youth's status was far from something he could compare to. It was even to the extent that he was able to cultivate here because of this cousin brother of his. After all, the palace he was currently in was the cultivation place of one of the 2 great guardian elders of the 7-Star Sword Sect, Elder Ming. Elder Ming was the great-grandfather of his cousin's bloodline. "Brother Lei, look at this!" The green-clothed youth looked at the blue-clothed young man, then casually withdrew a small booklet and flipped to the middle before passing it over to the blue blue-clothed young man. These 24 words the blue-clothed young man looked over. On the page in the middle of the small booklet, there were 24 conspicuous large words. If you want to continue cultivating, you must first castrate yourself. If you don't castrate yourself, it's difficult to succeed. Chapter 441. Castrate. The blue-clothed young man's pupils constricted and his face went pale. Subsequently, he snatched the small booklet from the green-clothed young man's hand. Castrate. I actually have to castrate myself. The second half of this muscle meridian rebirth scroll can only be cultivated after I castrate myself? This blue-clothed young man was none other than Zhao Lei. The Zhao Lei that left the ancient city of Everlast and rushed back to the Seven-Star Sword Sect after obtaining the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that day. It was precisely because Zhao Lei brought back the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that he had the opportunity to cultivate in this palace, which was also one of the 9 great spirit points of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. 3 months ago, he'd already dispersed his cultivation to cultivate the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. His cousin brother, Zhao Ku, had also dispersed his cultivation like him. Zhao Ku was precisely the only son of the Migres Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Brother Lei, could it be that we really have to castrate ourselves? Zhao Ku asked slightly hesitantly. Obviously, although Zhao Ku wasn't old, he knew what castrating himself meant. Castrate, castrate. Why do I have to castrate myself? Zhao Lei's expression was savage, and cold lights shot out from his eyes. No wonder. I was wondering why I didn't have the effect of rebirth that Uncle spoke of when I cultivated the first half. So it turns out that it's because I didn't castrate myself. In this way, the reason that Duan Lingtian was able to complete rebirth was because he'd already castrated himself? Castrating himself in exchange for rebirth, in exchange for peerlessly monstrous natural talent. At the same time, it also means ending one's bloodline. Zhao Lei closed his eyes, and his body lightly trembled. Presently, the path of the strong was right before his eyes. It all depended on how he chose. The difference of a single thought was like the difference between heaven and earth. Suddenly, Zhao Lei opened his eyes, and his gaze shot out with an incomparably firm gaze. Brother Ko, I've decided. I want to castrate myself. Only after I castrate myself would I be able to possess a natural talent and strength that can compare to that Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ku and spoke resolutely. Brother Lei, you really want to castrate yourself? Zhao Ku's legs started to tremble, and he had a terrified expression. Should we discuss this matter with my father? No. Zhao Lei said resolutely, we can't let your father and my father know about this. Otherwise, they won't let us do this. After all, once we castrate ourselves, it means that the Zhao family will have no more descendants. Zhao Ku was silent. That seemed to be the case. Brother Lei, I'm scared. Zhao Ku's face was deathly pale, his voice trembling slightly. What are you afraid of? Don't you want to have Duan Lingtian's talent? Don't you want to stand out and win glory for your father? Zhao Lei looked at Zhao Ku and asked. When Zhao Ku heard this, his body trembled, and his eyes shot out a sharp light. I want to kill all those people who go against my father. For example, that Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Fan. If it wasn't for him obstructing my father that day, my father would have long since killed Duan Lingtian and seized the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I know, father hates him very much. Therefore, I must become stronger and kill that Zheng Fan to vent my anger for my father. As Zhao Ku finished speaking, his face flushed red, and his eyes flickered with bloodthirsty, killing intent. Exactly, we want to kill all those who go against us and our father. But if we want to become strong, then the fastest way now is to cultivate the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. So long as we castrate ourselves, we'll be reborn and possess monstrous natural talent that's comparable to Duan Lingtian. Bright lights shot out from Zhao Lei's eyes. At that time, the entire seven-star sword sect will be the world of us brothers. You'll be the sect leader, and I'll be the guardian elder. All right. Zhao nodded fiercely. Brother Lei, for the sake of being able to be reborn, we'll castrate ourselves. Just like this, the only sons of the seven-star sword sect's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, and external affairs elder, Zhao Yu, discussed the grand plan of castrating themselves, all for the sake of being able to be reborn as stated in the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of all this. Presently, Duan Lingtian was wandering in the southern area of the Darkstone Empire, a lone ranger, a single man with a single sword wandering the world with a heroic spirit that shot into the clouds, whereas the 2-year agreement with Zither young master grew closer and closer. For months later, in the quiet forest, Duan Lingtian leaned on a large tree. On his shoulder was the cute little gold mouse that was completely furry standing there and looking left and right. Big brother Lingtian, are you sure they'll come? The little gold mouse looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes as she asked via voice transmission. Don't worry, little gold, they'll come. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly as he spoke. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, in the distance, a wave of rapid sounds of horse hooves approached in a vast and mighty array. Over 10 ferocious bandits seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards the location of Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse. Nay, nay. After a short moment, the over 10 bandits immediately stood still and looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. Thoid brother, you wouldn't be talking about this kid, right? 5th brother was killed by him? One of the 4 bandits in the lead looked at the person that stared at Duan Lingtian with a livid expression and asked with slight disbelief. Exactly, it's him. The latter nodded fiercely, and his voice contained grief and indignation mixed within. A little kid at the age of 22 or 23 can kill 5th brother. Another bandit frowned and slightly didn't dare believe it. 4th brother, don't look down on him. This kid is a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. The bandit that spoke with grief and indignation earlier spoke out once more. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Instantly, the expressions of the other 3 bandits in the lead went grim. A cultivation at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage at such a young age, the monstrous natural talent of this young man could be imagined. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Amongst the 4 bandits in the lead, the middle-aged man that hadn't spoken until now shot his slightly cold gaze at Duan Lingtian. Your natural talent isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Want to kill me? That will depend on if all of you have the ability. Duan Lingtian's body that leaned on the tree slightly stood up, and he shrugged as he said indifferently, You ought to be their grand leader, right? 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Your strength isn't bad. You can go up yourself. His words seemed as if he didn't take the middle-aged man, the grand leader of the bandits, seriously. Kid, if you want to battle my big brother, defeat me first. Instantly, origin energy raged between the legs of the second leader of the bandits that spoke earlier, and he flashed out from his horse as if transforming into a cannonball that fiercely shot towards Duan Lingtian. In the sky above the second leader of the bandits, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. After a short moment, the second leader arrived nearby Duan Lingtian. Die. The second leader shouted out explosively, and the saber in his hand transformed into a flowing light that carried a shocking, imposing manner as it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, seeming as if he wanted to split Duan Lingtian into 2. Instantly, another 280 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky. This saber was obviously a grade 7 spirit saber. It was capable of amplifying strength by 28%. origin energy skyrocketed on the saber in the hands of the second leader of the bandits, and it tore through the sky while carrying the force to split mountains. This saber strike contained the strength of 1,280 ancient mammoths, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian's gaze was cold and indifferent, and at the same time that he indifferently spat out these words, his hand shook, and the violet myrtle flexible sword appeared out of thin air. Sword drawing arts. Swish! The sword struck out like a bolt of lightning, like a swimming dragon, and it swept towards the saber strike of the second leader of the bandits. Instantly, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flashed in the sky above Duan Lingtian Clang. Swish! The ear-piercing sound of iron weapons colliding and the clear sound of a sharp sword tearing through a throat sounded out at almost the exact same time. In the next moment, bang! The body of the second leader of the bandits that approached menacingly trembled, and he didn't even have the time to emit a shrill cry before he and his saber fell down at almost the exact same time, and he completely lost all signs of life. Dead. Second brother. The face of the first leader of the bandits went grim, and his eyes almost split apart from rage. Second brother. The expressions of the third leader and fourth leader of the bandits went ghastly pale, and their eyes stared wide open, not daring to believe that all this was real. Since you've become bandits, then you ought to have expected that such a day would come. Duan Lingtian coldly swept the 3 leaders of the bandits and the 10+ bandits behind them that were trembling with fear as he spoke indifferently. My 5th brother, and I didn't offend you. Why did you meddle in our business and kill my 5th brother? The 3rd leader of the bandits spoke with grief and indignation. Meddle in our business? It would have been fine if the 3rd leader didn't mention it, but once he did, killing intent that shot into the sky instantly arose on Duan Lingtian's body, and his tone was cold and indifferent like ice. It's fine that all of you plundered the village, as it was none other than for the sake of seeking wealth. But what did all of you do? Burning, killing, plundering, and not even letting off the old, young, women, and children. All of you don't deserve to die. 3rd brother, why waste your breath on him? Everyone attack and kill him. The first leader of the bandits shouted out explosively as he spurred his horse out to charge towards Duan Lingtian. Bring it on. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly lit up, and he sent a voice transmission to the little gold mouse on his shoulder. Little Gold, leave him to me. You deal with the others as you please. Squeak, squeak. When the little gold mouse heard Duan Lingtian, it seemed as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and it transformed into a golden light that flashed out into the sky. Meanwhile, the first leader of the bandits had arrived nearby Duan Lingtian as well. Wham! The saber tore through the sky and carried along a shocking might as it enveloped down towards Duan Lingtian from above, and origin energy coiled around it as if it had transformed into a snow-white moon. 1,408 ancient mammoth silhouettes swept out along with this saber strike. 8th level of the nascent soul stage, grade 7 spirit saber. Duan Lingtian didn't have the intention of dodging, and with a raise of his hand, the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out once more. Sword drawing arts. Whoosh! An exceedingly swift violet sword light flashed past and moved forward to intercept the saber strike, and it carried along the intensely trembling origin energy. Quick energy at the limit. Within the origin energy, the strange aura of wind was pulsating. Wind force. Duan Lingtian utilized his entire strength, wind force, and quake energy for this sword strike. Although the strength that Duan Lingtian exerted by relying on the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, the violet myrtle flexible sword, and wind force was still inferior to the first leader's saber strike that contained the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Chapter 442. Clang! A sword flew over, and blasted away the saber in the hand of the bandit leader before easily piercing into the chest of the bandit leader. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's terrifying extreme quake energy swept out. Ah! The bandit leader let out a shrill cry that tore through the sky before stopping abruptly, and his entire body crashed onto the ground as if he had no bones. And he didn't make another sound. Dead. Big brother. The third and fourth bandit leaders that were dealing with the little gold mouse inadvertently looked over, and their eyes almost split apart from rage as they roared sorrowfully in unison. Brothers, kill this damnable mouse and take revenge for the Grand Leader. The remaining 2 bandit leaders shouted out explosively, and their eyes went completely red. Kill! Kill! The remaining 10+ bandits all had red eyes. Little Gold, stop playing. We ought to return to the 7-star sword sect after dealing with them. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's calm voice contained traces of origin energy, and it suppressed the voices of all the bandits. Stop playing? The hearts of all the bandits jerked when they heard Duan Lingtian. Play? This little gold mouse is playing with us? In the next moment, they knew the answer. The little gold mouse that was fleeing left and right under their siege had suddenly transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light, and the front of the golden light carried along a fine milky white sword light. In the sky, 2,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Second level of the void prying stage. The third bandit leader's face went grim as he shouted out in shock. And this shout of shock was bound to be the last time he spoke in his entire life, because the exceedingly swift golden light had already carried along a milky, white, sword light that penetrated his chest. Whoosh! Everywhere the golden light and milky white sword light passed, all the bandits died without exception. In the blink of an eye, waves of despairing, sorrowful cries stopped abruptly. This area had completely recovered its calm as well. Big brother Lingtian, I've done it. The little gold mouse held the pocket spirit sword as she flashed out to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and within her voice transmission, there was no lack of intention of seeking credit. Too slow. I thought you would be faster than me. Duan Lingtian glared at the little gold mouse. Humph. I was just teasing them. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with unwillingness. I didn't ask you to play with them. Duan Lingtian angrily rolled his eyes at the little gold mouse and said, Quickly become big. We're returning to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Although the little gold mouse was extremely unwilling, it still obediently transformed into the size of a small mountain, and it carried Duan Lingtian up into the sky before heading towards the south. Little Gold, during this period of time, I will use all my time to cultivate. Can you find your own way back? Duan Lingtian had a doubtful expression as he looked at the little gold mouse that had grown up. Yes, the little gold mouse's voice transmission was filled with confidence. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded as he sat cross-legged on the back of the little gold mouse, and his mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Wind WYRM form. Presently, there was only half a month of time remaining before the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master. It was extremely urgent. Duan Lingtian hoped that he would be able to smoothly break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage within this half a month. But the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and the 7th level of the nascent soul stage was a watershed. He who had just broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage for over 3 months would probably find it difficult to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage within half a month. Although Duan Lingtian knew this as well, he still wanted to fight. No matter what the outcome was, he had to work hard and fight. Like this, he had no regrets. Duan Lingtian cultivated for 7 or 8 days before waking up, and he said with bewilderment, "Little Gold, where are you now?" Big brother Lingtian, you've finally woken up. I seem to have gotten lost. The little gold mouse's voice transmission was slightly embarrassed. You. Duan Lingtian was completely speechless. Didn't you say you could find your way back? He was completely helpless towards this little gold mouse that had no sense of direction. Find a city now, we'll go ask for directions. Duan Lingtian said to the little gold mouse. Finally, after half a day, the man and mouse appeared in the sky above a city. After failing, Duan Lingtian brought along the little gold mouse that had shrunk down to enter the city, and after asking around, he finally found out their current location. It was at the northeast area of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian didn't dare cultivate again. If the little gold mouse were to get lost again, then he would really be unable to rush back in time. There's still 7 days of the 2-year agreement. Duan Lingtian sat on the little gold mouse's back and guided the little gold mouse, and his eyes looked ahead that flickered with bright lights. What a pity! It's probably impossible for my cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's guidance, the little gold mouse traveled at full speed and finally returned to the 7-star sword sect 6 days later. 7-star sword sect, I've returned. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a wisp of a light smile as he looked at the 7 sword peaks before him. Little Gold, go to Alcade Hall. After leaving the 7-star sword sect for over a year, Duan Lingtian was anxious to return, and the people he thought about the most in his heart were the 2 little girls, Kerr and Li Fei. His 2 fiancées had long since become a part of his life, and it was difficult to part with them. But when Duan Lingtian and the little gold mouse descended outside Alcade Hall, they instead noticed that Alcade Hall was empty. It was even to the extent that the pavilion in Alcade Hall was covered in a layer of dust. Could it be that Kerr and Peak Master Qin Xiang went on a long journey again? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. After bringing along the little gold mouse, Duan Lingtian left Alcade Hall, and he intended to head to Alcade Peak to look for Li Fei. When he left Alcade Hall and passed by the vicinity of Mizar Hall, junior brother Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and when Duan Lingtian turned around to look, it was a familiar figure. Senior brother Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he greeted the young man before him. This young man was none other than the son of the Peak Master of Mizar Peak, Zheng Song. Zheng Song was one of the few friends he had in the 7-star sword sect that he had a comparatively good relationship with. Senior brother Zheng Song, congratulations! Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out, and he noticed that Zheng Song had already broken through to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder, junior brother Mo, you said that your discerning eyes are like torches. Now it would seem that it's really so. You noticed with a single glance that I'd broken through as soon as you returned. However, it's all thanks to the profound, nascent pill you gave me that day that I was able to break through this time. If it wasn't for that profound, nascent pill, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through for now. As Zheng Song finished speaking, he had an expression of gratitude. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, thank you. The profound nascent pill was precisely the additional reward Duan Lingtian obtained that day when he participated in the martial competition of the 5 great sects and seized first place. It was useless to him, Kerr and Li Fei, so he went with the flow and gave it to Zheng Song. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then asked, Right, senior brother Zheng Song, I went to Alcade Hall earlier and noticed that Peak Master Qin Xiang seemed to have gone on a long journey? Zheng Song frowned. I'm not too sure about this as well. I only heard that someone seemed to have come to look for Peak Master Qin Xiang. Then Peak Master Qin Xiang brought along her personal disciple and Elder Bai's personal disciple and left. My father knows more clearly about this matter. You can ask him yourself. Elder Bai's personal disciple? Could it be little Fei? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he thought in his heart, Under Zheng Song's lead, Duan Lingtian saw Zheng Fan in the pavilion of Mizar Hall. Peak Master Zheng Fan, Duan Lingtian, you finally made an appearance. Zheng Fan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian. Peak Master Zheng Fan, this is? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Duan Lingtian, there's something you don't know. 9 months ago, my father received the orders of the sect leader to head to the ancient city of Everlast to protect your safety. But when he arrived at the ancient city of Everlast, he found out about the news of you leaving from the 2 external affairs elders of our 7-star sword sect's ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. Zheng Song, who stood at the side, said, Duan Lingtian was surprised, and warmth arose in his heart after his surprise. Thank you for your concern, Peak Master Zheng Fan. It's good that you've returned safely. Zheng Fan made tea as he nodded. Peak Master Zheng Fan, Peak Master Qin Xiang has left? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Exactly. Peak Master Qin Xiang and her personal disciple, Ke, and Elder Bai's personal disciple, Li Fei, left 9 months ago. According to the sect leader, they went to celebrate the birthday of one of Peak Master Qin Xiang's older sisters. Zheng Fan nodded as he spoke slowly. 9 months ago. They haven't returned yet? Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never expected that Ke and little Fei would leave so early. According to the sect leader, the place they're going to is extremely far away. A round trip would probably require over a year of time. Zheng Fan continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Qin Xiang by Ke and Li Fei's side, he was extremely at ease. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Zheng Fan chatted as they drank tea. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, where have you been training these past few days? Zheng Song asked curiously. The Darkstone Empire. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. You actually went to the Darkstone Empire. Zheng Fan was surprised. What stage has your cultivation broken through to now? 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian didn't conceal it and spoke of his true cultivation. 6th level of the nascent soul stage? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zheng Fan and Zheng Song's expressions of anticipation instantly collapsed. Duan Lingtianu, your cultivation ought to be inferior to Zither Young Master. Zishang, right? The 2-year agreement between you and Zither Young Master, Zishang, is the day after tomorrow. With his temper, he'll surely come. Zheng Fan frowned. Why don't you not fight the day after tomorrow? Exactly, even if you don't fight, no one will say anything about you. After all, Zither Young Master, Zishang is much older than you. Endure patiently for another year or 2, and with your natural talent, you'll be able to easily crush him at that time. Zheng Song agreed. Peak Master Zheng Fan, Senior Brother Zheng Song, I know of your good intentions, but I've already decided on this matter. Duan Lingtian smiled gratefully, and his gaze gradually became firm. On that day, both of you were present when Zither Young Master and I set the 2-year agreement, and I personally agreed. Since I've agreed, I won't go back on my word. Chapter 443. Zheng Fan and Song Song were both able to feel the resolution within Duan Lingtian's tone, and they didn't continue persuading him. Everyone has their own aspirations. Since you've decided, I won't say anything further, but that Zither Young Master was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist 2 years ago. Now that 2 years have passed, with his natural talent, even if he's unable to break through to the half-step void stage, I presume he's already broken through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zheng Fan looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. So, you must not enter into a life and death battle with him. It's fine if you lose now. You just have to win it back in the future. Otherwise, once you're killed, you'll have nothing left. Exactly. Zheng Song looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, if that zither young master wants to enter into a life and death battle with you the day after tomorrow, you must not agree. The concern of Zheng Fan and Song Song caused warmth to arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although he said this, a strand of cold light still flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. If that zither young master insisted on entering into a life and death battle with him, he wouldn't mind. In terms of strength and speed, he might be inferior to zither young master. But in other aspects, zither young master could dream of gaining any advantage over him. Duan Lingtian chatted with Zheng Fan and Song Song for a while before bidding his farewells and leaving. Big brother Lingtian, they've really underestimated you. Duan Lingtian's sleeve lightly moved. It was the little gold mouse that was causing trouble. At the same time, the slightly immature voice of a young girl entered into his ears via voice transmission. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then paid no attention to the little gold mouse as he headed towards Migra's peak. I wonder if that Zhao Lin has cultivated the muscle meridian rebirth scroll, if he has cultivated it and castrated himself. I wonder what expression he would have when he sees that I'm still alive. Stepping onto the chain bridge that led to Migra's peak, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Zhao Lin. When he just arrived at the 7-star sword sect that day, Zhao Lin had tried every possible means to make things difficult for him. He had casually fabricated the non-existent muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing manual, and Zhao Lin had racked his brains to snatch it from him. For this reason, for a period of time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when Zhao Lin wanted to kill him for the non-existent muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll, he was thoroughly enraged. Especially on this chain bridge that day, Zhao Lin actually directly tried to kill him, and if it wasn't for the Migra's Peak's elder Lu Qiu making a move, he would have already been killed. Duan Lingtian didn't have a good impression of Zhao Lin. Before long, Duan Lingtian passed through the chain bridge and stepped onto Migra's peak. Senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, Duan Lingtian. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the Migra's peak disciples bowed respectfully. They didn't know that Duan Lingtian had left the 7-star sword sect, and they only thought that Duan Lingtian had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a shocked shout that was filled with disbelief abruptly sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian glanced over. In the distance, a middle-aged man slowly walked over, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen a ghost. Elder Zhao Lin. The middle-aged man was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian, and when he saw an old acquaintance, Duan Lingtian naturally lightly smiled as he greeted. At the same time that he greeted, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out. This Zhao Lin actually didn't disperse his cultivation? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly frowned. Could it be that he noticed that the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll is fake? Or perhaps that muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll was taken by Zhao Yu and his son? Zhao Yu was precisely the external affairs elder of the 7-star sword sect's ancient river trading company's branch in the ancient city of Everlast. The muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll that Duan Lingtian casually fabricated that day was precisely in Zhao Yu's hands. Duan Lingtian, you actually didn't die? Duan Lingtian's eardrums trembled as a cold voice transmission sounded out. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Duan Lingtian and Zhao Lin looked at each other from afar, and he replied via voice transmission, pretending to be surprised. Duan Lingtian, now that we're using voice transmission, others are unable to hear us. Stop pretending in front of me. Could it be that the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll that cousin brother of mine obtained that day was fake? At the same time that Zhao Lin sent a voice transmission, his face became slightly savage and warped. So what if it's fake? You haven't cultivated it yet, right? Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. You caused my son to disperse his cultivation. Zhao Lin's expression was terrifying, and traces of coldness and fierceness were mixed within his voice transmission. It could be imagined. If it wasn't for the surrounding crowd of Migra's peak disciples watching, he might have already directly struck a killing blow towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was able to sense boundless rage from Zhao Lin's voice transmission. He paid no attention to this. Zhao Lin, get your facts straight. It wasn't I who harmed your son. It was you who harmed him. If it wasn't for you coveting the non-existent muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll in my possession, do you think all this would have happened? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Lin, and cold laughter was mixed within his voice transmission. Non-existent. Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, and his voice transmission was slightly hurried. What do you mean by this? What do I mean? Duan Lingtian grunted, then said via voice transmission, there's utterly no muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll in this world. That's only a cultivation technique that I casually fabricated for the sake of diverting your attention that day. No, impossible. Back then, your body clearly underwent a complete rebirth. Could it be that all of that was fake? It was you who schemed against me. Zhao Lin was on the verge of going berserk. Schemed against you? Duan Lingtian sneered. Zhao Lin, you think too highly of yourself. I didn't know you at that time, so how could I have schemed against you? As for that complete transformation, I have to say that you're extremely intelligent and guessed correctly from the beginning. I precisely consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to be able to undergo complete transformation. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were suffused with scarlet red as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you actually dared deceive me. Deceive? Perhaps. Duan Lingtian shrugged, then glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin. That day, I casually fabricated the muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll only to dispel your greed. But who knew that, for the sake of the muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll, you actually went so mad? First, you made 2 outer court disciples make things difficult for me. Then you even single-handedly controlled the outer court martial competition to become a life and death battle, and even wanted sure how to kill me. But unfortunately, all your schemes didn't succeed, as they were all crushed by me. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered into Zhao Lin's ears. Zhao Lin's face was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his body trembled even more uncontrollably. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and his voice transmission eased up slightly. So long as you hand over the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the enmity between us can be written off. Zhao Lin's words caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. This Zhao Lin is still thinking about the 10,000-year stalactite milk, even at a time like this? Elder Zhao Lin, I think you're probably going to be disappointed. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was used up by me that day. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zhao Lin, then slowly spoke via voice transmission. Do you think I'd believe you? Zhao Lin's voice transmission was filled with ruthlessness. Duan Lingtian, I'll give you another chance. So long as you give me the 10,000-year stalactite milk, the enmity between us can be written off. Otherwise, even if your natural talent is extraordinary, you won't have good days in the 7-star sword sect in the future. It's not difficult for me to make you die. As he finished speaking, Zhao Lin's tone was filled with a threatening intent. Then I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Zhao Lin, then indifferently walked away with large strides. You! Zhao Lin's expression became savage once more, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Duan Lingtian's figure that disappeared into the distance. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, then looked at the numerous gazes that swept over from the surroundings and instantly berated. "What are you looking at?" Instantly, the crowd of Migra's peak disciples were frightened to the point they dispersed. "Shit, that muscle meridian rebirth scroll is fake. I can't allow Kaer to continue cultivating it." Zhao Lin's face went grim, and he hurriedly stepped onto the chain bridge that connected Dubhe Peak and headed towards Dubhe Peak. In next to no time, Zhao Lin arrived at a palace that was near the peak of Dubhe Peak. Kaer. In next to no time, Zhao Lin saw his son Zhao Ku in a spacious room. Presently, Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Their brows were knit together as they looked at the small book between them, and their brows knit together tightly. "Father, uncle." Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei hurriedly greeted Zhao Lin when they saw him. Whoosh! Zhao Lin raised his hand and picked up the small book on the table. Then the origin energy in his hand bloomed out and directly crushed the small book. "Father, what's wrong?" Zhao Ku was completely dumbstruck when he saw this scene. That was the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Zhao Lei was stunned as well, and his face went pale. Without the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, it also meant that his future would be completely dark and there would be no light to speak of. After all, he'd already dispersed his cultivation and cut off all means of retreat. Although he'd started cultivating once more, he'd only cultivated to the 9th level of the core formation stage. It's fake. This Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll is fake. Zhao Lin's face was livid, and his rage rose. That Duan Lingtian isn't dead. He isn't dead at all. This Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was fabricated by him, and there's utterly no such cultivation method in the world. The reason he's able to have such strong natural talent is because he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. What? Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei's faces went grim when they heard Zhao Lin. It's fake? Their bodies trembled. Then they glanced at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. No. Zhao Ku's body started trembling, and his expression was savage. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was true. Kaer, it's fine. You're still young, and you'll quickly recover your cultivation. Zhao Lin consoled. No, father, it's not because of this. Chapter 444. It's not because of this? Then what's the reason? Zhao Lin was startled, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Uncle, you have to avenge me and Brother Ke. That Duan Lingtian is so ruthless, so ruthless. At this moment, Zhao Lei also reacted. His face was deathly pale, and even his voice was clearly trembling. What exactly happened? Zhao Ku and Zhao Lei's behavior caused the ominous premonition in Zhao Lin's heart to increase. Uncle! Zhao Lei stretched out his hand to grab Zhao Lin's hand, and brought Zhao Lin's hand to his crotch. Zhao Lin only felt that his hand was empty. The most important part of a man on his nephew's body was completely gone. Instantly his expression changed. Where did that thing of yours go? Uncle! Zhao Lei cried out in grief, and then said resentfully, There's a page in the middle of the muscle tendon changing and marrow cleansing scroll, and it's marked with 24 conspicuous words. It clearly states that only after castration can one truly be reborn. My cousin and I. What? Before Zhao Lei could finish speaking, Zhao Lin's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand to his son's crotch. But when he discovered that his son's situation was the same as Zhao Lei's, his eyes were incomparably scarlet red, and almost directly glared out. Pooh! In the next moment, Zhao Lin's body trembled, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Lingtian, I, Zhao Lin, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. Zhao Lin's voice was filled with bloodthirsty coldness and hatred. No, no, this isn't real. Zhao Ke shook his head unceasingly as if he'd gone mad. No, this isn't real. This isn't real. When Zhao Lin heard his son's voice, he returned to his senses, looked at Zhao Lei and said in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me when you saw those words in the muscle, tendon-changing, and marrow-cleansing scroll?" Zhao Lei's body trembled, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Brother Ku and I were afraid that you wouldn't let us continue cultivating the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll if we told you, Uncle. But who knew that the muscle tendon-changing and marrow-cleansing scroll was actually fake? It was actually made up by that Duan Lingtian." As he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's eyes revealed dense hatred and killing intent. Duan Lingtian. It was Duan Lingtian who destroyed them. You all are so muddle-headed." Zhao Lin's face was deathly pale. He glanced at the dazed Zhao Ku and felt a burst of heartache. "Father." Finally, Zhao Ku came to his senses and looked at Zhao Lin. "Father, I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead." Zhao Ku's voice was extremely cold. He wished he could grind Duan Lingtian's bones to dust. "Ku, don't worry. Father won't let that Duan Lingtian off easy. So long as I find an opportunity, Father will surely grind his bones to dust to vent the hatred in your heart." Zhao Lin gnashed his teeth, and he hated Duan Lingtian to the limit. Duan Lingtian made his son die without descendants. This enmity was even deeper than the ocean of blood from killing one's parents. Find an opportunity? Zhao Ke shook his head ceaselessly. "No. Father, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait. We'll tell Grandfather. We'll tell Grandfather. Grandfather is a guardian elder of our 7-star sword sect. Killing an inner court disciple is as easy as flipping his hand." At this moment, Zhao Ku had practically lost all reason. "No." Zhao Lin shook his head and stopped Zhao Ku. "Why?" Zhao Ku had an unwilling expression. "Father, could it be that you don't want to take revenge for me? Ku, sober up." Zhao Lin said in a low voice. "It was our side that was in the wrong in this matter. We'll tell your grandfather, and for the sake of standing up for you, your grandfather will surely make a move to kill that Duan Lingtian. But in this way, your grandfather will become the target of everyone as well. Although your grandfather is a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, he's only one of them. The other Elder Xian's strength is above your grandfather, and he's even more selfless. If your grandfather kills Duan Lingtian because we were in the wrong, Elder Xian will surely not stand by idly. There's also the sect leader. The sect leader's strength isn't inferior to your grandfather. At that time, even if your grandfather is a guardian elder of the 7-star sword sect, it would be difficult for him to escape punishment. Your grandfather is the hope of our Zhao clan, and once the matter of him using his position to avenge a private grudge is made known to everyone, there would be no place for him in the 7-star sword sect. At that time, our Zhao clan would be finished. Do you understand?" As Zhao Lin finished speaking, his voice was incomparably cold and indifferent. "But don't worry about this matter. We'll have the chance to take revenge on Duan Lingtian sooner or later. Once that Duan Lingtian dares to leave the 7-star sword sect, I'll tell this matter to your grandfather and ask him to make a move to kill that Duan Lingtian. So long as it's done covertly and not allowed anyone to find out, then that Duan Lingtian's death would be in vain. Now, don't let your grandfather know of this matter for now. Otherwise, with his temper, he'll surely directly kill that Duan Lingtian." Zhao Lin's words were filled with worry. Zhao Ku's expression eased up and he took a deep breath. "Father, I'm sorry I was too impulsive, but when I think of how I'm unable to, I hate it. Why did I believe that castration in the muscle meridian rebirth scroll would allow one to be reborn? Why did I believe it?" As he finished speaking, Zhao became agitated once more. Zhao stood at the side, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred. Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian. At this moment, no matter if it was Zhao Lei, Zhao Lin, or the father and son pair, they seemed to have completely forgotten. All of this was something they brought upon themselves. If it wasn't for them wanting to seize the non-existent muscle meridian rebirth scroll in Duan Lingtian's possession, if it wasn't for them arousing killing intent towards Duan Lingtian, would Duan Lingtian do this? Duan Lingtian's character had always been that if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. If someone offended him, then he would surely return the favor 10 times, 100 times, even 1,000 times, 10,000 times. At the side of the peak of Migra's peak, within the stalactite cave, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the stone platform with his eyes closed as he cultivated, and his mind was completely immersed in his cultivation. Now that he knew that Kerr and Li Fei weren't in the 7-star sword sect, he completely withdrawn his thoughts and completely concentrated on his cultivation. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, wind WIRM form. When Duan Lingtian cultivated, strands of miraculous aura pulsated on the surface of his body, and if one listened carefully, one could even hear waves of light howling of the wind. If a void-prying stage martial artist was here, the martial artist would surely be able to discern with a glance that this was the aura of elementary wind force. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse hung upside down on the 10,000-year stalactite and gnawed on the 10,000-year stalactite in boredom. After a short moment, she was bored and scuttled about within the stalactite cave. Drip! A clear sound sounded out, and a drop of milk fell onto the 10,000-year stalactite. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse's eyes shone as she looked at the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk that fell into the pool, and she vigilantly looked at the surroundings. More precisely speaking, she glanced vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. After she noticed that Duan Lingtian didn't show any signs of waking up, the little gold mouse transformed into a golden light that flashed out, and she instantly swallowed the drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk. After she swallowed it, she lay on the ground in satisfaction and dozed off. For an entire 2 days and 2 nights, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in his cultivation, and he seemed to have tossed everything in the outside world to the back of his mind. Within his body, the origin energy ceaselessly flowed according to the mental cultivation method of the 4th form of the 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, the wind WIRM form, and it seemed as if it would never know exhaustion. The origin energy flashed past and fiercely charged towards the final bottleneck. Bang! But unfortunately, the bottleneck was only shaken to the point of trembling, and it didn't show any signs of loosening. Looks like wanting to break through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage before the 2-year agreement with Zither Young Master is indeed slightly unrealistic. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed within. Big brother Lingtian, you've finally awoken. Duan Lingtian had only just awoken when the little gold mouse's voice sounded out by his ears. Subsequently, his shoulder sunk, and it was the little gold mouse that had leaped onto his shoulder. What time is it now? Duan Lingtian asked the little gold mouse. Today is the 3rd day since you've returned. The little gold mouse blinked her pair of jade green eyes as she slowly spoke via voice transmission. The 3rd day? Then isn't today the day of the 2-year agreement between me and Zither Young Master? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Then he raised his hand to grab the little gold mouse and stuff her into his sleeve. In the next moment, whirlwind, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a gale, and he left the peak of Migra's peak in a short moment before heading down the mountain. It's almost noon. Duan Lingtian frowned as he glanced at the position of the scorching sun in the horizon. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived nearby the Migra's Peaks trade hall. There wasn't a single person in the surroundings of the trade hall. They ought to have gone to the peak of Dubhe Peak. Duan Lingtian knew clearly in his heart that today was the day of the 2-year agreement between him and Zither Young Master. Zishang and the outer core disciples on Migra's peak had surely gone to watch the show. After stepping onto the chain bridge, his figure flashed out for a short moment, and Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. In the distance, there was a familiar figure dashing over. "MOU." Duan Lingtian stopped moving, then looked at the person and was slightly surprised. "Why are you here?" "Senior brother Duan Lingtian." MOU stopped moving and bowed respectfully to Duan Lingtian, then said, "It was Master that asked me to come look for you. That Zither Young Master, Zishang, has already been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go." Duan Lingtian nodded, then called out to MOU to leave the chain bridge and head towards the peak of Dubhe Peak. Peak of Dubhe Peak. The platform outside the Dubhe Peak's trade hall was incomparably vast, but the dense crowd that surged about today instead caused the entire spacious platform to seem especially narrow. Presently, no matter if it was outer court disciples or inner court disciples, a group of 7-star sword sect disciples were all gathered around the life and death arena. Tens of figures floated in the air around the life and death arena. All of them were the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, with the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, in the lead. Besides the peak master of Alcade Peak, practically all the peak masters of the other 6 peaks were present. For example, the peak master of Mizar Peak, Zhang Fan, and the peak master of Fekta Peak, Kuzhan, were shockingly present. Besides the peak masters of the 6 peaks, there were also the outer court elders of the 7 great outer court sword peaks and some Dubhe Peak inner court elders. Chapter 445. On the life and death arena, a proud and aloof figure stood there as if he'd transformed into a statue. Time silently flowed by. Gradually, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples in the surroundings of the life and death arena were slightly impatient. "Where's Duan Lingtian? Why hasn't he come yet?" Supposedly, he himself agreed to the 2-year agreement 2 years ago. He wouldn't be cowardly to the point he doesn't dare come, right? It's possible. Zither Young Master was a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist 2 years ago. With Zither Young Master's natural talent, I wouldn't be surprised even if he broke through to the 9th level of the nascent soul stage now. 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian, who was only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage 1 year ago, is probably unable to compare to Zither Young Master in only 1 year. Yeah, perhaps he'll be able to surpass Zither Young Master in another few years, but it's indeed uncertain now. These 7-star sword sect disciples didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Of course, there were also many 7-star sword sect disciples that had blind confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Humph. Senior brother Duan Lingtian will surely come. Exactly. Not only will senior brother Duan Lingtian come, he'll even create another miracle and defeat Zither Young Master, and become renowned in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zither Young Master will surely become senior brother Duan Lingtian's stepping stone. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is a creator of miracles. I believe in him. These 7-star sword sect disciples were mostly Migra's Peak's outer court disciples. They'd witnessed the rise of Duan Lingtian with their own 2 eyes. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was the legend of Migra's Peak, the legend of the 7-star sword sect, a legend that they respected in their hearts. Humph. Suddenly, the proud and aloof young man that stood on the life and death arena grunted coldly. Duan Lingtian, the 7-star sword sect's number 1 genius, doesn't dare come? Sect leader Linghu, looks like that genius disciple of your 7-star sword sect only has an undeserved reputation. As he finished speaking, the proud and aloof young man's gaze swept out to descend onto the person in the lead of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups that floated in the air. Linghu Jinhong, the the sect leader of the seven-star sword sect. Zither young master, please calm down. Linghu Jin Hong faintly smiled and his face was calm. I still understand Duan Lingtian's character. Since he agreed to the 2-year pact you set, he naturally won't go back on his word. I hope so. The arrogant young man, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zishang, spoke indifferently. A moment later, it's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is here. It's really Senior Duan Lingtian. Like I said, how could Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian be afraid of this Zither young master? The peak of Dubhy Peak was in an uproar. The surging crowd quickly opened up a path leading to the life and death arena. At the end of the road, 2 young men walked side by side. They were Duan Lingtian and Mou. How lively! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion when he saw practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples gathered together. These 7-star sword sect disciples had undoubtedly gathered here because they wanted to witness who was stronger in the 2-year pact between him and Zither young master. Everywhere Duan Lingtian passed, all the 7-star sword sect disciples revealed reverent expressions. I haven't seen Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian for an entire year. His bearing seems to have changed. Yeah, Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian has become more mature. His strength has surely become stronger as well. Many 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. This person by Senior Apprentice Brother Duan Lingtian's side seems to be the new personal disciple the sect leader took a year ago. Exactly, he's the new personal disciple the sect leader took after the sect leader's previous personal disciple, Huang Ji, betrayed him. That Huang Ji is really an ingrate. The sect leader spent a large amount of the 7-star sword sect's cultivation resources to foster him, but in the end he betrayed him. The gazes of many 7-star sword sect disciples descended onto Mou, and as they discussed, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They hated Huang Ji, who betrayed the 7-star sword sect to the extreme. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Mou arrived nearby the life and death arena. In the surroundings of the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian saw many familiar figures. Hidong Zwiqing, the son of the Mizar Peak's peak master, Zheng Song and Huchuan, whom he met at Migra's peak, had become inner court disciples with him in the past. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and nodded to people he was familiar with. After they lightly smiled in reply, Duan Lingtian exerted strength with his legs and easily leaped onto the life and death arena. For a time, the gazes of everyone converged onto the 2 people on the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian, the peerless genius of their 7-star sword sect, had defeated one of the 5 great young masters, Saber young master, at a young age and seized the glory of first place in the martial competition for the 7-star sword sect. Zither young master, the genius martial artist of the younger generation that was ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and was already at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage 2 years ago. The battle between the 2 of them was undoubtedly a grand event that was hard to come by. They looked forward to it extremely. Duan Lingtian, you finally come. I thought you didn't dare come. Zither young master, Zishang, spoke with a cold voice as his eyes went cold when he saw Duan Lingtian ascending the life and death arena. But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he utterly didn't hear him and completely disregarded him. Sect leader, peak masters, elders. Duan Lingtian looked at Linghu Jin Hong and the others that stood in the sky and lightly smiled as he greeted them. Besides Zhao Lin, Linghu Jin Hong, and the other 7-star sword sect higher-ups all lightly smiled as they nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted frightening killing intent that was about to swallow Duan Lingtian up. Although Zhao Lin's killing intent was concealed extremely well, to the extent that even Linghu Jinhong and the other seven-star sword sect higher-ups didn't notice it, Duan Lingtian instead clearly felt it. This Zhao Lin's killing intent towards me seems to have increased. He said his son dispersed his cultivation for the sake of cultivating the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that I fabricated. Could it be that his son saw the 24 words I casually added and castrated himself? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhao Lin, and his gaze became slightly strange. Duan Lingtian. Zither young master's rage shot to the sky when he was disregarded by Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, a zither appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spirit zither that he carried with him. The spirit zither in Zither, young master's hand, was a grade 5 spirit weapon, grade 5 spirit zither. Zither young master, don't panic. Right when Zither young master's fingers bloomed with origin energy and was about to stroke the zither to attack, Linghu Jinhong spoke out. Today, I hope you can stop when going overboard in the battle between you and Duan Lingtian, and be sure not to harm each other. What does Zither young master think? Humph. Zither young master looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly cold gaze. Sect leader Linghu's words are wrong. If I stop when going overboard and can't go all out in battle, then what's the point of the 2-year agreement between me and this Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps this Duan Lingtian is afraid of death and wants sect leader Linghu to interfere in the 2-year agreement between me and him? Zither young master's words caused Duan Lingtian to be labeled as someone who's afraid of death. Linghu Jinhong frowned. Most of the remaining 7-star sword sect higher-ups couldn't help but frown. Duan Lingtian had extraordinary natural talent and was the future hope of the 7-star sword sect. If it was possible, they wouldn't allow Duan Lingtian to take a risk. Right when Linghu Jinhong intended to speak out once more. Zither young master, since you want to go all out in battle, then we'll go all out in battle. Why would I, Duan Lingtian, be afraid? Duan Lingtian spoke out in a clear voice, and he stood there with an awe-inspiring, imposing manner, as if he'd transformed into a fearless god of war. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, besides Zhao Lin, who had an expression of taking pleasure in Duan Lingtian's misfortune, the expressions of the remaining people went grim. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. You're only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and it's absolutely impossible for you to be a match for Zither young master now. Where there's life, there's hope. Duan Lingtian, a loss today is a loss, and in a few years you'll sooner or later be able to wash away the humiliation today. Numerous urgent voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Some of these voice transmissions came from some of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, and some came from some of the 7-star sword sect disciples. It caused Duan Lingtian to feel warmth in his heart. Sect. So this was his sect, his Duan Lingtian sect. For the first time, Duan Lingtian felt an extremely strong sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect. Haha, good. Zither young master, Zishang, laughed loudly when he saw Duan Lingtian actually agreed. Duan Lingtian, I heard you defeated the demonic Lotus Blade sect saber young master, Long Yin, 1 year ago. Truthfully speaking, I was extremely surprised when I heard this news. Truly extremely surprised. A year has passed since the first time we met, and you've actually broken through to the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. I have to admit, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, a year has passed now, and your cultivation has probably not even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, right? As he finished speaking, Zither young master's eyes revealed slight complacency. Am I right? So what if I haven't? Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to show weakness, and he spoke indifferently. He hasn't stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. Many people even prayed that Zither Young Master was still a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, like he was 2 years ago. But was this possible? You're extremely arrogant, truly extremely arrogant. Zither Young Master flicked his sleeve and laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with unbridled arrogance. But unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant before me. Today, I'll let you experience my improvement in these past 2 years. I believe that it will be a pleasant surprise to you. Along with Zither Young Master's unbridled words being spread out, the gazes of everyone descended onto him. Whoosh! The origin energy on Zither Young Master's body roared as the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated in the sky above him, and in the end it gradually condensed into numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes. 1, 0, 0, 0, 1,100, 1,200 heads, still increasing, 1,300, 1,500. Zither Young Master didn't utilize the amplification ability of the grade 5 spirit Zither in his hand, and only relied on his purest strength to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Half-step void stage. My God! After 2 years, this Zither Young Master has actually broken through to the half-step void stage. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples were all dumbstruck. Chapter 446. Half-step void stage, only a step away from the void prying stage. This Zither Young Master is worthy of being the figure ranked 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters. His natural talent is actually so terrifying. Senior brother Duan Lingtian hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. This Zither Young Master has instead already broken through to the half-step void stage and has half a foot into the void prying stage. The two of them are utterly not on the same level. I'm afraid senior brother Duan Lingtian is in danger. At this moment, some of the 7-star sword sect disciples that were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian earlier had their confidence shattered into pieces. Would a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage be able to defeat a half-step void stage expert? They didn't dare believe it. This was something that was practically impossible to happen. A half-step void stage expert was too strong. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, without using a spirit weapon, his strength was only comparable to the strength of 800 ancient mammoths. Whereas now, as a half-step void stage expert, even without using a spirit weapon, Zither Young Master possessed the strength of 1,500 ancient mammoths. The two of them were utterly not on the same level. Most importantly, the spirit Zither in Zither Young Master's hand was even a grade 5 spirit weapon. At this moment, it wasn't only the crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples that had such a thought. Even the 7-star sword sect higher-ups had similar thoughts. Half-step void stage. This Zither Young Master has actually broken through to the half-step void stage. The Mizar Peaks Master, Zheng Fan, revealed an expression of fear. Most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, including the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, had slightly unsightly expressions, even though Duan Lingtian had created miracles time and time again. But when Duan Lingtian created miracles that day, the opponents he defeated and even killed weren't much weaker than him. Yet, at this moment, Zither Young Master's strength was almost double that of Duan Lingtian. There was no comparison between the two. It was almost impossible for miracles to appear. Sect leader, Elder Bai looked at Linghu Jinhong with a worried expression. Duan Lingtian was the man of her most beloved disciple. She had the responsibility to protect Duan Lingtian. Linghu Jinhong nodded. He took a step forward and stood high up in the air. Overlooking the two people on the life and death arena, he spoke with a sonorous voice. Zither Young Master, in your battle with Duan Lingtian today, I will represent Duan Lingtian in admitting defeat to you. When Linghu Jin Hong said this, the group of people who were worried about Duan Lingtian, such as Zheng Song Mou, Zhuqing Hidong, and the others, breathed a sigh of relief. There were also some whose expressions changed, becoming extremely unsightly. Damn it! Zhao Lin's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Duan Lingtian, at the side of the life and death arena, the personal disciple of the Merak Peak's peak master, Hu Shuefeng, had a gloomy expression. In order to protect Duan Lingtian, the sect leader actually took the initiative to represent Duan Lingtian in admitting defeat. Ever since he incurred enmity with Duan Lingtian during the outer court martial competition, Hu Shuefeng hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme, even though his master told him to bury the hatchet with Duan Lingtian. However, he only agreed verbally. In his heart, the hatred he had for Duan Lingtian didn't decrease, but instead increased. Today, when he saw that Duan Lingtian was about to die at the hands of Zither Young Master, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. Now, when he saw the sect leader Linghu Jin Hong standing up for Duan Lingtian, his chest was filled with the flames of jealousy and hatred, as if it could explode at any moment. Admit defeat? When Linghu Jin Hong said these words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never thought that the sect leader would suddenly make such a decision. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Right, with Zither Young Master's current cultivation at the half-step void stage, no one would look favorably upon him. Even if it was him half a year ago, if he knew that Zither Young Master's cultivation had actually broken through to the half-step void stage before the arrival of the 2-year agreement, he would probably feel despair as well, not to mention that he hadn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage yet. Even if he broke through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, in terms of strength and speed, he was far from being a match for Zither Young Master, who'd broken through to the half-step void stage. Ha 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 ha! Zither Young Master started laughing loudly when he heard Linghu Jin Hong. Sect leader Linghu, making Duan Lingtian admit defeat is only a small matter to me. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? Linghu Jin Hong's slanted brows raised as he asked with a low voice. I want to marry the personal disciple of Peak Master Qinxiang, Ke, as my wife. If you're willing to be the witness of the marriage between me and Ke, then I can accept Duan Lingtian's admission of defeat today and not make things difficult for him any longer. Zither Young Master stared fixedly at Linghu Jin Hong as he spoke, word by word. Linghu Jin Hong's face went grim. This won't do. Change your request. Linghu Jin Hong was extremely clear about the relationship between the disciple of Peak Master Qinxiang and Duan Lingtian. I only have this request. If sect leader Linghu isn't willing, then I can only carry out a life and death battle with Duan Lingtian. Sect leader Linghu, although I'm in the 7-star sword sect today, I believe that for the sake of the 7-star sword sect, you ought to not act rashly. Zither Young Master spoke indifferently, and as he finished speaking, it wasn't without a threatening tone. My master has heard of the matter of me coming to the 7-star sword sect to carry out the 2-year agreement. If someone in the 7-star sword sect dares obstruct the 2-year agreement between me and Duan Lingtian, I presume he would be unhappy. Linghu Jin Hong's face went grim when he heard Zither Young Master. Amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master's background was the most terrifying. Although the clan behind Zither Young Master could be considered to be a large clan in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, it was still a distance away when compared to the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect wasn't afraid of the clan behind Zither Young Master. However, the 7-star sword sect had no choice but to fear the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master. Supposedly, Zither Young Master's master was a reclusive expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his strength wasn't inferior to the top experts of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to rumor, Even the expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, that was called the #1 expert of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was reverent and respectful when facing Zither Young Master's master. Zither Young Master, is there really no room for discussion? Ling Hu Jin Hong took a deep breath and asked once more. Zither Young Master simply didn't pay any further attention to Ling Hu Jin Hong, and his ridiculing gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you and I aren't people of the same level. Only I, Zither Young Master, Zishang, am worthy of Kur. You're bound to become a soul that perishes beneath my zither. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if he was looking at a dead person. The sect leader seems to be extremely afraid of the master behind Zither Young Master. 2 years ago, when Zither Young Master descended here, he'd once said to Peak Master Qinxiang that he was willing to ask his master to bestow a grade 5 spirit sword as the betrothal gift. Presumably, if his master isn't a grade 5 weapons craftsman, then it's an expert that has an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman. No matter if it's a grade 5 weapons craftsman or an expert that has an extremely good relationship with a grade 5 weapons craftsman, I'm afraid they aren't people that our 7-star sword sect can easily offend. There are a few grade 5 alchemists in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, but there aren't any grade 5 weapons craftsmen. The surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples spoke with extreme fear towards Zither Young Master's background. Zither Young Master's master is sufficient to deter all the higher-ups of our 7-star sword sect and cause them to not dare interfere in this battle. Duan Lingtian is probably going to suffer misfortune this time. Unfortunately, a peerless genius in the martial Dao, like senior brother Duan Lingtian, has finally appeared in our 7-star sword sect. Yet I'm afraid he's going to lose his life here today. Many 7-star sword sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with expressions of regret. Most of the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect had unsightly expressions. Only the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a slight smile. Duan Lingtian, looks like you're bound to die here today. You've saved me some effort. Junior brother Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Zhang Song's with Qing Mou, and the others that were familiar with Duan Lingtian were burning with anxiety, yet were powerless to help. Not to mention the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master. Even Zither Young Master wasn't someone they could go against. Everyone knew that the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master couldn't be avoided. Duan Lingtian, Ling Hu Jin Hong, looked at Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, a sheathed sword appeared in his hand. This sword is the sect guarding spirit sword of my 7-star sword sect. It's a grade 5 spirit sword. You, Ling Hu Jin Hong hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your good intentions, sect leader, but I'm unable to use this grade 5 spirit sword. I'm unable to use it. Duan Lingtian used a short sentence to refuse Ling Hu Jin Hong's action of borrowing the sword. Such actions caused another mighty uproar. That's a grade 5 spirit sword. Senior brother Duan Lingtian refused just like that? Perhaps as far as senior brother Duan Lingtian is concerned, even if he has a grade 5 spirit sword, he doesn't have the slightest chance of winning. If it was me, then if I'm able to use a grade 5 spirit sword before I die, then I can be considered to have lived my life in vain. Many 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. At this moment, no one felt that Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. After all, the gap between Duan Lingtian and Zither Young Master was too great. Ling Hu Jin Hong sighed and put away the spirit sword in his hand, and his gaze flickered with traces of unwillingness. He didn't dare gamble with the entire 7-star sword sect. If he really offended the mysterious master behind Zither Young Master, then it would very likely be a calamity to the 7-star sword sect. the strongest in the 7-star sword sect were the 3 great 6th-level void initiation stage martial artists, including him and Elder Peng. So long as the concept comprehended by a martial artist at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above wasn't weak, it was sufficient to sweep through the entire 7-star sword sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. There was only one existence at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. That was the person in the Imperial family that was called the number 1 expert in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Whereas Zither Young Master's master was able to make that person treat him respectfully, so his strength would surely not be inferior to that person. As the sect leader of the 7-star sword sect, sometimes, even if he was unwilling, he still had to know how to make a choice. He wasn't alone. He represented the entire 7-star sword sect. Duan Lingtian, it's my 7-star sword sect that has let you down. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission sounded out in Duan Lingtian's ears at just the right time. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he glanced at Linghu Jinhong and smiled, yet didn't say anything further. He vaguely guessed the thoughts in Linghu Jinhong's heart. Chapter 447. Moreover, even if Linghu Jinhong really wanted to interfere and stop this battle today, not to mention Zither Young Master, Zishang wouldn't agree, even he wouldn't agree. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've already given up. Don't worry, after you die, I'll take good care of Kerr. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian and his face revealed a complacent smile. Die. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Zither Young Master, and he said indifferently, Zither Young Master, you seem to be slightly too hasty in boasting like this, right? Who lives and who dies isn't certain yet. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. 2 imperceptible dim lights that were like nether flames were jumping about in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes, and they emitted strands of formidable soul aura. This was also the reason why Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Zither Young Master, who'd stepped into the half-step void stage. He wasn't afraid of Zither Young Master. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, it caused the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that had fallen into deathly silence to be greatly shocked. What does senior brother Duan Lingtian mean by this? Could it be that he has the confidence to deal with Zither Young Master? It's impossible, right? Senior brother Duan Lingtian himself admitted that he hasn't broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, even if he breaks through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, it's impossible for him to be a match for Zither Young Master, who's at the half-step void stage. Senior brother Duan Lingtian wouldn't have gone mad, right? Many 7-star sword sect disciples were dumbstruck. Only the dim eyes of Linghu Jinhong and the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, lit up with bright lights. They were naturally able to discern that Duan Lingtian hadn't gone mad. Sect leader, could it be that this little fellow really has a way to defeat Zither Young Master? Zhang Fan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but communicate with Linghu Jinhong via voice transmission, as if he could only be at ease after obtaining Linghu Jinhong's confirmation. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian was in imminent danger, yet he couldn't do anything, he felt extremely aggrieved in his heart. Sect Master Linghu Jinhong's misgivings were also his misgivings. I don't know. Logically speaking, it's impossible. It's just that Duan Lingtian has always been creating miracles. Maybe he can give us a surprise this time. Linghu Jinhong shook his head, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtian on the life and death arena, his eyes filled with anticipation. Zhang Fan nodded and looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. Shameless boasting. On the life and death arena, Zither Young Master's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian, and he abruptly shouted out explosively, "Then let me see how a kid like you, that hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, kills me." As soon as Zither Young Master finished speaking, his entire body flew out. Yuan power raged on the 5 fingers of his right hand as he abruptly pressed onto the grade 5 spirit zither in his left hand. In an instant, the elemental energy on the grade 5 spirit zither surged. In the sky above Zither, young master, there were another 720 ancient mammoth silhouettes at the side of the 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This was the amplification of a grade 5 spirit weapon. And right at the instant Zither, young master, flicked out his finger and was about to pluck the zither string to attack Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and the dim lights in the depths of his eyes abruptly lit up, like 2 balls of nether flames that were about to burst out, and they rose explosively, 1,000 illusions. At the instant Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, the soul brand in the depths of his soul moved. Endless spiritual force fused into the soul brand, then followed along the dim lights in Duan Lingtian's eyes to pour out and sweep towards Zither, young master. Accurately speaking, it swept towards half of the life and death arena that Zither, young master was on. At this moment, in the world within Zither, young master's eyes, Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, without moving in the slightest. As he plucked the zither string shot out like a sharp arrow and ruthlessly pierced through Duan Lingtian's throat as easily as crushing dry weeds. Poochie! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian crashed onto the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. Ha 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 ha! Zither, young master, started laughing loudly, and he looked at Duan Lingtian's corpse with contempt, and his voice was filled with arrogance. Duan Lingtian, I told you long ago, you're utterly not on the same level as me. You can't even withstand a single strike of mine. Now that you're dead, from today onwards, Kerr is my Zither, young master's woman. Ha! Presently, the surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent, including all the higher-ups of the 7-star sword sect and all the disciples. They were completely dumbstruck as they looked at Zither, young master, who was laughing madly and talking to himself on the life and death arena. Isn't Duan Lingtian standing there perfectly fine? Why would this Zither, young master, say that Duan Lingtian is dead? Ha ha ha! On the life and death arena, Zither, young master's laughter still remained, and he seemed as if he'd gone completely mad. Duan Lingtian stood at the side of the life and death arena, and he had a calm expression as he looked at Zither, young master, who stood at the other side and laughed loudly without end, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of disdain. So what if he's at the half-step void stage? He's not at the void prying stage in the end. Even if he's at the first level of the void prying stage, so long as he's not an inscription master, he'll similarly be caught off guard when facing the 1,000 illusions that I executed with my soul brand by relying on my first level void prying stage spiritual force. At this moment, amongst the people present, probably only Duan Lingtian knew what had happened. Duan Lingtian had executed the soul skill he'd grasped not long ago. This soul skill was comprehended by him from the soul brand he obtained in the abode beneath the soul cleanse pool that day, and it was an auxiliary type of soul skill. This type of soul skill could only construct an illusory space that could be used as one wished with one's spiritual force, and it couldn't be used directly to attack. Duan Lingtian gave this soul skill a name, 1,000 illusions. Presently, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to the spiritual force of an ordinary, first-level, void, prying stage martial artist. Once he executed the soul skill 1,000 illusions, no martial artist below the void prying stage would be able to resist it. So long as a first-level, void prying stage martial artist wasn't an inscription master, the martial artist would similarly be unable to resist it. If it was a first-level, void, prying stage inscription master, then the martial artist would be able to use his spiritual force to break open Duan Lingtian's soul skill, 1,000 illusions, and not be disturbed. Whereas for a martial artist at the second level of the void prying stage or above, even if the martial artist wasn't an inscription master, Duan Lingtian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions, would be of no use. Because the spiritual force of a martial artist at the second level of the void prying stage or above was far stronger than Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was unable to shake a spiritual force that was stronger than it. Even though Thousand Illusions isn't an offensive type soul skill, it's sufficient to make a person with a spiritual force that's inferior to me lose themselves within the illusory space I constructed by relying on my soul brand, becoming a piece of meat on my chopping board that's at my mercy. Duan Lingtian took large strides forward and arrived behind Zither Young Master in the blink of an eye. Zither Young Master, instead, seemed as if he didn't notice in the slightest, and he still stood there as he ceaselessly roared with laughter. This scene caused the surrounding spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. What happened earlier? The voices of many seven-star sword sect disciples contained slight trembling mixed within. I don't know. That Zither Young Master failed when he attacked senior brother Duan Lingtian at the beginning. At that time he seemed as if he was blind, and the zither string he plucked flashed towards the empty area on the other side. Subsequently, he suddenly started roaring with laughter, and he even muttered to himself that senior brother Duan Lingtian is already dead. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is obviously still standing there perfectly fine. Why would this Zither Young Master say that senior brother Duan Lingtian is dead? Could it be that he's gone mad? It's impossible. I've never heard of Zither Young Master having this illness. The crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion, and they felt a chill run down their spines. The current Zither Young Master gave them an extremely strange feeling. Damn it! What's going on? Why is it like this? Zhao Lin's expression was incomparably unsightly. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian would die at the hands of Zither Young Master, but who knew that such a bizarre thing would suddenly occur? That Zither Young Master has actually gone mad. Zither Young Master, Zither Young Master. When he saw Duan Lingtian approaching Zither Young Master, yet Zither Young Master didn't have any reaction, Zhao Lin was anxious, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind Zither Young Master, wanting to wake him up. He wanted to borrow Zither Young Master's hand to kill Duan Lingtian, but his voice transmission was like a stone that sank into the sea, and it was completely useless. Zither Young Master still stood there and laughed arrogantly. The remaining seven-star sword sect higher-ups were completely dumbstruck, as the scene before them had exceeded the scope of their understanding. Looks like senior brother Duan Lingtian's luck isn't bad. This Zither Young Master actually went crazy at the critical moment. MOU's face revealed a smile, and he only thought that Zither Young Master was sick. This Duan Lingtian is actually so lucky. Hu Shuefeng's face sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with coldness. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian stood behind Zither Young Master, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand appeared out of thin air, and it descended onto the side of Zither Young Master's neck after a short moment. So long as he slightly exerted strength, Zither Young Master would die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Right when Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold and he intended to kill Zither Young Master, who'd fallen into the illusory space he constructed with his spiritual force and soul brand, the seven-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong's hurried voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Duan Lingtian frowned. Earlier, this Zither Young Master, Zishang, didn't hold back in the slightest. Moreover, Zishang had spoken nonsense many times and disrespected his fiancée Ker. As far as he was concerned, Zither Young Master was already a dead man. Duan Lingtian, this Zither Young Master's background isn't simple. That master of his is at least an expert at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. If you kill him, you'll surely infuriate that expert. At that time, not only you, even our 7-star sword sect will probably be unable to escape calamity. Linghu Jin Hong's voice transmission was filled with fear. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Although he'd realized since long ago that Zither Young Master's master wasn't simple, he never imagined that it would be so extraordinary. An existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Even the 7-star sword sect might not have such an existence, right? Now, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Linghu Jinhong would be so afraid of Zither Young Master's master. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand shook before slapping onto Zither Young Master's back with the body of the sword, fiercely slapping Zither Young Master flying. Bang! Zither Young Master was blasted out of the illusory space constructed by the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, by Duan Lingtian, and fiercely fell outside the life and death arena. Ah! Chapter 448. Linghu Jinhong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Earlier, he was really afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill Zither Young Master. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't kill Zither Young Master in the end, otherwise it could be imagined that their 7-star sword sect would surely be in great turmoil. What's going on? Zither Young Master struggled to stand up, and his face went grim when he felt the injuries on his body. When he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered some of his injuries, he noticed the numerous strange gazes from the surroundings, and when he saw Duan Lingtian, who stood on the life and death arena without the slightest injury, his face went grim. No, impossible. How could this be possible? You were obviously killed by me. How could you possibly still be alive? Zither Young Master seemed as if he'd seen a ghost when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he cried out loudly in astonishment. The gaze Duan Lingtian looked at Zither Young Master didn't contain the slightest emotion. If it wasn't for him being worried that the 7-star sword sect would be implicated, he'd have killed Zither Young Master with a single strike earlier. As for his own safety, he wasn't worried. At most, he'd just leave. At that time, not to mention Zither Young Master's master was in existence at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. Even a Void Interpretation stage or Void Transformation stage expert might not be able to find him. When Zither Young Master's current hysterical appearance entered into the eyes of the crowd of 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples, it caused them to be unable to refrain from shaking their heads and sighing with emotion. Looks like Zither Young Master's illness is really not light. Now he still thinks that Duan Lingtian was killed by him? I never imagined that there really is an illness like losing one's mind. I've only heard of it in the past and never seen it. Today, I can be considered to have gained knowledge. This Zither Young Master probably doesn't even know that he's lost his mind. Unfortunately, one of the dignified 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom has actually contracted such a strange illness. The 7-star sword sect disciples whispered in discussion. Although their voices were soft, it still entered into Zither Young Master's ears, and it caused his face to go grim. Lost his mind. These 7-star sword sect disciples said, "He's lost his mind?" Zither Young Master took a deep breath and sobered up slightly and started to clear his thoughts. Just now, I clearly killed that Duan Lingtian. But now this Duan Lingtian is actually standing there, perfectly fine. He's actually not dead. What's going on? Traces of coldness suddenly arose in Zither Young Master's heart. Did he really lose his mind? Duan Lingtian. Zither Young Master looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly cold gaze. He once again flashed onto the life and death arena and confronted Duan Lingtian. You've already lost. If I hadn't held back earlier, you'd already be a corpse. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Zither Young Master, his tone incomparably calm. Shameless boasting. Zither Young Master shouted coldly, then his hand shook to once again descend onto the grade 5 spirit Zither, desiring to pluck one of the Zither strings and launch another attack at Duan Lingtian. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The dim light reappeared in the depths of his eyes. It was as if there were two strange flames burning in them. Thousand illusions. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force fused into the soul brand, and he directly executed the soul skill exclusive to the soul brand. Instantly, the place Zither Young Master was at once fell into the illusory space created by Duan Lingtian. Swish! Under the gazes of everyone present, along with Duan Lingtian's figure flashing out, Zither Young Master seemed as if he didn't see Duan Lingtian's movements, and he plucked the zither strings to directly flash towards the place Duan Lingtian was at earlier. Subsequently, besides Duan Lingtian, the pupils of everyone present constricted once more. Heavens! What did we see? Humph! Duan Lingtian, this time I'll make you die completely, and there's no possibility of you surviving. At this moment, in the field of vision of everyone present, Zither Young Master was speaking to the air, and the zither strings of the grade 5 spirit zither in his hand ceaselessly plucked out. They seemed to have transformed into numerous sharp arrows that swiftly flashed out to fiercely smash onto the spot Duan Lingtian stood at earlier. Swish! 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 The zither strings flashed out as piercing howls sounded out without end. Bang! 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 The place Duan Lingtian stood at earlier was shattered into pieces, and it was completely destroyed by Zither Young Master, and it was covered in desolation. Ha 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 ha! Finally, Zither Young Master stopped. Yet he started roaring with laughter once more, and his laughter was filled with boundless arrogance. Duan Lingtian, I've already torn you into pieces. Let me see how you'll come back to life this time. Zither Young Master looked complacently at the ground that he destroyed to the point it was covered in desolation, and he revealed a savage expression as if he'd seen Duan Lingtian's incomplete body being torn into pieces by him. Moreover, it was indeed like this in the world before Zither Young Master's eyes. This Zither Young Master has really gone mad. Looks like so long as Zither Young Master makes a move, his illness will act up. His insanity is really strange. Now, I feel that he's slightly pitiful. His strength obviously far surpasses Duan Lingtian. Yet because of this illness of his, he's bound to be a piece of meat on senior brother Duan Lingtian's chopping board. The crowd of 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Most of the people present, including most of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, more or less had this thought at this moment. Only the 7-star sword sect's leader, Linghu Jinhong, glanced at the Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, with a tacit understanding, and both of them saw astonishment in each other's eyes. Sect leader, could it be that all of this was done by Duan Lingtian? Zheng Fan's voice transmission entered into Linghu Jinhong's ears, and his voice was filled with a feeling of fear. It's possible. Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission was filled with seriousness. But I wonder what ability Duan Lingtian executed. Such an ability is something that I, Linghu Jinhong, have never seen or heard of in my entire lifetime. I suddenly have the feeling that I'm a frog at the bottom of a well. To Linghu Jinhong and Zheng Fan, no matter if it was soul skills or spiritual force attacks, they were all too distant, and they were utterly unable to know. After all, human martial artists were only able to come into contact with spiritual force attacks when they broke through to the Emperor Wu stage. As for soul skills, they were the inherited secret skills of some extremely rare demon beasts. Even in the foreign lands where experts were as numerous as the clouds, there were extremely few demon beasts and demons that knew how to execute soul skills that were unfathomable before they broke through to the demon emperor stage. Whereas Duan Lingtian's luck was good, and he obtained a soul brand that the inscription master had spent his entire lifetime researching. This soul brand was extremely difficult to obtain. Even if it was Emperor Wu of Samsara all those years ago, he was unable to research a soul brand. For the sake of a soul brand, That inscription master made himself live in boredom for his entire life, and although he succeeded later on, he was already in his twilight years and didn't have long to live. In the end, all of this benefited Duan Lingtian. In the entire Cloud Continent, there's probably no second person that's capable of replicating the experiences of that senior. In other words, I'm afraid I'm the only person that's capable of executing a soul skill with a soul brand before breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was extremely agitated. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, he'd roamed freely for 2 lifetimes, yet he'd never encountered a human martial artist that was capable of executing offensive and interference methods with spiritual force before breaking through to the Emperor Wu stage. Although the soul brand left behind by that senior was unable to execute soul skills that were offensive in nature, this auxiliary interference type soul skill was sufficient to allow Duan Lingtian to stand in an invincible position when facing a martial artist with a spiritual force that was weaker than him. Just like the Zither young master, Zishang. Zishang's spiritual force was equivalent to his cultivation, and it was both at the half-step void stage. A half-step void stage spiritual force was far inferior to Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force. Moreover, Zishang wasn't an inscription master. Even if he broke through to the first level of the void prying stage and his spiritual force increased along with it, it would still be impossible for him to be a match for the current Duan Lingtian. So long as Duan Lingtian's soul skill, Thousand Illusions, was utilized, unless his spiritual force was at the second level of the void prying stage or above. Otherwise, it would be difficult for a martial artist that wasn't an inscription master like Zishang to escape the fate of being confused by the illusory space. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian arrived behind Zither young master once more. Then the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed out, and the body of the sword once again descended onto Zither young master, slapping him flying. Bang! Zither young master flew out like an arrow that left the bowstring, and he once again descended outside the life and death arena in a sorry state. Zither young master sobered up once more, and he looked at the scene before him as if he'd seen a ghost. No, impossible. Duan Lingtian, you used demonic techniques. You surely used demonic techniques. I've obviously already dismembered you into 1,000 pieces. How could you possibly still be alive? How could you possibly still be alive? At this moment, the gaze Zither young master looked at Duan Lingtian with had an additional sense of terror that arose in his subconscious. In next to no time, Zither young master's eyes squinted as he suppressed the terror in his heart, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with had an additional sense of bloodthirsty coldness. I was actually terrified earlier. I was terrified before this kid that hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. No, how could I be terrified before a kid that's still wet behind the ears? I want him dead. I want him dead. After Zither young master realized that he was truly terrified, he felt boundless humiliation assault him, and it was difficult for him to endure. As one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he had his own pride, and he wouldn't allow himself to be terrified before anyone. But now, even though he was unwilling to admit it, he was indeed terrified. He was terrified before a kid whose strength was far inferior to him. As far as he was concerned, such humiliation could only be completely washed away by the death of this kid before him. The killing intent in Zither young master's eyes was noticed by Duan Lingtian. What, you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian looked at Zither young master, and his face sank as he said in a cold voice, I've already shown mercy to you twice. If you continue to be pig-headed, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Zither young master's heart trembled, and his eyes emitted boundless malice. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely find a way to break open your demonic technique. Surely. Once I break open your demonic technique, it'll be the time you lose your life. I, Zishang, will surely kill you with my own 2 hands." Zither Young Master roared with a grim voice, and his eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Demonic technique. Chapter 449. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a wisp of killing intent. He felt Zither Young Master's hatred towards him. It was hatred that wished for nothing more than to burn his bones and scatter his ashes. Within the hatred, killing intent shot into the sky and chose to swallow Qin Shi up. In other words, in the eyes of Zither Young Master, it was already a foregone conclusion that they would fight to the death. In the future, between him and Zither Young Master, only one of them would be able to survive. "Kill me?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zither Young Master and said indifferently, "Zither Young Master, if you want to kill me, feel free to come up and battle me." As he spoke, the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes grew even stronger. He'd already decided, if this Zither Young Master really dared ascend the life and death arena once more, then he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill Zither Young Master to put an end to future troubles. At that time, he would at most announce that he was leaving the 7-Star Sword Sect and completely draw a line between him and the 7-Star Sword Sect. In this way, even if the formidable master behind Zither Young Master was enraged, it ought to go to the extent of implicating the 7-Star Sword Sect. After all, it was he who killed Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master was naturally able to clearly feel Duan Lingtian's killing intent, and when he thought of the strange events that had occurred successively earlier, he took a deep breath and suppressed the flames of rage in his heart in the end. "Duan Lingtian, I'll surely find a way to deal with your demonic technique." Zither Young Master glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian. Then, under the gazes of everyone present, he whistled. Instantly, whoosh! A black figure flashed down from the clouds and mist in the horizon, and it seemed to have transformed into a black light that shot not far away from Zither Young Master. It was precisely Zither Young Master's flying mount, the Dark Rock. Sect leader Linghu, farewell. Zither Young Master mounted the Dark Rock and glanced at Linghu Jinhong with a burning gaze, then looked at Duan Lingtian, and the killing intent that was emitted from his eyes caused one's hair to stand on end. "Let's go!" Zither Young Master abruptly shouted out explosively, deeply afraid that if he stayed a moment longer, he would be unable to refrain from making a move against Duan Lingtian. Although he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian, he didn't lose his rationality. Before he had a way to break through Duan Lingtian's demonic technique, he wouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he would only be courting death. Whoosh! The Dark Rock suddenly flapped its wings, carrying Zither Young Master and shooting out. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant horizon. When they saw Zither Young Master fleeing in defeat, a wave of booing arose in the surroundings of the life and death arena at the peak of Dubhe Peak. That Zither Young Master is truly laughable. He himself has lost his mind. Yet, he actually falsely accused senior brother Duan Lingtian. What demonic technique! Does he really think we're 3-year-old children? Perhaps he feels that doing this will be able to protect his face, the third person amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zither Young Master is only SOSO. How disappointing. A dignified half-step void stage martial artist is actually unable to defeat senior brother Duan Lingtian, who hasn't even stepped into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. In my opinion, Zither Young Master is only a joke. The crowd of 7-Star Sword Sect disciples discussed animatedly. Their words were filled with disdain towards Zither Young Master, and were filled with adoration towards Duan Lingtian. Besides Zhao Lin, all the higher-ups of the 7-Star Sword Sect from the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong, revealed smiles on their faces. To them, Duan Lingtian was the future hope of the 7-Star Sword Sect, and now that he was fine, it was something worthy of being happy about. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that your luck would be so good. You actually escaped calamity. Zhao Lin's expression was gloomy, and killing intent suffused the depths of his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the worry in the hearts of Zheng Song, Zui, Qing Mou, and the other seven-star sword sect disciples that had a comparatively better relationship with Duan Lingtian vanished, and a smile appeared on their faces. Humph. Hu Shuefeng's gaze was icy cold, and his expression was gloomy. That zither young master is truly useless, acting up at the critical moment. Otherwise, this Duan Lingtian would have died long ago. On the life and death arena, Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides, intending to leave the life and death arena. Right at this moment, his face went grim, and he abruptly raised his head. At practically the exact same moment, the seven-star sword sect higher-ups that were led by Linghu Jinhong raised their heads successively and looked towards the sky. High above in the sky, the clouds and mist roiled. Whoosh! An incomparably swift azure-colored flowing light was like a shooting star that flew down, and its target was the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian's face went grim, and he hurriedly flashed out to leave the life and death arena. Bang! Duan Lingtian heard a terrifying sound of air exploding sound out in the sky behind him, and when he turned around once again, he noticed that there was an enormous figure in the sky above the life and death arena. This was a flying demon beast with an extremely ugly appearance that was completely covered in azure-colored wings, and it was flapping its wings as it soared high in the sky. 5th level Void Initiation Stage Demon Beast. Presently, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force had advanced to the Void Prying stage, and he casually stretched it out to detect the strength of this flying demon beast. This demon beast seems to be slightly familiar. Duan Lingtian sized up the demon beast that looked like a vulture before him, and he kept having the feeling that he'd seen it somewhere before. Lu Yuan, I wonder why you brought this traitor to my seven-star sword sect. Right at this moment, Linghu Jinhong's voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look over, and only now did he notice that there were two people standing on the back of this vulture demon beast. He knew these two people. One of them was precisely the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, that he'd met in the demonic Lotus Blade sect 1 year ago. The other person was someone that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with. It was precisely the traitor Huang Ji, a former seven-star sword sect inner court disciple, the personal disciple of the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Azure, Feather Vulture. Duan Lingtian recalled that this flying demon beast was precisely the Origin Convergence sect guarding demon beast. Why did Lu Yuan bring Huang Ji here? To flaunt his prowess? Duan Lingtian frowned. He was truly unable to wrap his head around why Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, would bring Huang Ji, the traitor of the seven-star sword sect, to the seven-star sword sect. It's Huang Ji. Traitor Huang Ji. Meanwhile, many people recognized Huang Ji, and they all started cursing him. I was wondering who it was, so it's this ingrate. He actually has the face to come to our seven-star sword sect? Humph. The sect leader fostered him, yet he betrayed the sect leader, betrayed the seven-star sword sect. Truly shameful. Damn it. Most of the seven-star sword sect disciples on the peak of W Peak were filled with righteous indignation, and their words were filled with rage. Huang Ji stood on the azure feather vulture with a gloomy expression. Curse. Curse to your heart's content. All of you might not have the chance to curse in a while. Huang Ji coldly swept the seven-star sword sect disciples on the peak of W Peak, and his eyes emitted slight embarrassment, rage, and disdain. Sect leader Linghu, I trust you've been well since we last met. The Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, nodded and smiled to Linghu Jinhong. Then he didn't pay any further attention to Linghu Jinhong, and his burning gaze descended onto a person outside the life and death arena. Duan Lingtian frowned when he noticed Lu Yuan's gaze. What does this Lu Yuan want to do? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and a bad premonition faintly arose within him. Duan Lingtian, when we first met 1 year ago, I was already rather shocked when you defeated the demonic Lotus Blade Sex Saber Young Master, Longyin, with a cultivation at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. I never imagined that even the Zither Young Master, Zishang, would actually be unable to do anything to you today. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke slowly. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Earlier, when his spiritual force came into contact with Lu Yuan, he noticed that Lu Yuan's cultivation was actually not inferior to Linghu Jinhong, and was in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. Right at this moment, swoosh, swoosh, another 2 enormous figures that were like small mountains whistled down from high above in the sky, and in the blink of an eye they descended in the sky above the peak of Dubhe Peak and formed a triangular formation with the origin convergent sects, Azure Feather Vultures. The Snow Moon sect leader, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto one of the enormous flying beasts. This was a white crane, and it was precisely the Snow Moon sect's mountain guardian demon beast, the Cloudsoar crane. Duan Lingtian had seen it once a year ago, whereas behind the Cloudsoar crane, the Snow Moon sect leader stood there with a graceful bearing. This Cloudsoar crane is at the 4th level of the Void Initiation stage. The Snow Moon sect leader is at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force told him the specific cultivation of the man and beast before him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's target moved to descend onto another enormous flying beast. This was a completely crimson, red, large bird with an extremely strange appearance. Its wings lightly flapped to give rise to a wave of hot wind that was like 2 balls of flames that ceaselessly jumped about. The demonic Lotus Blade sect leader. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the back of the crimson, red, large bird. Wasn't the robust middle-aged man standing there the demonic Lotus Blade sect leader Long? This flying beast with crimson red wings is actually similar to the Origin Convergence sect's Azure Feather Vulture, a 5th level Void Initiation stage demon beast. Besides that, this demonic Lotus Blade sect leader is actually in existence at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage as well. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force swept out, and after a short moment, his mood was extremely turbulent. The arrival of 3 great sect leaders to the 7-star sword sect is probably not a good thing. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the feeling of danger in his heart grew even stronger. It wasn't only Duan Lingtian that had a feeling of danger. The expressions of all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups went grim. I wonder why all of you have come to my 7-star sword sect this time. Linghu Jinhong looked at the 3 great sect leaders on the 3 demon beasts with a serious expression as he asked with a low voice. The 3 great sect leaders had come together, and this matter was unusual. Sect leader Linghu. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and laughed heartily. I, Long, have come to the 7-star sword sect with sect leader Lu and sect leader Shui for only one thing. That is to combine the sects. Combine the sects? As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader finished speaking, all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples, including Linghu Jinhong, had bewildered expressions. Combine the sects? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. I guessed correctly. The arrival of the 3 great sects is really not friendly. Sect leader Long, please tell us. Linghu Jinhong frowned and said with a low voice, From today onwards, my demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect will combine into one sect. We will be collectively known as the Azure Forest Trisect. Today, so long as the 7-star sword sect combines with our 3 sects, our 4 sects will be collectively known as the Azure Forest Trisect. Chapter 450. Merge Sects? Merge Sects? As soon as the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said this, the 7-star sword sect members on the peak of Dubhi Peak finally reacted. So the merging of sects that the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader spoke of meant this. Merge. Linghu Jinhong frowned. Sect leaders, I wonder why all of you suddenly want to merge sects. I wonder to what extent this merging of sects will go. The Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, continued. Sect leader Linghu, the so-called merging of sects is to merge everything of our various sects. Once the 7-star sword sect merges with our 3 sects, our 4 sects will share all cultivation resources, including cultivation methods, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, and so on and so forth. Amongst them, it naturally includes sect guarding martial skills. Moreover, from today onwards, the 7-star sword sect, demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect will cease to exist. Our 4 sects will no longer be divided into sects and will be collectively called the Azure Forest Quad Sect. Share everything, including sect guarding martial skills. The 7-star sword sect will cease to exist. Lu Yuan's words caused Linghu Jinhong's face to go gloomy. Sect leader Lu, I'm afraid this won't do. The 7-star sword sect was passed down by my 7-star sword sect's founding ancestor, and it has extraordinary significance. Today, if I merge the 7-star sword sect into all of you, how would I give an explanation to the ancestors of the sect? So, my 7-star sword sect has no objections if your 3 sects want to merge. But my 7-star sword sect will absolutely not agree to merge sects. Absolutely not. Linghu Jinhong's tone was resolute and decisive. Right, don't merge sects. Why merge sects? Our 7-star sword sect is the 7-star sword sect, the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Unique and unmatched. Exactly. At that time, I came here precisely for the reputation of the 7-star sword sect as the #1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If the 7-star sword sect merges with the other sects, then what's the point of me joining the 7-star sword sect? The group of 7-star sword sect disciples discussed animously, and all of them were unwilling to merge sections. Sect leaders, all of you have seen it as well. My 7-star sword sect isn't suitable. Linghu Jinhong looked at the 3 sect leaders, Convergent sect 7-star sword sect, Sectum. Duan Lingtian discovered that when sect master Linghu Jinhong made his decision, the 3 great sect masters actually looked at each other and did not seem to feel surprised. However, with his sharp mind power, he immediately sensed the murderous intent rising from the 3 sect masters. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face changed, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Linghu Jinhong. Sect master, I'm afraid that these 3 great sect masters have come with ill intentions. Linghu Jinhong didn't have time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 incomparably swift howls of the wind suddenly tore through the air. The first one to bear the brunt was a giant rock. It spread its wings and flew to the peak of Dubhi Peak in the blink of an eye. Its originally cloudy eyes revealed a terrifying luster as it stared at the 3 sects' guardian demonic beasts. Elder Peng. Seeing the rock, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, his spiritual power swept out. He immediately probed Elder Peng's cultivation. 6th level of the Void Initiation stage. Elder Peng's strength was stronger than the 3 sect guardian beasts of the Origin Convergence sect, Demonic Lotus Blade sect, and Snow Moon sect. Little fellow, your spiritual force has improved again. Even I almost didn't notice you spying on me. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Elder Peng's voice. "Elder Peng, I never expected that I was still noticed by you." Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. After all, he wasn't noticed when he used his spiritual force to probe the sect masters of the various sects and the sect guardian beasts of the three great sections. At this moment, however, it was noticed by Elder Peng, and it was sufficient to show that Elder Peng wasn't simple. "My soul is innately stronger than ordinary demon beasts. There's a trace of the bloodline of a golden-winged roc within my body." Elder Peng's voice transmission continued. Golden-winged roc? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but search the memories of Emperor Wu when he heard Elder Peng. In next to no time, he found records related to the demon beast, the golden-winged roc. The golden-winged roc was a formidable demon beast with natural talent that wasn't inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Once it matured, it was able to become a demon emperor with a strength that shook the heavens and the earth. I truly never imagined that Elder Peng would actually possess the bloodline of a golden-winged roc. Even if it's only a trace, it's sufficient to allow Elder Peng to far surpass ordinary demon beasts. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Little Gold, do you know of the golden-winged roc?" Duan Lingtian curiously asked the little gold mouse that hid within his sleeve via voice transmission. "Golden-winged roc?" The little gold mouse's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. "There seems to be records of this demon beast within the inherited memories that I've awakened now. The golden-winged roc ought to be a descendant of a sacred beast like us jade-eyed heavenly mice, and it's adept in speed. In terms of speed, there are very few demon beasts that can compare to the golden-winged roc clan." A descendant of a sacred beast again? Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the two people that appeared at practically the same time as Elder Peng. These were two old men. One of the old men wore azure clothes as he stood in the sky, and his body emitted strands of deep wind aura. It's wind concept. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto the other old man. This old man wore gray clothes, and as he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword. The airflow in the sky where he stood flashed, and it seemed to have absorbed the sword chi emitted from his body. What a terrifying sword concept! Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted. The spiritual force he stretched out noticed at the first possible moment that the strength of this gray, clothed old man was superior to the azure-clothed old man. Most importantly, these two old men were 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts. Martial Uncle Xian, Martial Uncle Ming. Elder Xian, Elder Ming. Below Linghu Jinhong, all the 7-star sword sect higher-ups bowed respectfully to the two old men. "Greetings, guardian elders." Many 7-star sword sect disciples looked respectfully at the two old men as well, and they bowed. They're the two great guardian elders of the 7-star sword sect? The Xianming elders? For a time, Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two old men. "Since you've come, why hide?" Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the gray, clothed old man suddenly look up at the sky and speak indifferently. At the same time, origin energy skyrocketed on his body, and it actually transformed into an enormous sword that enveloped his entire body. Subsequently, a terrifying sword concept coiled around the enormous sword condensed from origin energy, and it emitted a terrifying aura. Swish! Suddenly, the enormous sword charged into the sky and pierced into the clouds and mist high up in the sky, and it seemed to have transformed into a broom that swept away the clouds and mist in the horizon. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang, 6 figures tore through the horizon and descended from the sky. 3 of them seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. These 6 old men were now divided into 3 groups, and they respectively descended by the side of the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect, the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the Snow Moon sect to stand shoulder to shoulder with the three great sections. Obviously, they were the experts of the three great sections. 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts. 3 5th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, after relying on his acute spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 6 people, Duan Lingtian's face went grim, including the 3 great sect leaders and the 3 great sect guardian demon beasts of the 3 great sections. The human and demon beast experts of the 3 great sections, 5 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, 6 5th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, and 1 4th-level Void Initiation Stage expert. On the side of the 7-star sword sect, there were only 4 6th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, 1 5th-level Void Initiation Stage expert, 3 4th-level Void Initiation Stage experts, 2 2nd-level Void Initiation Stage experts, and 1 1st-level Void Initiation Stage expert. The difference was too great. Elder Xian, you're worthy of being a rare genius sword cultivator of the 7-star sword sect. You've actually comprehended 7th-level sword concept. It's admirable. A robust old man in red clothes that were like fire stood by the side of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, and his pair of sharp eyes contained slight seriousness mixed within as he looked at the distant gray, clothed old man. Who'll allow the ghost? I never imagined that an old geezer like you would personally come. Looks like all of you intend to take down my 7-star sword sect today. The gray, clothed old man, the 7-star sword sect's Elder Xian, spoke indifferently. His tone was filled with killing intent, and sword chi shot into the sky. Elder Xian, you're mistaken. The blue-clothed old man that stood by the side of the Snow Moon sect's leader on the cloud crane looked at Elder Xian and said slowly, so long as the 7-star sword sect is willing to merge with our 3 great sects today and unify into the Azure Forest Quad sect, all of us old geezers will apologize to Elder Xian and bid our farewells. Exactly. One of the old men that stood by the side of the Origin Convergence sect's leader on the back of the Azure Feather Vulture nodded as well. These 3 6th-level Void Initiation Stage old fellows ought to be the strongest guardian elders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Snow Moon sect, and Origin Convergence sect. Looks like they came prepared today. Moreover, all of them don't have good intentions. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was extremely fearful. The top experts of the 3 great sects were now gathered together on the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak. If it was only the experts of one of the sects, the 7-star sword sect wouldn't be afraid. Even if the experts of the 2 sects arrived together, the 7-star sword sect might not be unable to go against them. But now, the arrival of the experts of the 3 sects was undoubtedly a calamity to the 7-star sword sect. Impossible. Elder Xian's reply was extremely simple and straightforward. The experts of the 3 great sects seemed to not be surprised by Elder Xian's reply, and they had carefree expressions. The 3 great sects probably have the intention of annihilating the 7-star sword sect today. As for the merger of the 4 great sects, they've probably long since expected that it would be impossible for the 7-star sword sect to agree. Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly when he saw this scene. How could the 7-star sword sect, the number 1 sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, condescend to merge with the other sects? A warrior prefers death to humiliation. The dignity of the 7-star sword sect didn't allow others to profane it. Senior brother Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Mou stood by Duan Lingtian's side with a worried expression. What exactly do the members of the 3 great sects want to do? Duan Lingtian shook his head. They've come with ill intentions. Chapter 451. At the peak of Dubhe Peak, practically all the 7-star sword sect disciples were gathered together, but at this moment, it was terrifyingly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, undulating and undulating, continuous and unending. To the seven-star sword sect disciples present, besides the traitor of the seven-star sword sect, Fan Jian, who was by the side of the Origin Convergence sect leader, the remaining members of the three great sects that had descended to the peak of W Peak were people that were far beyond their reach. It wasn't just them that were far beyond their reach. Even most of the seven-star sword sect higher-ups present were similarly far beyond their reach. Besides Fan Jian, all the members of the three great sects were existences at the void initiation stage. Even the weakest flying demon beast, the Cloudcrest crane, was in existence at the fourth level of the void initiation stage. Sect leader Linghu. Elder Xian said it's impossible. Do you think so as well? The Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, stared at Linghu Jinhong with a burning gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile, along with Lu Yuan's words, including Duan Lingtian. The gazes of everyone present descended onto Linghu Jinhong. If the seven-star sword sect is here, then I, Linghu Jinhong, am here. If the seven-star sword sect isn't here, then I, Linghu Jinhong, am still dead. Linghu Jinhong expressed his stand with a single sentence. If the seven-star sword sect were to compromise and merge with the three great sects to join the ranks of the Azure Forest Four sects, then even if it survived, it would still be dead. Even if it survived, it would still be dead. Even if it survived, it would still be dead. Linghu Jinhong's words were like a fuse that completely lit up the atmosphere of the scene. Most of the seven-star sword sect disciples present were excited to the point their faces flushed red, and they roared loudly with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. Numerous shapeless waves of sound rose and fell, spreading throughout the seven great sword peaks of the seven-star sword sect and reverberating without end. These seven-star sword sect disciples obviously agreed with Linghu Jinhong's words. Of course, there were also many seven-star sword sect disciples that had ghastly pale expressions, and their bodies unconsciously started trembling. They realized the crisis that was about to arrive. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. These seven-star sword sect disciples were incomparably terrified in their hearts. Besides Zhao Lin's expression and gaze that was difficult to unravel, all the higher-ups of the seven-star sword sect had firm and fearlessly. It was as if he had sworn to live and die with the sect. Ha ha ha! Lu Yuan abruptly started laughing loudly, and his laughter swept out in all directions and suppressed the voices of the crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples. Sect leader Linghu, could it be that you really want to give up the lives of yourself and the lives of everyone in the seven-star sword sect for the sake of the name of the seven-star sword sect? Do you want the seven-star sword sect to follow in the footsteps of the mountain split sect? As soon as Lu Yuan said this, the expressions of the seven-star sword sect members went grim. Mountain splitter sect? You annihilated the mountain split sect? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted as he asked in astonishment. That's right. Not long ago, the mountain split sect ceased to exist. Besides a group of mountain split sect disciples that were willing to rely on our Azure Forest Trisect, the mountain split sect leader, guardian elders, sect guarding demon beast, and numerous higher-ups of the mountain split sect have all died. The demonic Lotus Blade sect master continued the conversation with a resolute voice. Shua, 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 shua. Instantly, no matter if it was the seven-star sword sect higher-ups or the seven-star sword sect disciples, all of their expressions went grim. The Mountain Split sect, one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, was annihilated just like that. Mountain Split sect. Sect leader Ting. Duan Lingtan took a deep breath and lightly closed his eyes. The Mountain Split sect leader Ting was undoubtedly an open-minded person. 1 year ago, during the martial competition of the 5 great sects, Duan Lingtian had successively defeated the two great disciples of the Mountain Split sect, causing the Mountain Split sect to lose face. However, not only was the Mountain Split sect leader not enraged, he instead sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to be a guest in the Mountain Split sect. Duan Lingtian had a rather good impression of sect leader-ting. But today, when he heard that the Mountain Split sect led by sect leader-ting was actually annihilated, just like that, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Mountain Split sect was one of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it was extremely formidable. Yet now it had actually become a fleeting cloud. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. Although the 7-star sword sect's strength far surpassed the Mountain Split sect, but now that the top experts of the 3 great sects had descended, even the 7-star sword sect had the heart, but was powerless no matter if it was the number or strength of the top experts of the 3 great sects. They were extremely shocking and far surpassed the 7-star sword sect. Little Gold, perhaps will be buried here with the sect today. Duan Lingtian flicked his sleeve and communicated with the little gold mouse via voice transmission. Big Brother Lingtian will surely be able to survive. The little gold mouse consoled via voice transmission. Survive? Duan Lingtian only shook his head and smiled when he heard the little gold mouse's naive words, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any extravagant hopes towards this. Under the eyes of the experts of the 3 great sects, probably not a single person from the 7-star sword sect would be able to escape alive. Right at this moment, bang, 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 bang. The peak of Dubhi Peak seemed to shake, and countless heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. It's the demonic Lotus Blade sect, and the Origin Convergence sect. The Snow Moon sect has come as well, along with the rising and falling exclamations of the 7-star sword sect disciples sounding out. The surroundings of the peak of Dubhi Peak were filled with the members of the demonic Lotus Blade sect, Origin Convergence sect, and Snow Moon sect. Practically all these people were inner court disciples of the 3 great sections. There were also many elders of the sections. Obviously, the 3 great sects had come prepared today for the sake of annihilating the entire 7-star sword sect and allowing the Azure Forest Trisect formed from the 3 sects to reign supreme over the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family would probably fear the deterrence of the Azure Forest Trisect. I'm willing to rely on the Azure Forest Trisect. I'm willing to rely on the Azure Forest Trisect. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects that surrounded them and spoke in panic. The 7-star sword sect disciples that are willing to rely on our Azure Forest Trisect can go behind our Azure Forest Trisect disciples. Don't think of fleeing, otherwise you'll die for sure. The voice of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was resolute, and it completely destroyed the psychological line of defense of the numerous 7-star sword sect disciples. I'm willing to rely on you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Instantly, many 7-star sword sect disciples gushed towards the Azure Forest Trisect disciples. These 7-star sword sect disciples were mostly outer court disciples that didn't have any sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect. Betraying the sect, you deserve death. The gazes of many 7-star sword sect inner court disciples were icy cold as they directly attacked and killed the outer court disciples that wanted to betray the 7-star sword sect. For a time, the peak of Dubhi Peak was dyed in blood. The faces of many 7-star sword sect disciples that wanted to betray the 7-star sword sect and rely on the Azure Forest Trisect went grim when they saw the scene, and they didn't dare make any rash movements. Sect leader Linghu, could it be that your 7-star sword sect is so dictatorial and unwilling to allow your disciples to seek a better position and seek another path of survival? The Snow Moon sect's leader looked at Linghu Jinhong and asked, Never mind, never mind. Linghu Jinhong sighed, and his entire body seemed to have completely lost all strength. 7-star sword sect disciples that are willing to live and die with the sect. Listen up. Everyone has their own aspirations. You're not allowed to kill your former fellow disciples. Former fellow disciples. These 4 words undoubtedly contain too much helplessness and sorrow mixed within. As soon as Linghu Jinhong finished speaking, the 7-star sword sect disciples instantly rushed out desperately in next to no time. More than half of them had left. There were no more than 100 people that remained. Most of them were inner court disciples. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Perhaps it's talking about a situation like this. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, and he didn't have the slightest hatred towards these disciples that chose to leave the 7-star sword sect. Just like Linghu Jinhong had said, everyone had their own aspirations. Moreover, these 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't compare to the personal disciples of the peak masters and elders of the various peaks, as they didn't obtain too much favor from the 7-star sword sect. They relied more on themselves. The 7-star sword sect only gave them the honor of an identity. Their sense of belonging to the 7-star sword sect was limited. I didn't misjudge in the end. Many 7-star sword sect higher-ups revealed gratified smiles as they looked at the figures of their personal disciples amongst the group of 7-star sword sect disciples that remained. Master, this disciple can only repay the kindness you've shown me in my next life. Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. A white-clothed young man that had approached the border area of the peak of Migra's peak since long ago flashed out, as if transforming into a sharp arrow that flashed behind the azure forest trisect disciples and vanished. Hu Shuefeng. Duan Lingtian recognized this inner court disciple that had betrayed the 7-star sword sect, and it was precisely the personal disciple of the Monarch Peak's peak master, Hu Shuefeng. At that time, before the outer court competition, Duan Lingtian had once heard of it. Hu Shuefeng was the personal disciple that the peak master of Monarch Peak doted on the most, and even found a grade 7 spirit sword that was able to provide an amplification of 30% strength for Hu Shuefeng. It could be said that the peak master of Monarch Peak fostered Hu Shuefeng without holding back in the slightest. But now, Hu Shuefeng had instead become the first person amongst the personal disciples of the 7-star sword sect higher-ups to defect. Bastard disciple! An explosive shout suddenly sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian saw, amongst the 7-star sword sect higher-ups, a white-clothed middle-aged man similarly had a flushed face, and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed as he was enraged to the limit. See if I don't kill you. Whoosh! Instantly, the peak master of Monarch Peak took the initiative and seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out. In the sky, an ancient horned dragon silhouette and 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with it. 9th level of the void prying stage. Master, spare my life! Hu Shuefeng hid behind the azure forest trisect disciples, and his face went ghastly pale when he saw his master flashing over, and he was terrified and uneasy. In next to no time, he heaved a sigh of relief, because a 9th level void prying stage elder had walked out from the azure forest trisect side to stop the peak master of Monarch Peak. Master! Don't worry, I'll surely carry forward the ability you passed down to me. You can go in peace. Disciple will remember your kindness for my entire lifetime. Hu Shuefeng took a deep breath and suppressed the terror in his heart before speaking to the peak master of Monarch Peak. You bastard disciple! Chapter 452. This Hu Shuefeng is utterly an ingrate like Huang Ji. The group of 7-star sword sect disciples that chose to live and die with the 7-star sword sect looked at the distant Hu Shuefeng and couldn't refrain from cursing. Hu Shuefeng! Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Shuefeng as killing intent flashed within his eyes. The other seven-star sword sect disciples hadn't received any favor from the seven-star sword sect. So choosing to leave the seven-star sword sect could be said to be because everyone had their own aspirations, and he didn't feel anything about it. But this Hu Shuefeng was instead fostered by the peak master of Monarch Peak, and the favor he received from the seven-star sword sect was innumerable. A person like this defecting from the seven-star sword sect caused Duan Lingtian to feel extreme contempt. Right when everyone thought that the experts of the three great sects were about to make a move, Duan Lingtian, the gaze of the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, descended onto Duan Lingtian. Your natural talent is unparalleled in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, even to the extent that it can be said to be unprecedented. Why choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect? Why don't you join our Azure Forest Trisect? With your natural talent, it isn't impossible for you to become the one and only sect leader of our Azure Forest Trisect in the future. Lu Yuan threw out an olive branch to Duan Lingtian. Master! As soon as Lu Yuan said this, it caused the expression of Huang Ji, who stood behind him, to go grim, and he hurriedly said, Master, this Duan Lingtian can't be allowed to live. Allowing him to live will surely be a great calamity that will bring calamity to our Azure Forest Trisect. Shut up! How could Lu Yuan not know what Huang Ji was thinking? And he directly berated and interrupted Huang Ji. This caused Huang Ji's face to flush red and become incomparably unsightly. Duan Lingtian. Huang Ji stared hatefully at Duan Lingtian. He originally thought that he would be able to make a show of strength this time and watch Duan Lingtian be killed. But who would have imagined that his master actually wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian into the Azure Forest Trisect? Once Duan Lingtian joined the Azure Forest Trisect, he could imagine that he would surely be completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian like he was in the seven-star sword sect before, and he would have no chance to turn the tables. He couldn't accept it. However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Clearly, in his master's eyes, his value was far less than this Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're a peerless genius, and your future achievements are immeasurable. We believe that you're a smart person and know what to do. So long as you leave the seven-star sword sect and join our Azure Forest Trisect, we'll use the best cultivation resources to foster you. The sect leader of the Snow Moon sect looked at Duan Lingtian and tried to recruit him. That's right. So long as you join our Azure Forest Trisect, you'll have whatever you want. With your peerless and monstrous natural talent, you'll surely become the #1 person in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom in the future. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader said as well. They'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's natural talent. 1 year ago, he'd comprehended elementary wind force at the age of 22 and defeated the Saber Young Master, Long Yin. Today, he'd even defeated the Zither Young Master, Zishang. Presently, Duan Lingtian was only 23 years old, yet he'd already suppressed 2 of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If he was given another 1 or 2 years of time, even the leader of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom might not be a match for him. The 3 great sect leaders threw out an olive branch to Duan Lingtian at the same time. In the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, perhaps only Duan Lingtian was able to receive such treatment. For a time, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. Everyone knew clearly that so long as Duan Lingtian was able to survive, it wouldn't be difficult for him to soar into the sky in the future. Duan Lingtian stood there unmoved by the recruitment of the 3 great sect leaders, and it was as if he didn't hear them. He had a carefree expression, and his expression wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Duan Lingtian. Finally, Linghu Jinhong spoke out with a calm tone. Just as the 3 of them said, with your natural talent, your future accomplishments are limitless. If you choose to join them, then I won't blame you. Exactly, Duan Lingtian, we won't blame you. Zhang Fan, Kuzhan, an elder by spoke out as well. Duan Lingtian's body imperceptibly trembled when he heard the words of the three of them, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. I wonder how senior brother Duan Lingtian will choose. Many seven-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but be slightly perturbed. In their hearts, they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, and hoped that Duan Lingtian would choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. Imperceptibly, Duan Lingtian had already become a type of spiritual will of the seven-star sword sect. If even Duan Lingtian chose to defect, they would undoubtedly be extremely disappointed. Let me join your Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian looked at the three great sect leaders and slowly said, but all of you have to agree to a condition of mine. Duan Lingtian's words caused many seven-star sword sect disciples to sigh. Of course, there were also some seven-star sword sect disciples that heaved a sigh of relief. For example, Zhang Song, Zuoqing, Mo Yu Hidong, and the other seven-star sword sect disciples that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian felt happy that Duan Lingtian was able to survive. What condition? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader asked. The gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were curious as well. I can join the Azure Forest Trisect that's formed from the merger of your three sects. But your Azure Forest Trisect must guarantee to withdraw from the seven-star sword sect and guarantee not to invade in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he spoke word by word. Whoosh! When Duan Lingtian's condition was spoken of, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. No one had imagined that Duan Lingtian would speak of such a condition. At the beginning, when Duan Lingtian said he could join the Azure Forest Trisect, although some of the seven-star sword sect higher-ups and disciples didn't say anything, they still felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. Now, when Duan Lingtian spoke of this condition, the gap in their hearts vanished without a trace. It could be said that if Duan Lingtian didn't speak of this condition, then he would be betraying the seven-star sword sect for his own benefit. But now that Duan Lingtian spoke of this condition, the nature was completely different. It became enduring humiliation for the greater good. This caused them to feel deep veneration. Impossible. The three sect leaders shook their heads at the same time and refused Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, we want to recruit you to join the Azure Forest Trisect because we undoubtedly think highly of your natural talent. However, although we think highly of you, it doesn't mean that we can make such a large concession for you. The seven-star sword sect must be annihilated today. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes had a trace of coldness. You can choose to change the condition, or you can choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. The sect leaders of the Origin Convergence sect and Snow Moon sect nodded as well. Change the condition? Duan Lingtian frowned and seemed to be slightly troubled. At the same time, numerous voice transmissions entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and all of them advised him to never choose to live and die with the seven-star sword sect. These voice transmissions came from the seven-star sword sect higher-ups beside Zhao Lin, and from the crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples. Obviously, the condition Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier caused most of the people in the seven-star sword sect to be subdued by Duan Lingtian, and they didn't wish to destroy Duan Lingtian's great future because of them. Duan Lingtian ought to have a better future. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart lightly trembled. He was able to feel that these voice transmissions came from the bottom of their hearts, and they were truly for his good. But the more it was like this, the heavier his mood was. Under such circumstances, could he just walk away? Was he this sort of person? Fortunately, Kerr and little Fei left with Peak Master Qin Xiang. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to escape this calamity. At this moment, Duan Lingtian recalled Kerr and Li Fei, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian, our patience is limited. What do you think? The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader frowned and spoke with slight impatience. Then I'll change my condition. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, who was on the Cloudsoar crane. Then his gaze moved to descend onto Huang Ji, who was behind Lu Yuan. My condition is, I want Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng to die. So long as the two of them die, I can promise all of you to join the Azure Forest Trisect. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the scene went deathly silent, as if one would be able to hear a pin drop on the ground. Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng had become the center of attention as well. Both of their faces went pale. Master, don't believe him, don't believe him. Huang Ji noticed that Lu Yuan had turned to look at him, and his face went ghastly pale as he spoke in panic. Right, don't believe him, don't believe him. Hu Shuefeng noticed that the gazes the surrounding Azure Forest Trisect elders and disciples looked at him seemed to have changed, and he was terrified to the point his body shivered and he was extremely flustered. So long as they die, you're really willing to join our Azure Forest Trisect? Lu Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian as if he wanted to confirm it. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze carried ridicule as he looked at Huang Ji, who had a ghastly pale expression as he said indifferently, Huang Ji, at this moment, do you feel it's ironic? That day, you betrayed the sect and joined the Origin Convergence sect, and it was none other than because I seized your limelight. Today, even if you become the personal disciple of sect leader Lu, you still have to die with a single word from me. You're bound to be a loser before me, an eternal loser. You're bound to live under my shadow for your entire life. Every single word Duan Lingtian spoke struck at Huang Ji's heart. You. Huang Ji was angered to the point his face flushed red, and when he saw Lu Qiu looking at him with eyes that emitted killing intent, he completely panicked. Master, no. Don't. Huang Ji's voice stopped abruptly as he finished speaking, because with a raise of his hand, Lu Qiu easily shattered the top of his head and blasted him to death. Hu Shuefeng's face went ghastly pale when he saw this scene. Flee. At this moment, only this thought remained in his mind. But when Hu Shuefeng turned around and didn't have the time to execute his movement technique, he noticed that he was already surrounded by the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Kill him. Along with the orders of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader, the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect made a move and annihilated Hu Shuefeng before he could even react. The moment Huang Ji and Hu Shuefeng died, everyone from the Seven-Star Sword sect revealed smiles. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, we've already completed your conditions. From today onwards, you, Duan Lingtian, are a disciple of our Azure Forest Trisect. Welcome. Chapter 453. Welcome. The demonic Lotus Blade sect and Origin Convergence sect's leaders looked at Duan Lingtian as well and smiled warmly. At this moment, even the gazes of the older generation experts of the three great sects descended onto Duan Lingtian. They'd heard of Duan Lingtian long ago. They knew that he was a rare genius in the martial Tao of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and his monstrous natural talent in the martial Tao could be said to be unprecedented in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Alas, senior brother Duan Lingtian is going to leave in the end. Many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples couldn't help but sigh. Although the outcome was like this, they didn't blame Duan Lingtian in the slightest, and were even grateful to Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had dealt with 2 traitors for the Seven-Star Sword sect before leaving. He'd completed what they wanted to complete, yet were unable to complete. Besides Zhao Lin, the Seven-Star Sword sect higher-ups had unsightly expressions, and the gazes the others shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with gratification. Duan Lingtian, if you see Fei, remember to tell her. Don't think of taking revenge for me before you have the strength to shake the Azure Forest Trisect. Of course, it's best if she never thinks of taking revenge. As her master, I hope that she'll live a peaceful life without any worries. Elder Bai's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it was even more like she was leaving behind her will. Elder Bai, I'm afraid I can't help you pass these words to little Fei. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile as he replied via voice transmission. What do you mean by this? When Elder Bai replied to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission, she couldn't help but be stunned. In next to no time, she obtained her answer. They saw Duan Lingtian standing at the side of the life and death arena as he looked at the sect leaders of the three great sects and smiled lightly. Sect leaders, Duan Lingtian appreciates your good intentions, but Duan Lingtian has received great kindness from the sect leader and the Seven-Star Sword Sect on many occasions, so I'm afraid I'm unable to leave with all of you. Duan Lingtian spoke with great resolution to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword Sect. Duan Lingtian's attitude caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, many Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples were stunned. All the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups were dumbstruck. What? Are you going back on your word? The faces of the three sect leaders darkened as they glared at Duan Lingtian. Their eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. Despicable! You went back on your word. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the three great sects that were surrounding the peak of Dubhe Peak started cursing loudly. Sect leaders, I'm truly sorry. Actually, I was only joking earlier. I never imagined that the three sect leaders would actually be willing to give up 2 disciples for me. Duan Lingtian. I'm truly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed with slight embarrassment. When Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the members of the three great sects, it completely ignited their rage. Duan Lingtian, since you're unwilling to join my Azure Forest Trisect, then go die. The Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, was the first to be unable to restrain himself. The origin energy on his body shot into the sky as he flashed out from the back of the Azure Feather Vulture, and he seemed to have transformed into a goshawk that swooped down towards Duan Lingtian. After all, for the sake of recruiting Duan Lingtian, he'd killed his most outstanding personal disciple. This caused him to be aggrieved and furious. How could he believe the words of this little fox, Duan Lingtian? Bang, 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 bang. Everywhere Lu Yuan passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes dashed out along with him with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Bang! Lu Yuan, who was enraged to the extreme, slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy condensed into an enormous palm print that carried the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons as it whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Lu Yuan didn't use a spirit weapon or concept. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was merely a nascent soul stage martial artist and didn't have the qualifications to make him a 6th level void initiation stage expert. Utilize his origin energy and concept. At practically the instant Lu Yuan attacked, Linghu Jinhong made a move as well. Swish! With a raise of his hand, origin energy instantly condensed into a sharp sword, and the sharp sword that was completely condensed into form from origin energy flashed out as if it had transformed into a sharp arrow. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed the palm print Lu Yuan slapped out. In the sky above Linghu Jinhong, 14 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. As a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist, Linghu Jinhong's strength was already comparable to the strength of 8 ancient horned dragons. The extra strength of 6 ancient horned dragons was precisely Linghu Jinhong's 6th level sword concept. When Lu Yuan's palm print whistled over, Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. Whirlwind. He exerted all his strength to exert his fastest speed, yet was unable to avoid Lu Yuan's palm print that whistled over in the end. This palm print seemed as if it had eyes, and it followed him like a shadow. Mother, Kerr, little Fei, the feeling of being on the verge of suffocation, the feeling of having half a foot in hell, caused Duan Lingtian to feel extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the figures of the three most important women to him in this lifetime couldn't help but appear within his mind. Squeak, squeak! Right at this moment, the little gold mouse's sharp cry sounded out. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that his hand was held by something, and when his sleeve flapped, he noticed that the little gold mouse had used her tail to coil around him and pull him to flash towards the distance. The speed was so swift that it was far from something his own speed could compare to. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a clear sword howl assault him, and it pierced his eardrums to the point of trembling. Swish! Bang! It was the sword light condensed into form from Linghu Jinhong's origin energy that had arrived and shattered Lu Yuan's palm print. Sect Leader Linghu, I truly never imagined that you've actually comprehended 6th level sword concept. In terms of strength, you're probably only inferior to Elder Xian in the 7-star sword sect. Lu Yuan looked at Linghu Jinhong as a spear appeared out of thin air in his hand, and the tip of the spear was suffused with origin energy as it emitted an aura that seemed capable of penetrating everything. Spear concept. Unlike Linghu Jinhong, who used a sword, Lu Yuan used a spear. Very few martial artists in Cloud Continent would use a spear, but those that dared use a spear were all experts that had extremely great confidence in themselves. Whoosh! The spear in Lu Yuan's hand swung, and the origin energy coiled around the spear seemed to have transformed into flames that leaped about in the air, seeming capable of incinerating everything. At the same time, 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Lu Yuan. Around the 16 ancient horned dragon silhouettes were over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes, and they were like a host of stars surrounding the moon as they surrounded the surroundings, as if they were submitting to 16 emperors. Lu Yuan, the sect leader of the Origin Convergence sect. 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert. Grade 5 Spirit Spear. 5th level Spear Concept. Grade 5 Spirit Weapon. It's the Origin Convergence sect guarding spirit weapon, Blazing Sea. I've heard of the Blazing Sea in sect leader Lu's possession since long ago. Supposedly, this Blazing Sea is the one and only grade 5 spirit weapon in the Origin Convergence sect. A grade 5 spirit spear. Some of the elders and disciples of the demonic Lotus Blade sect and Snow Moon sect couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In next to no time, the gazes of everyone descended onto Linghu Jinhong, who stood in confrontation with Lu Yuan. Linghu Jinhong stood there, and the clothes on his body fluttered without wind. A sword quickly appeared in his hand, a sword that had flowing lights revolving around it. Along with his origin energy pouring into the sword, 6th level sword concept suffused out. Whoosh! In the sky, 17 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. Around the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, there were similarly over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes that surrounded the surroundings. Sect leader. The 7-star sword sect disciples present looked up at Linghu Jinhong with burning gazes. This was the sect leader of their 7-star sword sect. His strength obviously surpassed the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan. Sect leader Linghu, I have to admit that I'm not a match for you in a one-on-one battle. But unfortunately, it isn't a battle between you and me today, but a battle between our Azure Forest Trisect and your 7-star sword sect. Lu Yuan had a calm expression, and at the same time he raised his other hand. Azure Forest Trisect disciples, hear my command, suddenly. Lu Yuan's hand pressed down. Leave no one alive. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to have transformed into a judge that controlled life and death. Kill. Leave no one alive. Instantly, the Azure Forest Trisect disciples were like a swarm of bees as they swept towards the group of disciples that chose to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword Sect. The Seven-Star Sword Sect disciples naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death, and they rose up to resist in unison. At practically the exact same moment, the experts of the three great sects in the sky made a move. These were all experts that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and with every move they made, origin energy roared and concept suffused the sky. A true slaughter unfolded on the peak of Dubhe Peak. Kill! Kill! Waves of battle cries sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and at the same time he joined in as well. Sword-drawing arts. Along with the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand striking out, it seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous snake as numerous Azure Forest Trisect disciples died at his hands. Thousand illusions. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a dim light as his spiritual force utilized the soul brand to execute an illusory space. With him as the center, so long as the Azure Forest Trisect disciples had spiritual forces that were inferior to him within a radius of 10 meters, they would be lost within the illusory space and become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kill Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian knows demonic techniques. In next to no time, an Azure Forest Trisect elder noticed the soul skill Duan Lingtian executed. Of course, they didn't know that what Duan Lingtian executed was a soul skill, and they only thought it was a demonic technique. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The numerous Azure Forest Trisect elders seemed as if they discussed it beforehand as they flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. The spiritual forces of these Azure Forest Trisect elders surpassed the current Duan Lingtian, and the soul skill Duan Lingtian executed was completely useless against them. In the blink of an eye, these Azure Forest Trisect elders had approached Duan Lingtian. I'm going to die in the end. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile when he saw this scene. Not to mention him, even the little gold mouse was inferior to the strengths of these Azure Forest Trisect elders. Most of them were existences at the 4th level of the Void Prying Stage or above. Even though his spiritual force had advanced to the Void Prying Stage and was sufficient to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate Void Prying Stage martial artists, the materials required were extremely rare. It wasn't something that could be bought with money, and it could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought after. Swish! A dazzling sword light flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes, and it was like a life-saving straw that spun past him. With only a single sword strike, half of the Azure Forest Trisect elders that flashed towards Duan Lingtian had died. Chapter 454. Peak Master Zheng Fan. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the middle-aged man. Subsequently, when his gaze descended onto another place, it went icy cold once again. Numerous 7-star sword sect disciples died at the hands of the Azure Forest Trisect elders and disciples, and in a short moment, blood flowed like a river on Dubhe Peak. Kill! A 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that looked to be around the age of 20 was directly killed amidst his roars. Duan Lingtian's heart shook when he saw the scene. Such a young life had withered away just like that at this moment. Duan Lingtian only felt that life was so fragile. If this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple was placed in the earth of his previous life, perhaps he would only be a carefree university student that lived a stable life every day. But now he hadn't even had the time to enjoy his life before he'd already withered away. Duan Lingtian was enraged. His eyes were dyed completely scarlet red, and every time the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand attacked, it would take away the life of an Azure Forest Trisect disciple. He didn't know how many Azure Forest Trisect disciples had died at his hands. nor did he know how many 7-star sword sect disciples had fallen. He only knew kill, kill, kill. Every time he faced danger, Zhang Fan and Ke Zhen, the two peak masters, would lend a helping hand and resolve the danger for him. Otherwise, he might have died at the hands of the group of Azure Forest Trisect elders long ago. The origin energy in his body was ceaselessly consumed. But Duan Lingtian seemed as if he didn't feel it, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand flashed out as if he wanted to use up the last trace of strength in his body. On the other side, Zhang Song, Zhu Qing Mou, and the others that had a good relationship with Duan Lingtian were fighting with all their might, and all of them had gone red from killing. For the sake of the sect, they were willing to shed their last drop of blood. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian felt tired, and he bent down to support his legs as he gasped for breath. His gaze descended onto the sky. The battle between experts was being carried out there. The sect leader, Linghu Jinhong and Elder Xian, were fighting 2 against 3, and they stood together with the 3-6 level void initiation stage experts, and it was difficult to decide a victor. Both of them relied on their sword concepts to suppress each other and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. On the other side, Elder Ming moved with the wind, and his 5th level wind concept raged as he battled the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader. Their strength, spirit artifacts, and concepts were all on par. For a moment, the battle was a tie. On the other side, the 7-star sword sect guarding revered elder, the flying demon beast Elder Peng, was resisting the final 6th level void initiation stage expert of the 3 great sects and the origin convergence sect guarding demon beast, the Azure Feather Vulture. Originally, Elder Peng's strength wasn't inferior to that 6th level void initiation stage expert, but because of the interference of the Azure Feather Vulture, it caused Elder Peng to gradually fall into a disadvantaged position. The others and the beasts were also in full swing. I can't get involved in this kind of battle. Looking at the fierce battle in front of him, Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Any one of these experts could kill him with a flip of their palm. Ascension realm existences were simply too terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so weak and insignificant. If he was a void interpretation stage expert, no, even if he was only an expert at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, it would be sufficient to turn the situation around and allow the 7-star sword sect to avoid this calamity. In the battle between the experts, the 7-star sword sect gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. In terms of strength and quantity, the experts of the Azure Forest Trisect firmly suppressed the 7-star sword sect. An outcome like this wasn't strange. Kill. Under the protection of Peak Master Zhang Fan and Peak Master Ke Zhen, Duan Lingtian continued his slaughter after he'd rested enough. Gradually, Duan Lingtian killed to the point he was slightly numb to it. Suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears, and it belonged to the sect leader, Linghu Jinhong. Duan Lingtian, Elder Peng will bring you away in 3 breaths of time. Prepare yourself. Leave. Duan Lingtian was first stunned. Then he guessed Linghu Jinhong's intentions. Linghu Jinhong wanted to send him away. But would he be able to leave? Perhaps he'd guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts at this moment, and Linghu Jinhong added anxiously, "Only if you survive would our 7-star sword sect have hope. I believe that you'll surely be able to take revenge for us and allow the 7-star sword sect to once again stand at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom." Within Linghu Jinhong's voice transmission that contained solemn and stirring emotions, he was filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian. Sect leader. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. The time of 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this instant, swish, a terrifying sword howl tore through the sky, and it carried along a peerless might as it swept through the heavens and earth. It was the 7-star sword sect's strongest Elder Xian that had gone berserk, and he'd used his strength to suppress 3 6th level void initiation stage experts. allowing Linghu Jinhong to be free. Swoosh! Linghu Jinhong tore through the sky, and as his figure flashed, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed directly towards the distant Grand Rock. The Grand Rock was in battle with a man and a beast, and there were some injuries on his body. Elder Peng, I'm counting on you. The grade 5 spirit sword in Linghu Jinhong's hand whistled out as it assisted the Grand Rock in suppressing the man and beast, and the 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert was blasted away by Linghu Jinhong. The Azure Feather Vulture was in an extremely sorry state as well. In terms of speed, perhaps Linghu Jinhong was far inferior to the Grand Rock, but in terms of attack, he was far superior to the Grand Rock. After all, he'd already comprehended 6th level sword concept, whereas even though the Grand Rock was a 6th level Void Initiation Stage demon beast, it had only comprehended 5th level wind concept. Sword concept only affected attack, and it didn't affect speed. Wind concept, however, possessed both attack and speed. The Grand Rock nodded as his eyes emitted a wisp of desolation, and his eyes that flickered with bright lights flashed towards the distant Duan Lingtian. Oh! Right at this moment, the Azure Feather Vulture seemed to have realized that the Grand Rock wanted to leave, and it let out a sharp cry before transforming into an azure flowing light that shot towards the Grand Rock. Killing intent shot out from the depths of the Grand Rock's eyes. Swoosh! Without the suppression of the 6th level Void Initiation Stage expert, the Grand Rock directly moved to intercept the Azure Feather Vulture. Lightning flashed, and the Grand Rock stood in the sky without falling, whereas the Azure Feather Vulture's neck was broken by the Grand Rock, and it crashed onto the life and death arena on the peak of W Peak, causing an expanse of dust to be lifted up. The Azure Feather Vulture had become the first Void Initiation Stage expert to be killed. Elder Qing, the Origin Convergence sect leader, Lu Yuan, went grim when he saw this scene, and he cried out in sorrow. The status of the Azure Feather Vulture in the Origin Convergence sect was equivalent to the status of the Grand Rock in the 7-star Sword sect. Even if it was him, the sect leader, he had to respectfully address the Azure Feather Vulture as Elder Qing when he saw it. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lu Yuan returned to his senses, and he saw the 7-star Sword Sect's Grand Rock had actually abandoned Linghu Jinhong and swooped down. His gaze descended along with it. In next to no time, a familiar figure appeared within his field of vision. Duan Lingtian. Instantly, Lu Yuan's face went grim, as he finally knew the Grand Rock's plan. He also knew why the 7-star Sword Sect's Elder Xian would suddenly go berserk and risk his life to suppress the 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts, including him, so it turned out that all of this was planned beforehand. Stop that Grand Rock. It wants to save Duan Lingtian and leave. Lu Yuan abruptly shouted out explosively, and his voice swept out to spread throughout the entire peak of W Peak. Instantly, the experts of the 3 great sects wanted to withdraw themselves and flash towards Duan Lingtian to stop the Grand Rock. At this moment, their hearts burned with anxiousness. It was fine if the other 7-star Sword sect disciples fled, as they wouldn't feel anything but Duan Lingtian, this monstrous existence that rose like a comet in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. They would not allow him to escape, no matter what. They could imagine that with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, once he matured in the future, sweeping through their Azure Forest Trisect would be nothing difficult. Don't think of leaving. All the experts of the 7-star Sword sect had been notified by Linghu Jinhong via voice transmission earlier, and all of them went berserk and erupted with all their strength to stop the experts of the 3 great sects as if they'd gone mad. Bang! A 7-star Sword sect elder was directly blasted to death for obstructing the experts of the 3 great sections. Presently, the elders and disciples of the 3 great sects had all gushed towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow, as if they wanted to blast Duan Lingtian to death before the Grand Rock took Duan Lingtian away. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've come to assist you. An urgent voice sounded out, and it was Mou who was nearby Duan Lingtian flashing over to kill an Azure Forest Trisect disciple that wanted to launch a sneak attack from behind Duan Lingtian. Mou stood by Duan Lingtian's side, and his eyes had gone red from killing. Presently, Mou had already broken through to the first level of the nascent soul stage by relying on his extraordinary natural talent, and his strength was extraordinary. Stop them! Stop them! Open up a path for senior brother, Duan Lingtian. The crowd of seven-star sword sect disciples seemed as if they'd been injected with stimulants as they fought desperately with the disciples of the three great sections. They'd shed all their blood for the sake of helping Duan Lingtian pave a path to death. Today, any one of them could die, but only Duan Lingtian couldn't die. Duan Lingtian was their hope, the seven-star sword sect's hope, and the price they paid for their actions was extremely great. One by one, the seven-star sword sect disciples fell down and dyed the ground red, and fresh blood flowed out and dyed the boots on Duan Lingtian's feet red. No, no. Duan Lingtian's eyes almost split apart when he saw the scene before him. These seven-star sword sect disciples mostly didn't have any relationship with him, but for the sake of allowing him to leave today, they'd risk their lives to obstruct the members of the Azure Forest Trisect. Duan Lingtian, live well. The personal disciple of the Fecta Peak's master, Kuzhen, shouted out explosively as he charged into the crowd, and after killing a few Azure Forest Trisect disciples, he was killed by the elders of the Azure Forest Trisect. Meng Qiu! Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted boundless blood. Qiu, good job! After Ku Zhen killed an Azure Forest Trisect elder with a single strike, he just happened to see the scene, and at the same time that tears flowed down his face, he had a gratified expression. His disciple didn't lose face for him, and didn't waste his many years of fostering. Junior brother Duan Lingtian, don't let junior sister down. A delicate shout entered into Duan Lingtian's ears, and it caused Duan Lingtian's face to go ghastly pale. Senior sister Zhuqing, don't. Zhuqing's beautiful figure was like the wind, and after she killed a few Azure Forest Trisect disciples, she was swarmed by the crowd of Azure Forest Trisect disciples, and she was exposed to the saber lights and sword images that covered the sky, causing her to perish. No, no. Chapter 455. Little fellow, let's go. A gust of violent wind assaulted over as the wings of the rock that were like clouds that covered the sky descended with a bang, sweeping away all the Azure Forest Trisect members around Duan Lingtian, and a terrifying force swept out, causing many people to be directly shaken unconscious. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian felt his body lighten, and it was the rock that held him up. Mou. At the same time that the rock soared into the sky, Duan Lingtian's hand grabbed out like a bolt of lightning to grab onto Mou, who was within reach, and he pulled Mou up onto the back of the rock. Escort Duan Lingtian away. The Mizar Peak's master, Zheng Fan, and the Fecta Peak's master, Kuzhen, glanced at each other, then their figures flashed out to descend onto the rock at the same time, repelling all the Azure Forest Trisect elders that pounced over. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure that was like a bolt of lightning flashed over from afar, and the figure firmly descended onto the back of the rock. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale when he saw this person. Zhao Lin. The person that appeared on the back of the rock now was none other than the Migra's Peak Outer Court elder, Zhao Lin, the Zhao Lin that had an extremely great enmity with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you destroyed my son's life. I'll send you to hell right now. Zhao Lin's face revealed a frenzied expression as he waved his hand, and terrifying origin energy roared as it swept towards Duan Lingtian with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In the sky above Zhao Lin, 4,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Zhao Lin had obviously broken through to the third level of the void prying stage. Moreover, he'd exerted elementary force. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. His sole skill, Thousand Illusions, was utterly useless against Zhao Lin. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse flashed out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and transformed into an exceedingly swift golden light that directly moved to intercept Zhao Lin, and the sound of rushing thunder tore through the sky. In the sky, 4,500 mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Presently, the little gold mouse had already broken through to the third level of the void prying stage, and half-step advanced lightning force. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the terrifying Yuan force collided. The airflow in the air fluctuated, transforming into circular ripples that swept outwards. A terrifying gale swept out in all directions. Zhao Lin and the little gold mouse were exchanging blows, and the little gold mouse had slight advantage. Who? Zhao Lin didn't expect that Duan Lingtian actually had an expert guarding by his side, and his face went ghastly pale. With a single glance, he saw the little gold mouse that stood on Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and his gaze was icy cold. "Little mouse, you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lin raised his hand, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand. He was ready to attack again. "I think you're the one courting death." At this moment, an extremely terrifying force swept out and slammed into Zhao Lin, sending him flying. Zhao Lin had no power to fight back. His aura was weak, and he flew out like an arrow. Obviously, it was impossible for him to survive. Right at this moment, a roar came from the sky. After Elder Ming noticed that Zhao Lin was heavily injured and on the verge of death, the fifth-level wind concept on his body, combined with his origin energy, swept out to temporarily repel his opponent before flashing out to catch Zhao Lin. "Zhang Fan, why did you want to kill my grandson?" Elder Ming's gaze was exceedingly cold as he stared fixedly at Zhang Fan, who soared into the sky along with the rock. Earlier, it was precisely Zhang Fan that blasted Zhao Lin flying, and he didn't hold back in the slightest to shatter Zhao Lin's internal organs, causing Zhao Lin to be powerless to recover. "Elder Ming, all of us from the Seven-Star Sword Sect fought with our lives on the line today, only for the sake of sending Duan Lingtian away. However, this grandson of yours actually tried to kill Duan Lingtian for his own benefit. Don't you think he deserves to die?" Zhang Fan's gaze was exceedingly cold as he shouted out with a deep voice, "Liner, is it really so?" Elder Ming's face went grim as he looked at Zhao Lin, who was in his embrace, and he had an expression of disappointment. Whoosh! Elder Peng's wings that were like clouds that covered the sky swept out, giving rise to a gust of violent wind, and his enormous body flashed out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was riding on the clouds. The piercingly cold, strong wind that assaulted his face practically wanted to tear him apart. Mou, who stood by his side, had an extremely unsightly expression as well. Now, for the sake of bringing them to flee, Elder Peng didn't intentionally slow down his speed and flew at full speed. "Duan Lingtian, Mou, live on well. The future of the Seven-Star Sword Sect rests on the shoulders of the two of you." Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen nodded to Duan Lingtian and Mou. Then they flew off from the rock to pounce towards the Azure Forest Trisect Elders and started a bloody slaughter. They swore to live and die with the Seven-Star Sword Sect. No. Duan Lingtian's face was livid and unsightly to the extreme when he saw Zhang Fan and Ku Zhen's figures being drowned out. Shit! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered as he looked towards the distance. There was a figure swiftly flashing towards him from there, and the speed of the figure was so swift that it caused his face to go grim. Swoosh! Behind the rock, the eyes of the demonic Lotus Blade Sect's leader that was free from the restraints of Elder Ming shot out as he flew out to follow closely behind the rock. "Duan Lingtian, you're dead for sure." The voice of the demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader was like an Azura from hell, extremely gloomy and cold. He followed the rock only for the sake of killing Duan Lingtian. It was imaginable. If Duan Lingtian didn't die today, then not to mention he wouldn't be able to be at ease. Even the Azure Forest Trisect would surely be unable to have peace in the future. But unfortunately, the rock's speed was too swift, and even if he flew at full speed, the distance between them was gradually pulled apart. Damn it! The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader's expression was unsightly to the extreme, yet he still desperately chased after the rock. He only gave up when the rock's figure vanished before his eyes. I actually allowed that Duan Lingtian to escape. Damnable Linghu Jinhong. Damnable 7-star sword sect. The demonic Lotus Blade sect's leader abruptly turned around and returned to the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe Peak. Grandfather, that Duan Lingtian caused our Zhao clan to have no descendants. Ku-Er's treasure to carry on the family line was crippled by him as well. Grandfather, take revenge for Ku-Er! Take revenge for me! Zhao Lin lay in Elder Ming's embrace as he struggled to speak, and in the end he hadn't finished speaking when he took his last breath. Lin! Elder Ming howled towards the sky, and his voice was filled with desolation. I, Zhao Ming, have devoted my entire life to the 7-star sword sect. But in the end, my grandson was killed by a member of the 7-star sword sect, and my great-grandson was crippled by the 7-star sword sect's hope. Laughable, laughable. Ha! Amidst his loud laughter, Elder Ming flew out, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived by the side of the gray, clothed old man, Elder Xian. Presently, Elder Xian was going against the 3 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts, and had gradually fallen into a disadvantaged position, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Elder Ming had arrived. But in the next moment, his expression went grim, because Elder Ming's attack wasn't aimed at his opponent, but at him instead. Bang! Elder Ming's palm strike that contained 5th level wind concept blasted onto Elder Xian, and it directly heavily injured Elder Xian, who wasn't on guard in the slightest. Zhao Ming, have you gone mad? Elder Xian's countenance was ghastly pale, his aura was weak, and his expression was unsightly to the extreme. Never had he imagined that Zhao Ming would make a move against him. Including the Origin Convergence sect's leader, Lu Yuan, the 3 Azure Forest Trisect experts that were in battle with Elder Xian earlier were shocked by Zhao Ming's actions. After a short moment, they finally recovered from their shock. Haha, Elder Ming, so long as you help us eliminate the 7-star sword sect today, our Azure Forest Trisect is willing to take you as a guardian elder. Lu Yuan laughed loudly as the scene before him caused him to be exceedingly, pleasantly surprised. Subsequently, Lu Yuan and the others attacked once more and cooperated with Zhao Ming, and they only spent a few breaths of time to annihilate Elder Xian. Elder Xian, the number 1 expert of the 7-star sword sect, had fallen. He'd died at the hands of 4 6th level Void Initiation Stage experts. Zhao Ming, Lu Yuan, and the others joining forces to kill Elder Xian caused Linghu Jinhong's eyes to be on the verge of splitting apart. Are you worthy of martial ancestors' fostering? Are you worthy of the sect that fostered you? Sect. Zhao Ming ridiculed. What a sect! My grandson was crippled by a member of the 7-star sword sect. My son was killed by a member of the 7-star sword sect. Since the 7-star sword sect was heartless to me, then I'll be unjust to the 7-star sword sect. Linghu Jinhong Dai. As soon as Zhao Ming finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that blew away the clouds and mist in the horizon before sweeping towards Linghu Jinhong. The other few experts flashed towards Linghu Jinhong as well. Sect leader. Everyone from the 7-star sword sect cried out in despair and sorrow. Haha, I, Linghu Jinhong, will go first and wait for everyone's arrival on the path to hell. All of you properly prepare to welcome the flames of rage of Duan Lingtian in the near future. Ha! At the moment when Ling Hu Jin Hong was blasted to death, he laughed wantonly without the slightest trace of fear, and only a stirring and tragic feeling remained, as well as his trust towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Along with Ling Hu Jin Hong being killed, the fierce battle continued. The outcome was already decided. 7-star sword sect annihilated. In a boundless desert, extremely far away from the 7-star sword sect, an enormous figure that was incomparably swift swooped down to descend onto the boundless ground. This was a rock, and the rock's eyes were like bolts of lightning and were extremely fierce. You two little fellows take care of yourselves. I'll leave the future of the 7-star sword sect to the two of you. The rock spread out its wings and led the two people on its back down to the ground. The people that were led down were precisely Duan Lingtian and Mou, who'd escaped from the 7-star sword sect. On Duan Lingtian's shoulder, the little gold mouse lay there listlessly. Elder Pangu! Duan Lingtian seemed to have realized something when he heard the rock's voice transmission, and his face went grim, right when he intended to dissuade the rock from staying. Whoosh! The rock spread out its wings, and it was like a cloud that covered the sky as it charged into the sky. At the same time, a voice transmission clearly entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. This life of mine was given to me by the 7-star sword sect. It's impossible for me to stay out of it and watch with folded arms when the 7-star sword sect is on the brink of destruction. Little fellow, with your natural talent, your future is limitless. You're the hope of the 7-star sword sect. Whoosh! Elder Peng left, bringing along his resolute will, the will to live and die with the 7-star sword sect. Elder Peng. Duan Lingtian's heart shook for no reason when he saw the rock charging into the sky in the blink of an eye and vanishing before his eyes. Meanwhile, numerous figures that had generously given their lives for him couldn't help but flash within Duan Lingtian's mind. Causing his eyes to once again become scarlet red, they'd all died for the sake of allowing him to live. An extremely great responsibility unknowingly pressed down onto his shoulders. Chapter 456. On the boundless earth, two young men of similar ages stood there, and a desolate atmosphere arose spontaneously. The two of them tacitly didn't speak. After a short moment, "Master, master." One of the young men knelt on the ground as he looked towards the direction of the 7-star sword sect, and his tears fell like rain. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. On the other side, Duan Lingtian stood there as he took a deep breath, and his eyes were suffused with unprecedented firmness as he looked towards the direction of the 7-star sword sect, and he secretly vowed in his heart, "Sect leader, don't worry. So long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, I'll surely annihilate the Azure Forest Trisect. Besides that, I'll do my best to help Mou rebuild the 7-star sword sect." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. Familiar figures appeared in his mind one after another. These were the figures of the people that were on good terms with him in the 7-star sword sect. Presently, all of them were probably doomed. I, Duan Lingtian, swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll surely take revenge for all of you. If I violate this oath, then I'll be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head and pinched open his index finger, causing a drop of blood to tear through the sky and merge into the horizon. Bang! 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 9 ear-piercing thunderclaps sounded out and bore witness to the oath Duan Lingtian had made. Mou knelt there without moving, and his eyes were crimson red as if they were dyed with a layer of blood. Even though he'd only become Ling Hu Jin Hong's disciple for a year, but during this year Ling Hu Jin Hong had wholeheartedly fostered him, causing him to feel gratitude from the bottom of his heart. It was even to the extent that he'd already taken Linghu Jin Hong to be his father in his heart. Now, it was very likely that his father had already been killed, whereas he didn't have the ability to take revenge for his father. Mou howled towards the sky, and his howl was filled with extreme hatred, as if it wanted to shatter the boundless sky. Slap! Duan Lingtian walked to Mou's side and lightly patted Mou's shoulder. My condolences. We'll take revenge for this enmity one day. Today, what you have to do is cultivate properly. In the future, the 7-star sword sect will have to rely on you. Mou's body trembled as he nodded solemnly. Yes, senior brother Duan Lingtian. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse on Duan Lingtian's shoulder cried out twice, as the battle on the peak of the 7-star sword sect's stubby peak had frightened her to a certain extent. Even though the little gold mouse's current strength wasn't bad, but compared to those existences at the level of the void initiation stage, it was still much inferior. Brother Lingtian, where are we going now? The little gold mouse's voice transmission entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Those people are too evil. They actually caused us to be homeless. Humph. When I have the strength to surpass them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson and make them homeless. Mo Duan Dan Lingtian Duan. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent as he said, word by word, I want to turn them into ashes. And then Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's words contained extreme hatred mixed within, and it caused Mou and the little gold mouse to be unable to refrain from shuddering. Little gold, enlarge yourself and take me and Mou away from here. Duan Lingtian said to little gold. Squeak, squeak! Little gold lightly nodded. Then her tiny body trembled and instantly transformed into the size of a small hill. After breaking through to the 3rd level of the void prying stage, the little gold mouse's body expanded slightly, and she was slightly taller than before. She was around 3 meters tall in the past, but she was already close to 4 meters tall now. After her body grew larger, the little gold mouse's back seemed to be especially spacious, and it was more than enough to accommodate Duan Lingtian and Mou. Along with the passage of time, Mou restrained his tears and buried his sorrow in the depths of his heart. He knew clearly in his heart that it was just as senior brother Duan Lingtian had said. What he had to do now was cultivate diligently and take revenge for his master in the future and rebuild the 7-star sword sect. Master, don't worry. I'll surely rebuild the sect with senior brother Duan Lingtian. Mou silently promised in his heart. Mou took a deep breath as he glanced at the enormous gold mouse beneath him, and he suppressed the shock in his heart. As far as he was concerned, anything that was shocking occurring on senior brother Duan Lingtian wasn't surprising. Senior brother Duan Lingtian itself was sufficient to be shocking. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going? The little gold mouse sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Little gold, head south. I want to return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian looked towards the south as he spoke. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was his route after he came to this world. There were people that were extremely important to him there. Whoosh! The little gold mouse's figure turned and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning that flashed directly towards the south. Everywhere it passed, the clouds and mist split open, and it was extremely like a heavenly path that had just been opened up. Duan Lingtian sat on the back of the little gold mouse as he gazed at the distant, boundless sky with a calm expression, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. As for Mou, he silently sat cross-legged on the back of the little gold mouse as he cultivated, and he immersed his entire body and mind into it. This time, the 7-star sword sect had suffered a calamity, and as the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's leader, Mou and Duan Lingtian were the same, and they shouldered the heavy responsibility of reviving the sect. At that time, Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and traveled on a Fergana horse to head to the Seven-Star Sword Sect, and he spent quite a bit of time. Now, with the little gold mouse, a third-level void-prying stage demon beast, traveling at full speed, it only took a few days for them to enter the territory of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Over there! Duan Lingtian pointed towards the distance and led the way for the little gold mouse. That place was precisely the direction of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. "Mom, I've returned!" Duan Lingtian's face that had been stony for the past few days revealed a rare wisp of a light smile. "It has been a few years. I wonder how Mom is now." Duan Lingtian was anxious to return home. After spending another day of time, Duan Lingtian had finally arrived outside the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. For the sake of not causing panic, Duan Lingtian made the little gold mouse descend at a remote place outside the imperial city. Then he called out to Mou and leaped down together. The little gold mouse shrunk to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder, and she sized up the nearby city with interest. "Big brother Lingtian, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, this is?" Mou had a curious expression as he looked at the city before him. During these past few days, he'd stayed on the little gold mouse's back to cultivate, and he utterly didn't know where the little gold mouse flew to. But he could be sure of one thing: the place the little gold mouse went was surely the place his senior brother Duan Lingtian wanted to go. "This can be considered to be my hometown." Duan Lingtian smiled, as the Crimson Sky Kingdom was his hometown to him. "Hometown?" Mou's pupils constricted, and he said with a surprised expression, "Senior brother Duan Lingtian, I've once heard someone mention that you're from a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Could it be that it's here?" "Exactly." Duan Lingtian nodded, and he brought Mou along as he headed towards the imperial city. "This is my hometown. This is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. My home is within." Home! To Duan Lingtian, the place his mother was at was his home. The only sense of belonging he had towards his home was his mother. Only with a mother would there be a home. To him, his mother was the most important person in this world. Mou nodded, and he curiously sized up the imperial city before him. "This is senior brother Duan Lingtian's hometown. I wonder exactly what sort of place it is to actually be able to produce a peerless genius like senior brother Duan Lingtian." Mou's heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Lingtian's extraordinary natural talent was beyond doubt. After all, even when the Seven-Star Sword Sect was being annihilated, the three great sect leaders of the Azure Forest Trisect actually didn't hesitate to kill 2 disciples with decent natural talent for the sake of roping in Duan Lingtian. It could be seen from this how extraordinary Duan Lingtian was in the eyes of the 3 great sect leaders. Duan Lingtian walked into the imperial city, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he felt the atmosphere of the outer city. A few years had passed, but there wasn't much change in the outer city. Senior brother Duan Lingtian, your Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city has a city within a city?" When they arrived outside the moat of the inner city, Mou looked at the tightly closed inner city and asked with slight surprise, "Yes, that's the inner city of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. At this moment, the inner city hasn't opened yet. Let's find a restaurant to eat first. After we finish eating, the inner city ought to be about to open. At that time, we'll enter the city." Duan Lingtian brought Mou along to walk into a restaurant in the outer city. Then he sat by the window and was able to overlook the inner city's city gate. The few dishes Duan Lingtian ordered were quickly served. Under Duan Lingtian's call, Mou picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating with large mouthfuls. Squeak, squeak! The little gold mouse wasn't courteous in the slightest, and it wasn't long before she'd finished a large stack of fried meat. At the same time that they were eating, Duan Lingtian paid attention to his surroundings and listened to the conversations of the customers in the restaurant. I heard that the envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom has come with ill intent. On the surface, it's a visit between friendly kingdoms, but in reality, it's to dampen the dignity of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. I've heard of it as well. Supposedly, the envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom has brought the 3 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. The strongest has even stepped into the first level of the nascent soul stage. In the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Junior Marquis Nyefun is the strongest. But the Junior Marquis's cultivation seems to have only broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Core stage not long ago. I'm afraid he's not a match for the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. Humph. Supposedly, the strongest young genius of the Sun Ascent Kingdom is a few years older than the Junior Marquis. Even if he defeats the Junior Marquis, it would be an unfair victory. But unfortunately, besides the Junior Marquis, there's practically no other capable figure in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Shao clan Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and the Imperial family Duan clan and Su clan all have a few people with good natural talent. But unfortunately, they're too young and their strengths aren't sufficient to suppress the 3 great young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom. The customers at the table near Duan Lingtian discussed endlessly. Sun Ascent Kingdom. Chapter 457. After they finished eating, the city gates of the inner city of the Imperial City opened on time. Duan Lingtian put down the silver and paid the bill before leaving the restaurant and entering the inner city with MOU. The inner city was the same as the outer city, and there weren't many changes compared to a few years ago. Following the familiar path all the way to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat suddenly sped up faster and faster. Presently, he was simply even more nervous than when facing a void initiation stage expert. Homesick. These words describe Duan Lingtian's current feelings. Finally, Duan Lingtian arrived outside a courtyard house. This courtyard house was something he'd personally bought that day. The scenes of the past were still vivid in his mind, as if it was yesterday. Duan Lingtian stood before the door of the courtyard house and raised his hand, yet didn't bring it down for a long time. MOU and the little gold mouse were able to feel the heavy atmosphere, so they maintained silence and didn't disturb Duan Lingtian. Finally, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before bringing his hand down and knocking on the door. Knock, knock. After knocking twice, Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand as he was able to hear a wave of footsteps approaching. In next to no time, the door was opened, and a familiar figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Young master! Behind the door, the young woman was stunned for a moment when she saw Duan Lingtian. Then she had an excited expression as she cried out in pleasant surprise. Jingru, long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded to the young woman. The young woman before him was none other than the manager that Duan Lingtian found all those years ago for his courtyard house, Jingru. Young master, if the madam knew that you've returned, she would surely be extremely happy. Jingru calmed down her excitement after a long time, then spoke with a light smile. How's my mother been recently? Duan Lingtian had an anxious expression when he heard Jingru mention his mother. Don't worry, young master. The madam is very well. Princess Biao and young Miss Xiaolan would come to see the madam every few days, and this hasn't changed in these past few years. So the madam has never been lonely. Jingru spoke slowly. It's been hard on them. Duan Lingtian nodded. After introducing Jingru and MOU to each other, he walked into the house. Jingru, we'll be staying here for a while this time. Help MOU clean up a room. Duan Lingtian ordered Jingru. Yes. Jingru responded respectfully and left with MOU. Little Jean, go play by yourself. Don't go too far. I'm going to see my mother. Duan Lingtian informed the little golden mouse. After the little golden mouse left his shoulder, he walked towards the backyard. The flowers and plants in the backyard had changed a lot. After all, a few years had passed. Duan Lingtian walked into the rear courtyard and saw the graceful figure watering the plants there with a single glance. The familiar figure caused his heart to tremble. Finally, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, suppressed the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, and slowly said, "Mother! Mother!" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he saw the graceful figure in the distance tremble abruptly. Immediately after, the graceful figure turned around, revealing a devastatingly beautiful figure and face. Tian, Tian. A few years had passed, and Li Ro didn't seem to have changed much, but her beautiful eyes seemed to have experienced a bit more. Now, when she saw Duan Lingtian, her face was filled with excitement, and her body started trembling slightly. "Mother, this unfilial son has returned." Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and knelt before Li Ro, and his words came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, as he looked at Li Ro's face that was gradually experiencing the vicissitudes of life, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled with excitement, and his eyes were moist as he squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face. Although he had possessed Duan Lingtian's body by accident, but all these years Li Ro had done so much for him, and he had long regarded Li Ro as his own mother, and there was nothing unnatural about it. After so many years, seeing Li Ro again, his heart trembled, and at the same time he was like a child who had lost his way and had once again found a bright light to guide him forward. "Tian, what are you doing? It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Li Ro hurriedly helped Duan Lingtian up and stood on her tiptoes to look at Duan Lingtian's face, muttering to herself, "You've grown up. My Tianer has grown up. Mother." Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged Li Ro tightly, and the tears in his eyes couldn't be held back any longer and flowed down. A man doesn't cry easily, and it's only because he hasn't reached the point of sorrow. Li Ro lightly patted Duan Lingtian's back, and her peerlessly beautiful face revealed a gratified smile. The mother and son separated after a long time. "Tian, where's Kerr and Fei?" Li Ro looked behind Duan Lingtian, and after she noticed there was no one there, she asked. Duan Lingtian was able to see Li Ro's eyes that were filled with yearning, and he lightly smiled. "Mother, Kerr, and little Fei went on a long journey with the seniors of the sect some time ago. They'll come back to see you after they've finished with their business." At the same time that he spoke, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Presently, the annihilation of the Seven-Star Sword Sect was already a foregone conclusion. It wouldn't be long before the news of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's annihilation would probably spread throughout the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, Qin Xiang, would surely receive the news, and she would surely not return to the Seven-Star Sword Sect. I hope Kerr and little Fei can return to the Crimson Sky Kingdom as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian silently thought in his heart. He'd already made a decision that he would stay in the Crimson Sky Kingdom for a period of time after returning this time and wait for Kerr and little Fei to return. He believed that after they found out about the news of the Seven-Star Sword Sect's annihilation, Kerr and Li Fei would surely return. This place was their roots as well. Good. Li Ro didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words, and she held Duan Lingtian's hand before pulling Duan Lingtian into the pergola to sit down. "Tian, tell Mother, how did you get through these past few years?" Obviously, Li Ro was filled with curiosity towards Duan Lingtian's experiences in these past few years. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, and besides the matter of the Seven-Star Sword Sect being annihilated, he didn't conceal anything else and spoke of it one by one. Li Ro listened seriously. Every time she heard of a thrilling part, she couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. She never imagined that, in a short few years, this son of hers had actually experienced so much, and there were even many times where he'd passed by the gates of hell. Li Ro held Duan Lingtian's hand, as if she was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would leave if she let go. Duan Lingtian was able to feel the wetness that came from Li Ro's hand, and he knew that his mother was worried about him, and he couldn't help but console. "Mother, don't worry. Aren't I fine now? Your son's luck is great, and when it's necessary, he'll surely be able to turn misfortune into fortune." Li Ro lightly nodded, but the worry contained within her beautiful eyes didn't reduce in the slightest. "Mother, this is the 10,000-year stalactite milk I spoke of earlier." Duan Lingtian withdrew 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and passed them to Li Ro. "Mother, after consuming this 10,000-year stalactite milk, your natural talent will increase to the limits of a martial artist in Cloud Continent. At that time, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating." At the same time that he passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk to Li Ro, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force stretched out and swept towards Li Ro. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's eyes opened wide. "Mother, you've actually broken through to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage?" After Duan Lingtian detected Li Ro's current cultivation, he had a surprised expression. The advancement of Li Ro's cultivation had slightly exceeded his expectations. "If Mother doesn't cultivate diligently, then wouldn't I be completely surpassed by you and Kerr, those 2 little girls? At that time, how would Mother protect the 2 of you?" Li Ro's words were simple, but Duan Lingtian was able to feel the hardships contained within. He knew clearly in his heart, besides the contribution of the top cultivation method, demonic beauty divine technique, that he passed down to her all those years ago, the reason his mother's cultivation advanced so quickly was mostly because of her own hard work. His mother had surely cultivated extremely painstakingly these past few years. "Mother, you don't have to be like this. So long as you properly enjoy life and live happily, I'll be satisfied." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his voice slightly trembled. "Silly child." Li Ro lightly shook her head and smiled. "In any case, Mother usually has nothing to do, so it's not a bad thing to cultivate more. Also, I passed down that Xianqiu divine technique to Yao. Enlon. You won't blame Mother, right?" As she finished speaking, Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with ambiguity. "Of course not. Since I've passed down that cultivation method to Mother, then Mother can deal with it however you like, so long as Mother is happy." Duan Lingtian disregarded the ambiguity in Li Ro's eyes and lightly smiled as he spoke. He naturally knew who the Yao and Lon his mother spoke of were, and it was none other than Princess by Yao and Xiaolon. When he thought of those 2 outstanding women that were beautiful like flowers and had looks that weren't inferior to Kerr and little Fei, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, being too charming seemed to not be a good thing. Li Ro shook her head, helplessly. She could tell that her son was avoiding it. When she thought of those 2 lovely women that had always been silently guarding by her side and waiting for Duan Lingtian, Li Ro couldn't help but feel pity in her heart. "Tian, Mother knows that your heart is with Kerr and Fei. However, Yao and Lon, Mother doesn't wish for you to hurt them. Do you understand?" "Mother, I understand. I'll find a time to tell them. Don't worry." Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. Perhaps it was time for some things to be resolved. He couldn't let those 2 beautiful women wait for him for their entire lives in vain. "That's good." A smile appeared on Li Ro's face, and then she asked, "Right, Tian, how long do you intend to stay this time?" As Li Ro spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. From her personal point of view, she naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to stay at home for a longer period of time. As the saying goes, when a son travels 1,000 miles, his mother is worried. "I don't know for now. but I'll try my best to stay longer and accompany Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with warmth, and his heart had completely calmed down after he returned home. The boundless restlessness that arose from the seven-star sword sect being annihilated by the Azure Forest Trisect had been completely suppressed at this moment, and it was buried in the deepest depths of his heart. Chapter 458. Yes, Mom. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if Li Ro didn't say anything, he would still go to the Divine Might Marquis estate to pay a visit to the Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan. In the past, Nieyuan had given him too much help on his path of growth. He'd always engraved this kindness in his heart. On that day, Duan Lingtian accompanied his mother, Li Ro, for an entire day, and only at dawn on the second day did he leave with the little gold mouse and head towards the Divine Might Marquis estate. During these past few years, the guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate had changed many batches of guards, so they didn't recognize Duan Lingtian. However, when the guards saw Duan Lingtian's extraordinary bearing, they didn't dare be disrespectful and asked politely, "Young master, may I know why you've come to our Divine Might Marquis estate? Please help me pass on the message that Duan Lingtian requests an audience with the Divine Might Marquis." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the guards as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian? Unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the faces of the guards went pale. You're Duan Lingtian? What? Is there someone impersonating me? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. No. Young Master Lingtian. Please follow me. One of the guards hurriedly shook his head, not daring to let Duan Lingtian wait outside, and he brought Duan Lingtian into the Divine Might Marquis estate. The other few guards that stayed behind looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure, and their faces slightly flushed red. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before their eyes did they finally react and look at each other. I've heard of this young Master Lingtian since long ago. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. Supposedly, he was once the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. That day before I entered the Divine Might Marquis estate, young Master Lingtian's reputation was like thunder piercing my ears. The rare strategic genius of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, and he didn't expend a single soldier to destroy the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city. Not only that, his natural talent in the martial Dao is even unprecedented in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's said that young Master Lingtian is also an alchemist. Supposedly, young Master Lingtian is also a weapons craftsman. He once bet his life on weapons refinement with someone in the Swallow Mountain County's County City, and he forcefully crippled a large clan in the Swallow Mountain County's County City. Even now, the legends of young Master Lingtian are still spread throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. I truly never imagined that I would be able to see young Master Lingtian in my lifetime. I've truly lived a life that wasn't in vain. I heard that young Master Lingtian went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom later on and joined one of those formidable sections. He probably returned this time for the sake of visiting his family. I've long heard that our Divine Might Marquis estate has an extremely good relationship with young Master Lingtian. Now, the news of young Master Lingtian's return hasn't spread out, yet he's already come to our Divine Might Marquis estate. This is sufficient to show the importance of our Divine Might Marquis estate in young Master Lingtian's heart. The guards discussed animatedly, and the more they spoke, the more excited they became. Duan Lingtian followed the guard and quickly arrived outside the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall. From afar, Duan Lingtian was able to see that within the Divine Might Marquis estate's audience hall, there was a figure walking back and forth, and the figure seemed to be extremely anxious. After stopping the guard that wanted to report Duan Lingtian's arrival, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to him. I'll go in myself. Thank you for your trouble. Young Master Lingtian, you're too kind. When facing the courteous Duan Lingtian, the guard had a flattered expression as he turned around and left. Duan Lingtian walked in large strides towards the audience hall. Meanwhile, he saw two robust figures. The robust middle-aged man stood within the audience hall, seeming to be calm. The other young man was walking back and forth, seeming to have encountered something that caused him to be extremely troubled. Big brother Nya, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian didn't inform him beforehand and directly walked in large strides into the audience hall as he laughed heartily. Who is it? Duan Lingtian's silent appearance alarmed the two people within the audience hall, causing their faces to go pale. Two fierce gazes swept towards Duan Lingtian at the same time. In next to no time, when these two gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, they instantly melted. Little Tian? The divine might Marquis Nya Yuan, who stood deep within the audience hall, was the first to react, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Although a few years had passed, Duan Lingtian's appearance hadn't changed much, and he'd only matured slightly. Little Tian, it's really you. Nya Fun, who was walking back and forth earlier, had stopped when he saw Duan Lingtian appear, and he had a pleasantly surprised expression. Uncle Nya, Big brother Nya. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to Nya Yuan and Nya Fun. Long time no see. Ha! Little Tian, when did you return? Nya Yuan walked up in pleasant surprise, and he asked as he walked. I just returned yesterday. Duan Lingtian smiled. Little Tian, you really came back at the right time. Humph. This time, let me see how complacent that Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is. So what if he's at the first level of the nascent soul stage? Compared to you, Little Tian, he's surely inferior to trash. Nya Fan had an excited expression, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into disdain. Sun Ascent Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Looks like what he heard in the restaurant today was true. The Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy had brought along 3 outstanding young geniuses from the Sun Ascent Kingdom with the intention of challenging the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and wanted to use this to bring down the dignity of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Little Tian, what's your cultivation now? Nya Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. That day, before Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he'd revealed peerlessly monstrous natural talent, and in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, it could be said to be unprecedented. Now, a few years had passed, and as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian, who had joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and possessed an even better cultivation environment, had surely grown to an extent that was sufficient to shock him. Father, I've already stepped into the 9th level of the Origin core stage now. With Little Tian's natural talent, he's surely surpassed me now. Dealing with the young geniuses brought by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's envoy is extremely easy. Little Tian, you ought to have at least broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage now, right? Nya Fun's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Lingtian, and as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression of anticipation. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then abruptly took a step forward. Origin energy raged on his body as it rose up. Whoosh! Instantly, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and more ancient mammoth silhouettes gathered. After a short moment, the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes stopped increasing. 8. The strength of 800 ancient mammoths. Nya Yuan looked at the 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Duan Lingtian, and he had an astonished expression as his heartbeat quickened. Although he'd guessed since long ago that Duan Lingtian's current strength was sufficient to shock him to the extreme, he never imagined that it would be so shocking. In a short few years, This nephew of his had already broken through to the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. If he didn't remember wrongly, this nephew of his seemed to be only 23 years old this year, right? 6th level of the nascent soul stage at the age of 23. What sort of monster was this? Even Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng, the number 1 figure in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago, seemed to have only just broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage when he was 27 years old. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the accomplishments of his father, Duan Rafeng, were completely not worth mentioning. 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Niafen stood on the spot, dumbstruck, and his mouth was unable to close for a long time. Similar to Nye Yuan, he was completely stunned by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. A 23-year-old 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist. He didn't even know what words to use to describe Duan Lingtian. Monstrous or abnormal seemed to already be unsuitable for the current Duan Lingtian. A pervert among perverts. In the end, Niafen finally thought of a word that could describe Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian possessed such accomplishments at such an age, and calling him abnormal amongst abnormal wasn't the slightest bit excessive. After a long time, Nye Yuan and Niafen returned to their senses. "Little Tian, you must enter the palace with me tomorrow and properly teach that 1st level nascent soul stage young genius that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought over. Let him experience the true genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom." Niafen looked at Duan Lingtian and rubbed his palms together, as if he had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian completely crushing the young genius brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador. "Humph. You don't cultivate properly and your skill is inferior, yet you want to use little Tian to teach him a lesson. Don't you feel ashamed?" Nye Yuan looked at Niafen and grunted coldly. Niafen laughed bitterly. "Father, it's not like you didn't see. Forget about the other 2 people brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador. In terms of age, that 1st level nascent soul stage martial artist is a few years older than me. If I was the same age as him, I guarantee to completely crush him." "Age?" Nye Yuan glared angrily at Niafen. "You still have the nerve to speak of age? Then do you want to compete in age with little Tian? The gap between you and little Tian seems to be even greater than the gap between you and the person brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador, right? Father, you aren't you bullying me by comparing little Tian with me?" Niafen was completely helpless. Comparing himself with Duan Lingtian was completely looking for a beating. This was something he was already well aware of all those years ago. "Uncle Nya, Big Brother Nya, what's actually going on with that Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Even though he'd heard of the matter of the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador intentionally provoking them, yet he didn't know the sequence of events. "Actually, it's not a big deal," Nye Yuan said slowly. "That Sun Ascent Kingdom is a kingdom adjacent to the west of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, and it's always lived in harmony with our Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time, the Sun Ascent Kingdom sent over an ambassador, and we originally thought it was only a visit between friendly kingdoms. Yet we never imagined that he actually proposed a suggestion of allowing the young geniuses of the 2 kingdoms to have a friendly match on the spot. It wasn't good for His Majesty to object, so he agreed. During these past few days, there was news that spread out that one of the 3 young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom brought over by the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador had actually broken through to the 1st level of the nascent soul stage. When he spoke up to hear, Nye Yuan sighed. Originally, it wasn't a big deal even if we lost. The problem is that His Majesty and the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador actually used 3 years of taxes as the wager for this friendly martial competition. That Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador obviously came prepared and set a trap for His Majesty. But he probably never imagined, even in his dreams, that you would return, little Tian. Chapter 459. All those years ago, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could be considered to be like the sun that shot into the sky. Perhaps there weren't many people in those formidable imperial kingdoms that had heard of Duan Lingtian, but the few kingdoms in the surroundings of the Crimson Sky Kingdom similarly spread legends about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly a legend in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. As far as Niafen was concerned, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, the first-level nascent soul-stage young genius that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought over was utterly insufficient. Perhaps Duan Lingtian only needed a single finger to knock the young genius down. No, Big Brother Nya, I'm not participating in the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and Sun Ascent Kingdom. Duan Lingtian shook his head, as he wasn't the slightest bit interested in the friendly martial competition between the young geniuses of the two kingdoms. As far as he was concerned, participating in the friendly martial competition with his current cultivation was simply bullying others. Not participating. Nya Fen was stunned, then laughed bitterly. Little Tian, if you don't participate, then our Crimson Sky Kingdom will lose for sure this time. Once we lose, our Crimson Sky Kingdom will have to pay 3 years of taxes. The taxes of the Crimson Sky Kingdom for 3 years was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. No matter who it was, they would feel their hearts ache. Little Tian, I know you've joined a sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom now and stand at a different height, so you don't take the people that the Sun Ascent Kingdom's ambassador brought seriously. But the friendly martial competition this time isn't only related to the face of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's also related to the taxes of our Crimson Sky Kingdom for 3 years. Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. This time, Uncle Nya hopes that you can lend a hand and help our Crimson Sky Kingdom out of this predicament. If our Crimson Sky Kingdom loses 3 years of taxes to the Sun Ascent Kingdom, then it's extremely likely that the Sun Ascent Kingdom will utilize these taxes to strengthen their army and use them to attack our kingdom. At that time, the people will surely be unable to make a living. I presume that you're unwilling to see the citizens of the Crimson Sky Kingdom fall into the flames of war and become homeless, right? As he finished speaking, Nya Yuan's expression was extremely serious. Uncle Nya, Duan Lingtian was instantly unable to endure Nya Yuan's long speech. I think you've misunderstood. I only said that I won't participate in the friendly martial competition, and I didn't say that I won't help the Crimson Sky Kingdom win the bet this time. Duan Lingtian shook his head helplessly when he reached the end of his sentence. Little Tian, what do you mean? If you don't participate in the friendship through martial arts, how are we going to win this bet? Nya Yuan and his son both had puzzled looks on their faces. You'll know when the time comes. Oh, right, Uncle Nya, Big Brother Nya. When will the friendly martial arts competition take place? Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Then he asked Nya Yuan and Nya Fen. What a coincidence, it's tomorrow. Nya Yuan said. At that time, the martial gathering will be carried out within the Imperial Palace. His Majesty and the special envoy of the Sun Ascent Kingdom will be present personally. Not only that, but the young geniuses of the imperial family and the 3 great clans will also be present. Tomorrow? That's indeed a coincidence. I'll come to the Divine Might Marquis estate early in the morning tomorrow, and I'll enter the Imperial Palace with all of you at that time. Duan Lingtian nodded. Uncle Nya, is Grandpa Nya here? Duan Lingtian looked at Nya Yuan and asked. Since he'd come to the Divine Might Marquis estate now, he naturally had to go see the senior Marquis to show courtesy. Father went on a long journey some time ago. Nya Yuan shook his head, and he was extremely happy in his heart that Duan Lingtian was still able to remember his father. Little Tian, how exactly are you going to help us win the bet with the Sun Ascent Kingdom? Nya Fen's curious eyes spun as he asked impatiently. Big Brother Nya, you'll know tomorrow. Duan Lingtian shrugged and intentionally kept Nye Yuan guessing, even though Nye Fun's heart was itching to know. But since Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to say, he had no other choice but to wait for the arrival of the friendly martial competition tomorrow. Little Tian, I heard that the cultivation environment of the sex in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is extremely good. Is this true? Little Tian, have you seen a void initiation stage expert in the few years you've been in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Little Tian, you. Subsequently, Nye Fan ceaselessly asked Duan Lingtian about the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and he seemed as if he utterly didn't know what exhaustion and annoyance were. In the end, Duan Lingtian was truly unable to endure it, and he hurriedly bid farewell and left. When he left, it was no different than fleeing. Nye Yuan and Nye Fan sent Duan Lingtian out of the door, and when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes, Nye Fan muttered with slight unwillingness, "I haven't finished asking. Enough, you still want to ask now? Little Tian was scared away by you." Nye Yuan glared angrily at Nye Fan. Nye Fan laughed slightly embarrassedly. Then his eyes spun as he muttered, "Earlier, when I asked little Tian a question, Father, you seem to be extremely interested as well, right? Why are you blaming me now?" "What did you say?" How good was Nye Yuan's hearing? He faintly heard Nye Fan's soft muttering, and he glared angrily at Nye Fan as he asked with a raised voice, No, nothing. Nye Fan was instantly terrified when he saw this. In the outside world, he was the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a general that was the champion of the 3 armies, and was respected by a myriad of officers. But at home, before his father, the Divine Might Marquis, he would forever be a little kid. After Duan Lingtian left the Divine Might Marquis estate, he didn't go anywhere else and directly returned to his own courtyard house. After returning to his courtyard house, Duan Lingtian had only just walked into the rear courtyard when he heard a wave of light laughter that was pleasing to the ear. Xiaolan, Duan Lingtian discerned who the owner of the voice was, and his brows raised. In the pergola in the rear courtyard, the young woman that sat opposite Li Ro had soft and smooth long hair that was like a waterfall that flew down and fluttered with the wind. Her drop-dead, gorgeous face seemed as if it had been meticulously sculpted. Xiaolan sat there with an elegant bearing, as if she had transformed into a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens. Duan Lingtian had only just entered the rear courtyard when Xiaolan noticed him and looked over, and a wisp of joy appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face as she stood up in a slightly sorry state. You've returned?" Xiaolan glanced at Duan Lingtian, then lowered her head shyly, as if she was a child that had been caught stealing candy. "Xiaolan, long time no see." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Xiaolan, as he was able to discern that his mother didn't tell Xiaolan about his return beforehand. "Yeah, long time no see. It's good that you've returned. Aunt Ro has missed you these past few years." Xiaolan lightly nodded, and only when Duan Lingtian came over to sit down did she sit down once again. Her hazy eyes that were like clear water would occasionally sneak a glance at the man before her. After not seeing him for a few years, the man had become even more mature and charming. Unknowingly, Xiaolan's beautiful face was dyed with a wisp of crimson red, and it was extremely beautiful and moving. "Tian, you've gone to see your uncle Nye?" Li Ro noticed the subtle changes in Xiaolan after Duan Lingtian appeared, and she sighed in her heart, then looked at Duan Lingtian and avoided the topic. "Yes." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. We haven't seen each other for a few years, and Uncle Nye is still so healthy. When do you intend to go to the Duan clan and Imperial Palace?" Li Ro asked again. "If it's the Duan clan, then in 2 days. I'll rest today. I still have to make a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate tomorrow morning. Then I'll follow Uncle Nye and Big Brother Nye into the Imperial Palace and see His Majesty on the way." Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. "Is it for the matter of making friends with the young geniuses of the Sun Ascent Kingdom, Through martial arts? Obviously, Li Ro knew of this matter as well. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a short moment, Li Ro glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiaolon who sat nearby, and then she stood up. Both of you haven't met for a long time. Have a good chat. I'll return to my room to cultivate first. After she finished speaking, Li Ro heaved a sigh of relief and left the rear courtyard. For a time, only Duan Lingtian and Xiaolon remained in the pergola in the rear courtyard, sitting opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed and didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Xiaolon who spoke first. Have Ke and Li Fei return with you? Duan Lingtian shook his head. No, they've gone on a long journey with the seniors of the sect, and they'll probably only return together after a period of time. Yes. Xiaolon lightly nodded. Have you been well these past few years? When Xiaolon saw Duan Lingtian not reacting for a long time after answering her question, she secretly called him a blockhead in her heart before taking the initiative to speak. It's all right, Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd never felt that he was a clumsy person, but now, when facing Xiaolon, his feelings were extremely complicated. It was impossible to say that he didn't have a good impression of Xiaolon. Since ancient times, heroes loved beautiful women. He knew that, although he wasn't a hero, he didn't have much resistance towards a beauty like Xiaolon. It was even to the extent that when he saw Xiaolon for the first time in Aurora City during the Hidden Dragon Rankings gathering, held by the Xiao clan, he couldn't help but be shocked, and he had a rather good impression of this young woman that was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. If it wasn't for Ke and Li Fei, perhaps he would take the initiative to pursue Xiaolon. As for feelings, they could be slowly nurtured, just like Li Fei back then. However, now, because he already had Ke and Li Fei by his side, Duan Lingtian imperceptibly shouldered an extremely great responsibility. He had to consider the feelings of the two young women. Of course, even though it was like this, it didn't mean that Duan Lingtian wouldn't marry a third woman in his lifetime. He just wouldn't be as unrestrained as before. If they were really fated and the time had arrived, he wouldn't miss it. But up until now, the fate between him and Xiaolon had obviously not arrived at that extent. Subsequently, Xiaolon asked Duan Lingtian many things about the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At the same time, she was filled with yearning towards the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I truly envy Ke and Li Fei being able to always accompany by your side and accompany you to wander the world. Xiaolon had an expression of envy. Always accompanied by my side? Xiaolan's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of embarrassment. In these past few years, the time he'd spent with Ke and Li Fei seemed to be less than a month. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.